is an electric energy here in the air at Epic, quite literally, because the Monolith update is only a day away. My name is KL Smith, community manager and host of today's Monolith live stream. I'm joined by Nathan Mooney, community coordinator, co-host, Cameron Winston, our lead hero designer, and Jordan Walker, our lead artist. And today we're going to be talking about our single biggest update to date for Paragon, and it should be a very exciting time. I am super pumped.
Awesome.
Are you guys excited about this?
We're monolith.
We're monolith. Yes.
That's right.
Yes, we are. So today's stream, we're going to provide details about the map and the update itself. We're going to answer some community questions that were submitted from Reddit, forums, Discord, all over the place from community members like yourselves that are watching. And we're going to bring you live casted matches on Monolith from some of the community's most skilled players in North America. And those are the guys that are competing in Agora Rising and some of the community organized tournaments that were happening on Legacy. And today's details about the map are going to cover the updates that have changed every single hero in the game. We've changed over 100 cards. We have new, faster gameplay. We have faster gameplay, lethality, that the lethality is much higher. We have faster attack speed, and all of this is done based off of feedback from the community, surveys that we've taken, internal testing, all types of effort went into this update, and we're very excited to bring you the nitty-gritty details today. Now, before we do that, we want to give a shout out to our Winterfest event, because that has been going on since November 29th, and it will continue through the rest of December, and it will end on January 9th. Now, codes for Winterfest will be have been handed out, and they feature loot from rep, card packs, boosts, and you can also win skins. Now, there's a Winterfest code there right below. You can redeem that at paragon.com/redeem, and you will see some codes throughout the course of the show. Now, if you're on Twitch as well and you're watching, we have the official Paragon bot that's also dropping rewards for players if they have their Twitch account linked with their Epic ID, and you can get the same types of rewards. Now, the skins go on sale, and I can't wait. Skins go on sale December 13th. That's next Tuesday. And you guys know who I'm getting first, right?
Yeah, Peppermint Clark.
No. Come on, Mooney.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Yuletide Feng Mao.
No.
Old Saint Rick.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
There we go.
Third time's the charm.
Bad or Old Saint Rick is the hero that I'm looking forward to the most, because I'm a Master Richter, and this is the first Tier 2 event skin. So I'm really excited. If you haven't seen it, he looks awesome. We also have Jingle, Bombs, Iggy, and Scorch with the Reindeer Scorch. You guys did a bang-up job.
Yep,
Bang-up job,
thanks.
Jordan. And then Ugly Sweater Gadget. And funny
Why you
enough,
gotta judge?
well, that's what it's called. You know what's funny is our producer, video producer here at Epic, Jeremy Hoffman, hosts an ugly sweater party, holiday party every year. So it's pretty ironic that we also have Ugly Sweater Gadget.
It is definitely like rain on my wedding day.
Yes, she should be there. She should be there at the
Yeah.
party. It'd be awesome.
That would be awesome. Gadget actually showing up to a party would be awesome.
Yes. So we're going to hop right into questions. We're going to start with the art questions. And we see some of the Winterfest festivities.
That is actually how much electricity it takes to turn on your Christmas
It
lights.
is, yeah. But we're going to start with some of the questions from the community, and they are art related. And these, again, were taken from different places. Didn't get names on all of them. Some of these we've just kind of put together so that they were more coherent. But how did the concept of Monolith being the dawn and dusk side kind of shape the direction of the map, which is much different from Legacy and Agora?
So we knew off the bat, like one of the things we always wanted to do with Legacy was to have different sides of the map, and it was something we were going to add to the map in updates. And so as we started working on Monolith, we're like, let's just go ahead and build it this way from the beginning.
Right.
Let's go ahead and plan out what sort of different visuals we want to have. And so as soon as we made that decision, that's when we started spinning up concept art for, what does this dusk side look like versus what does this dawn side look like?
And this concept art we're looking at is
this is the dusk side. Yep.
What were some of the characteristics for that when you guys started sitting down and planning out that you had for dusk?
So it's interesting. We're still heavily, concepting this stuff, but some of the things that we're trying to play off of is the dusk side. We want to have some sharper edges, some sharper, sort of shape language, so it feels a little bit more aggressive. We want to use more metals, a little bit more rust. There should be warmer colors. You could see that a lot of the foliage and moss is like red and more fall colors.
Yep.
As opposed to the dawn side, we want to have a softer feel to it. So we're using a lot more. I think there's more spheres. There's more rounded shapes. We're going to have more green vegetation, like cooler colors. So there'll be blues and yellows and some greens in there.
Okay. And when it's funny when we were watching replays, it's very distinct once you get up at a bird's eye view of kind of looking at that kind of rustic look on dusk, and then this kind of, like you mentioned, softer colors on the dawn side. Were there any so there's the tree in Legacy that kind of sticks out. What were some of the landmark features that you wanted in the map?
So we're going to try and we haven't put a lot of landmark features in the map yet, but a couple of the things we're thinking about is the tree's pretty cool from Legacy. We may find a way to work that into Monolith as well.
Okay.
We're also going to try and play off of, we have this pit on one side that's got raptors in it right now, and there's a
clever.
There's the pit that the Prime Helix is in, and so we'll probably try to identify these spots as, there's the jungle, but then there's these really important spots in the jungle.
Right.
And obviously the two bases will probably stand up higher than anything else in the map, so that, no matter where you are, you can kind of see them and get a sense of, okay, if I travel this direction, I'm headed more towards dawn. If I had traveled this direction, I'm headed more towards dusk.
Now, it's funny that you mentioned the jungle buffs, the Raptor and Prime. Now, there are some additional new ones that are introduced on the map. Is there a consensus with the team that you're going to make new art for the new buffs?
Yeah, I would say that, considering that the new buffs behave differently and we want to expand upon that visually,
yes.
In the future, we will probably look at seeing how we can, tie those guys into the new art of the map and have their visual representation match what they do in gameplay.
Nice.
That way, because from my perspective, I would love it if somebody, could walk into the jungle and see a buff, and the way that buff looks sort of represents what they would get from killing that creature.
So the Shadowplane buff, for example, would be invisible.
How would you kill it?
That's the joke.
That's the secret. That
is the joke.
That's the
KL.
secret.
Okay.
It's a guessing game, really. You just have to,
It's reflective of the gameplay. Come
Exactly.
on. I mean, you gotta if you were a baller, you just shoot it.
Right. Okay.
There you go.
All right.
Monolith is for ballers.
Yeah, Monolith is for ballers only.
Okay. Do we have another community? There we go.
Yeah.
So what is the level of visual quality of Monolith by your guys' terms?
Okay, so the way the art team looks at Monolith is this is very much in the block out stage. So there's not much investment at all in terms of creating assets for that map. There are some assets in the map, like I think the floors of the towers have some new assets built for them because that's just the first thing we've built so far. I think you see a picture of it there.
Yeah.
But it's still very rough and early, so that because we feel like the map is just, as it's solidifying, we want to easily be able to shift things around. We want to say, if we have to change this ledge or shift how a lane is positioned, we don't want there to have to be a ton of rework to be able to get that change out to live. So we kind of have our own separate map that we're spinning up visuals for, and our hope at least is that we're able to push this map much further than Legacy.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's really awesome. So we would consider this an alpha
Oh yeah, for
alpha
sure.
version of the map, very similar to some of the changes that we introduced over time with Legacy.
Yep.
We're going to see with Monolith.
Yes, and to be fair, nobody ever saw
The
Legacy.
final.
Nobody ever saw Legacy in the state that Monolith is in right now.
Right.
You know, this is earlier than we even released Legacy
There-
back
there
when
you go,
Paragon
guys.
launched.
Alpha
So,
version of Monolith. And the reason that we wanted to do that is because we really wanted to get the game out and get
Yep.
feedback on the
Yep.
on this experience as quickly as possible, because we feel like it is a better experience overall and will be healthier for the game long term. Now, this question we get all the time. All the time. Will Monolith support the ability for day-night cycles? Are you guys thinking about that right now?
So yeah, and it's something we've always thought about and wanted to include. And so what we have support for now, and this is actually a new Unreal Engine feature that we just got. I guess we brought it into our build last week, but it's not live. But it gives us the ability to, whenever we load the map, we can swap out new lighting, we can swap out different skyboxes. And so that would allow us to say, you know, we're going to go play a match tonight, and maybe there's some condition that's met or something that we are able, you know, something will allow us to say it's now noon
Right.
versus maybe we could load into the map and it's raining, or maybe we load into the map and it's snowing.
Stop. I'm sorry. I can't handle
Wait,
this.
so Cameron, on top. So if it's snowing
Mhm.
and you get to the river and it happens to get a little icy, are you gonna slip around in gameplay?
That is a 1,000,000% chance of not happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just.
I don't know many things in this life, KL, but I can promise you
There's
that is
one
not a
if there's
thing.
one thing that he knows, you're not slipping in the river.
You are
Okay.
not slipping in the river.
Okay.
Could you imagine that Reddit post? It's like, you know, Sick Richter plays, and he's like, you know, just sliding down the road, like waiting for the hook. It's like, that's just, no.
Okay. So to play off that, we had a couple events now. We had Shadow's Eve and
Yeah.
Winterfest. Based off of this information, will there be event-themed changes that can be possible for Monolith?
Yeah, this engine feature that'll let us load in different lighting scenarios is going to be the feature that we use to load different like themes for the map.
Okay.
You know, currently it's fairly hard to swap out things, you know, and get the build out for live. But this feature will let us sort of work on that theme alongside the rest of the map, and then when it's time to turn it on, we can turn it on.
Okay. All right. That's awesome. Awesome. And kind of transitioning, and we got that question, but transitioning from the art over to kind of the lanes and roles of the map, Cameron, can we pop the next question for community for lanes? Here we go. How are the hero kits, if at all, you know, kind of designed and balanced around the lanes and the roles for the map?
So currently, they're not super designed around the roles. It's just heroes in general. Like, I mean, we took the. It's more like we expect certain heroes to fill the roles based on their kit. But like as Monolith exists now that we're like a little bit more solid in what the map needs to be, new heroes are going to be kind of like looking to the map for like, okay, where do we expect this hero to play? But like for example, a character like Gideon or Gadget will naturally excel in mid, will naturally excel in the off lane, not as good in your carry position. Like that's just because of the nature of the kit, right? But it wasn't like we were like, oh, you know, we need to rebalance Gadget to work in mid. Like naturally, Gadget works in mid. You know, it's like yeah, or like Rampage in the jungle. Like of course, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of tuning right there. With our hero rebalances, most of the work was, okay, now with our new math, one of the things we can kind of do is we can push what heroes can do. So it's like Rampage is Rampagier, Richter is Richterier. Like I know that's an official term, by the way. Like that is definitely
official,
no.
yeah.
But seriously, like we're able to make it a little bit more like, okay, when heroes are doing the things that they do, we can push them a little bit farther than we were able to before due to a lot of the math changes in the engagement and the way the lethality works.
So it's almost like it solidifies what they do more.
Yes.
Because of the lanes and roles that have.
We can lean into it more in hero design, and so it's like it's a little bit easier to like to push that a bit.
Okay.
But also one of the great great things about Monolith, and something that I'm personally very passionate about as the lead hero designer, is I don't believe in the like, this is Countess, you have to play her mid, and if that's it. You know, like, I don't like that. Like, Sevarog is like my favorite example. I've seen an offlane Sevarog, which is probably his most successful role. He could still be played in the jungle.
Yep.
I saw a support Sevarog. I saw a carry Sevarog. Like, that's awesome.
Nice.
I want that. Like, I think that players, like, having the flexibility to kind of, like, have ideas and get excited about them and then try them out and then having them work, even if they're super niche, I think that's great. And I think that, you know, just, like, being like, you know, this is Sevarog and he's in the offlane, or go home and, like, what are you doing? I think that's bad for a game. I think that players need the ability to kind of grow the game themselves.
Right.
And I think that it's cool for us to be like, look, this is our intention, and this is what we start with. But it's also cool to be like, now community, you get to take it to the next level. You get to decide the direction of this game as far as how it's played. Because ultimately, community always decides how a game is played.
Yep.
And so embracing that, I think, is a better way of approaching hero design than just, you know, trying to force people into roles.
Okay. Let's go ahead to a new question. Did the new jungle buffs and objectives have an impact on the types of heroes that should take them?
So the answer is not really. So essentially, the buffs and stuff are designed to enforce the roles, right? And remember, we're very fluid on the types of heroes that could fill roles. So for example, like the jungle buff is a great buff. When you get it, you get a shield. It reflects a little bit of damage, and when the shield goes away, it explodes, and it does damage equal to how much shield it was. Obviously, it's a great buff for a jungler. It lets you clear jungle camps really easily, gives you a leg up economy-wise. Also really good if you're like a melee fighter kind of guy. You can just roll up on some fool and just explode your shield, and now you get a kill.
Yep.
Also useful if you were, you know, late game rotating through the enemy jungle. Like if I'm a mid player and I'm in the enemy jungle and their jungle buff is up, like me taking that buff would be really good. Did we design heroes around getting those buffs? Not really. I mean, like I said, the buffs are designed to help the role. Mid buff, the river buff, always gives you mana no matter which buff it is. Because it's always designed for, like, you know, it's designed for a person who's doing a solo lane, using their mana to try to win that lane. So if you're going to go make a play, you need to get a little bit of mana back. So it's like whether you're invisible, running really fast, or like doing more damage with your abilities, you need that mana back to actually, you know, make a play happen. So like that's kind of like, we want the buffs to be about the role, not about heroes.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting. We watched some, and I mentioned this before. We have some competitive players out playing Monolith over the weekend. We saw that, right? So
yeah, definitely.
As matches went on, players went into you know, different roles where they said, okay, we're at this stage of the game. I'm going to pick up the river buff, which gave them a speed boost, and all of a sudden they were going over to help out, you know, gank a lane, or they got the shadow plane buff, and then they walked up behind someone in mid lane and kind of had their solo laner bait that person, and then they attacked them.
Even taking the early green and then just like going for the dive to get that shield pop,
Yeah,
like the damage on the shield pop. Yeah, that was super interesting to see that strategy being used, because they weren't even maximizing the green buff in the jungle. They were using it simply, that jungle buff simply, to net that early kill.
Right.
Something I do a lot as a jungler is like I try to help my mid secure the buff. So like if they go to the left one, I'll go to the right one. And then it's like, okay, so now if I know my mid's got one buff and I've got the other buff, now it's like, you know, there's no like invisible countess looking for you or something like that.
Right.
So, and also if you like snag that invisibility buff as like a jungle crunch or something like that, that's really sick. You just roll up into the off lane and some poor Sevarog is about to get punched. Like that's really cool.
Yep. Next question. Oh, I see something in that bottom corner.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. It looks like some dirt.
That's from the Necronomicon.
We'll work it into the map somehow.
Yeah. Where's my key? How come I don't get one?
Because you know. So offlane.
No.
We're gonna do quite a bit of talking about offlane. I think this
Yeah.
is one of those questions we got quite a bit of. So I kind of generalize it. So offlane is a pretty tough job as a lane, because you're likely to encounter a 2v1. What are some of the characteristics or traits that play into the heroes best suited for the offlane?
So offlane is actually almost certainly my favorite role in the game. Like, I know a lot of people are kind of dubious about it. Like, it's definitely something that like players are like, oh, like this guy's going to be. It is so much fun to be the offlaner. Like, if you really embrace the role, like you are up against the odds. You need a hero that can do two things. The first is not feed. Like, that's the most important thing that an offlaner can do. And I know it sounds like super, like, of course you're not going to feed, but you need to make sure that you're a hero that can, when they get rolled up on, has the ability to, like, not just instantly roll over. Like, if you're, like, if you take, like, Twin Blast or Murdoch or Sparrow into the offlane, you're going to have a bad time. Like, I mean, this is not a place to put another carry. This person is not getting money. This person is barely holding on to experience. The second thing you want to pick is a hero that hits level 5 and then just turns on. Like a hero like Crunch, a hero like Sevarog, a hero like Steel, Bellica, even mages like Gadget and Gideon can be like, you know, someone who essentially is like, all right, I'm level 5 and I have no cards, but I can roll up on some guy and like hit R and just do work. You know, that's something you want to be able to do.
Right.
Like you want to make sure it's not like someone like, again, like Sparrow. It's like, okay, I hit level 5 and I'm still poor, so I can't do anything. So like a playmaking hero, and it's just, you know, you need to be a super adaptable player. This is the most adaptable role. Like in a perfect world, yeah, you can like stay in experience range, but if you're up against like a Narbash Twin Blast, you know, safe lane carry combination, you can't really be in that lane, because what's going to happen is you're going to eat a thunk, and then Twin Blast is going to dash on you. You're going to eat a triple shot, and then you're just done. So like
That actually exactly happened.
that happened. Well, that is the life, right? So like you need to be able to like, okay, well, what is the best thing I can be doing with my time, correct? Because MOBAs are economy games, and time is actually one of the most important currencies of a MOBA. So how to use your time. I'm not getting experience in this lane. It's frozen kind of near my tower. I'm gonna, you know, go secure river buffs. I'm gonna go gank mid. I'm gonna go, you know, do the weak side of my jungle and like kind of like catch up a little bit and get money to my team that way. I'm gonna go try to wrap around. I'm gonna just do something, right?
Right.
So how do I use my time? But also, you can't sack the lane. You can't lose your tower. You have to also get that experience. So.
Right.
And there's a lot there. It's definitely the role that I expect players to probably have the hardest time with at first until they kind of get used to it. And especially, like, I'm hoping, like, you know, the streamers and the people who are, like, you know, showing people how to play the game, they have a little bit more experience in this place. You know, they're going to show people how to do it. But it really is one of the most dynamic and exciting roles in the new Monolith experience. It's definitely my favorite.
I'm a huge fan of Offlane.
We definitely saw a lot of exciting play so far from the folks that are here while we were watching. In that role specifically. Now we are on to, I believe, hero changes.
Yeah.
There are some questions. There are lots and lots of hero specific questions. So the first one, and this is more of a Jordan question, is you know, what is going to happen to some of the animations that obviously we removed travel mode now. So what will happen to some of those animations, and what's the kind of the plan and roadmap that you guys are looking at right now?
So currently we're looking at the rest of the game and seeing what changes may happen or where we could fit these animations in. You know, right now we're at this point where travel mode's gone, but we have these animations that, you know, reveal more about the character of a hero. Like Howitzer, you know, has little jetpack things that lifts him off the ground. Gideon like floats across, right? So we have those animations sitting around now, and so we could just use them for whatever like gameplay stuff may come up. You know, we may try to. Some of them may fit with jump pads. You know, when somebody hits a jump pad, maybe Gideon does his, you know, sort of like floaty. Thing. So
really cool.
It's just stuff we have it sitting there. We're gonna try out and see where they fit in.
Okay. All right, and that question was from Spectre, I believe.
Spectre guys,
Next question we have.
Oh, the jump pads, those are hype.
Are there any plans for character-specific button mapping and quick cast options to help players optimize their controls? And I'm always sorry about this because I've said this multiple times on all of our streams. I will just destroy your name. I'm sorry. This is from J June.
Yeah, Jejun.
Jejun.
As the premier name pronouncer.
No, you're worse than me.
It's Jejun.
You're worse than me.
Captain J.
Captain J.
So I'm going to combine this because I'm going to use my insider knowledge to combine this with the Twin Blast remap question as well, because it's essentially the same question. So the first question is, okay, why did we remap Twin Blast's jump from RMB or secondary to R1 to be the E button
Yeah.
or circle for PlayStation controllers. And the reason is because the new triple shot comes out fast, and it was impossible to aim triple shot and then also shoot on a PlayStation controller. That's
Right.
the God's honest truth. It's essentially, it makes the character much more able to be controlled on a PlayStation controller.
Okay.
And we knew that PC players could, adapt and change their bindings. And I personally, as I play, on PC, like I know that that's possible. Would we like to have character-specific bindings? Absolutely. We don't, but we'd like to.
Right.
Like, is it something that we are working on? It's definitely something that is being worked on. Not as much of a priority as some of the other things we've been working on. Obviously, we have a lot of changes coming down the pike, and it is something we'd like to have eventually, but it's not something we're doing right now.
Okay. And then next question we have, what has been the biggest roadblock when balancing the heroes? This is from Dio Lande.
I mean, honestly, travel mode and legacy. Like, that's the biggest roadblock. It's like the reason we haven't been able to do things is because like travel mode just made the game almost unbalanceable. Like, it was just, there was no real way to fix so many of the problems that we've got with it. And once we got travel mode out of the way and the new map, and we have the roles now, and we have the new math that lets us kind of push, like I said earlier, to lean into the heroes and let them do what they mostly do. It was really no roadblocks left. The way we started it was the systems team came up with like new ways to do balancing, stuff like that, and we started to get the new math in. And I set some targets for what I felt like would be better, like to kind of for the cooldowns. And so getting rid of cooldown reduction was also another huge win as far as like being able to balance the game, because like now we're much more confident what the cooldowns will be. Like, yeah, we have a little bit of play in like some of the cards, but it's not like, well, some players have 40% cooldown reduction and other players have 0, and then how does that work into the balance? So now we're much more confident of knowing kind of what the cooldowns are going to be, which means from a balance standpoint, we have a much more higher confidence in making the numbers what we want them to be. But from a gameplay standpoint, which is what I'm more on the side of, is like, I wanted the cooldowns to be on a cadence that made sense for fun. It's like, what is actually fun? What is the actual loop here? And how often you want to do that? So it's like, when we made Bellica, my initial idea for Bellica originally was always like, 5 seconds, 6 second cooldown on that bomb. Like, it was always designed to be that way. But then we actually did the math. We're like, oh, we can't do this because players can actually get it down to 5 seconds with cooldown reduction. So we gave it a cooldown where if you built all the cards, it was the cooldown I wanted. But like, that's bad. So like,
so it doesn't feel great when you start playing.
And then the level 1, you're like, this level 1 experience is like, I have to wait 1,000 years to like actually use this again. And it's like nobody likes that. So
If I don't have it in a certain direction, then I won't get that. 5
exactly.
seconds.
And then it's like, but then everybody wants to build damage because damage is sexy. And so it's like nobody builds the thing. So it's like, it's just everything about it was just frustrating. And now we're in a world where it's like, okay, like, this is the cooldown. It's 6 seconds. This is the gameplay. And I'm very confident that you're not going to like make it 2 seconds. Because, when you get to these really low cooldown abilities, like, there's a huge difference between, like, we're doing something every 2 seconds or we're doing something every 5 seconds. And it's fine when it's just, like, damage. Then it's fine. Okay, it's like a damage multiplier to the formula.
Right.
But if it's, like, damage and a stun, it's like, that's kind of like, it's kind of like, the famous thing, and I'll just tackle it head on. It's like, the Decker, like people always talk about Decker's cooldown. Why is it so long? And my question to all of you is, what is the cooldown on an ability that guarantees you to win a team fight? I mean, is it 3 minutes? Like, is it 2 minutes? Like, how many team fights per match do you want to be guaranteed to win with this ultimate? Like, that's the kind of thing. It's like, and then we said we're going to take that 40% down. Like, we saw internal tests where I think, Comp was getting like 48-second cooldowns on that ultimate.
Right.
And it was like, how do you play against that? It's like every team fight, we're all trapped in this box. And it's like, so getting rid of that and being able to move forward into like a place where like we're much more confident of like where the cooldowns are and what our heroes are able to do was a huge win for hero bounce and the ability to like actually really push what these heroes can do. So that's the long answer.
Okay.
To touch on that real quick, I know a lot of people have been asking about Decker ultimate changes. That we have like an updated version of the notes that'll be coming out this week with some of the stuff we may have missed from last week. We want to get the notes to you guys as soon as we could. So we're gonna get these updated notes out to you this week. So look for some other changes. Decker ult cooldown. There were some number tweaks on there, so we want to include that.
We actually had Cameron, no joke, look at like 72 hours worth of spending time.
Yeah, Cam and I were hanging out at like 10 p.m.
by himself
Just like
by
chilling,
himself, and
dude.
Mooney helping
We're
him,
just
but
like
by
chilling out.
himself, working on the notes. But we're having the rest of the team look at them because we wanted to get them out early, and then we're going to do some more updates on either information that was incorrect or information that we missed for the release notes for 35 because it's massive.
And once we go forward, like, just so everyone knows, it's like, I mean, I know like a lot of people are like, oh, you know, the numbers are a little light and stuff like that. But like as we go forward, we're going to be a lot more, you know, like this number changed from this to this. It's just this patch is so different. It's like talking about some of the numbers is almost like not. It's not like real. It's like it's hard
There's
to
no
like
comparative.
Yeah, there's no
thing.
comparative value. It's like, I mean, things like obviously time is constant, right? So it's like, you know, if something was 10 seconds before, it's 5 seconds now. It's like, but everything came in as far as time's concerned. But the damage values, it's like relative health percentages changed, armor formulas changed, the movement speed's obviously different. Without the context of actually letting you guys be able to log in and play the game, like we felt that like including a lot of those numbers might like lead to a lot of wild speculation that might not necessarily be helpful.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons that we've said multiple times, you really need to play Monolith 3, 4, 5 times before you get used to it, and then you go, okay, I understand these changes. Now I can provide some constructive feedback about it, because otherwise, if you play once and then you're like done,
it's overwhelming.
It's overwhelming.
There's no
it's
way.
just too much to absorb all of the changes that have really come in. So I believe that is the last question that we have. There is one more question that I have for Jordan as it pertains to heroes. Can you give any type of information about tier 4 skins?
So we are working on tier 4 skins. They're in a place where I think we have a few models in progress, and I've seen one being textured recently.
Okay.
It's one of those situations where, me personally, I would like to get through some tier 2 skins, some tier 3 skins, and understand that pipeline and like what are the hiccups we hit along the way, so that when we drop a tier 4 skin, it's like,
oh my god moment.
I mean, it's a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Want to make sure that we get some like tier 3s under our belt and, you know, feel comfortable doing that.
And we've got at least 10 more Twin Blast icons to do, right?
For sure.
So I mean,
minimum.
like, minimum.
Self blast.
Super fun to take.
So thank you guys so much. We're gonna take a quick pause here, and we will get Colin Fogel, our comp QA lead, and Pat Jones, our lead level designer, on to talk with you guys some more about systems changes and the map design.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome to the Monolith Update, bringing you the new battleground in Paragon. Compared to our legacy map, Monolith is more compact, easier to navigate, and features faster paced action than ever before. Along with the new map comes a massive overhaul to Paragon's heroes and gameplay that creates a MOBA experience that is truly epic. The first thing you'll notice is we have increased base move speed across the board and removed travel mode. Games should be faster, fluid, and more action-packed. Monolith has been designed with specific hero roles in mind. The safe lane is the longest lane and is designed to work best for a carry and support duo. This lane is perfect for farming and has a new gold buff that grants more card power for last hits. Supports should protect their carry so they can get last hits and earn card power to dominate fights. The Offlane is the short lane that faces the enemy safe lane. This lane is designed to work best for a durable or elusive hero, as you will often fight in 1v2 matchups. Your goal is to earn experience fast and level up before your enemies. Remember, survival is more important than last hitting. The jungle connects each of Monolith's lanes and requires a watchful eye. Using the green buff, the jungler should clear jungle camps, gank lanes for allies, and protect your Amber Link. Your Amber Link fills with card power as you kill jungle minions, but is vulnerable to enemy attacks. Brawlers and assassins excel in the jungle. The mid lane runs through the center of the map. Designed for a 1v1 matchup, this lane provides the best source of experience and card power. The mid laner should set the pace of the game by defeating their opponent in lane and using powerful river buffs to rotate and assist allies. Casters and playmaking heroes work well in this role. Good luck, have fun, and welcome to Monolith.
All right, we're back, and we have with us lead environment artist and lead level designer Pat Jones, the man with 2 titles.
The man with 2 titles.
The man with 2 titles, that's the 3rd title.
Yeah. And then we have our Comp QA lead, Colin Fogel. They will be discussing map design. We just got done watching the map trailer overview of Monolith, and we're going to talk system changes and numbers and values with Colin. So one of the very first questions that we have up from community for map design is vertical play. And when people hop into Monolith, it's going to be different. It's going to be much different from a vertical standpoint. It was prevalent. It's much more prevalent in Monolith. What were some of the design goals for you, Pat, behind the peaks kind of in valleys and troves and stuff like that on the map?
Yeah, so we definitely wanted to push the verticality as much as we could, and also try to dial in like what is healthy gameplay with verticality.
Right.
There's a few spots in Legacy where you can get really high and kind of take advantage in some spots. So we wanted to kind of figure out what those places were, like what is a good height and what feels good and gives you the 3D action that players want, and also not take it too far where someone has like an exploitive advantage or something like that. I would try to do a lot of crazy stuff, and Comp would like reel me in and be like, no, dude, this is too much. So I feel like it's in a pretty good space. I really wanted to make it feel like, if players go left, they have a certain experience. If they go right lane, they have a different experience. Jungle, very different than Legacy. So
yeah, one of the things that I noted, especially if you're in the dual lane, that first tower, the tier 1 tower, if you actually walk up the steps, you can look down in the jungle and then jump down either way. So if you're getting chased, you can kind of make a play and try to juke them out and then come back around. There's so many little nooks and crannies that I'm still learning, and we were watching matches last night and on Saturday of the players here, and they would find something, and then all of a sudden, and I'll give you another example, is the crack on Raptors.
Yes.
Oh my God, we saw so many crazy
so many high plays
where when they realized it was there was Gideon's teleporting through and then having people hop up in to surprise them at that camp. There were people trying to do little moves around the Raptors and then sneak out through that way, because the Raptors are pretty vicious over there.
yeah.
So I mean, this is one of those experiences once you're in there and you get once you learn the nuances of the map, I feel like there's going to be some really exciting play just based off of the different vertical aspects of the map in general. What question do we have next? Jungle pathing, much more intricate than on Legacy. What were some of the ideas that led to that design? Was it more objectives based, or was it just you wanted the pathing to kind of match?
Yeah, there were definitely
compact
some issues we had with the Legacy map as far as players got lost in there a lot in the jungles. The routes sometimes were confusing. I think some of that was due to the way the map was mirrored. So if you're on one side, it was like an inverse of the jungle, so you could kind of get lost easier.
Right.
We started out mostly with defining what the buffs were going to be and where their locations were, and then we kind of worked on pathing. The goals mainly were just players don't get lost, hopefully.
Right.
I wanted to get some vertical gameplay stuff in there. Get a rotation to the camps that felt not really forced, but something that you could play with and come up with different routes depending on who you were jungling with or where you wanted to make plays. So hopefully it's more clear and players understand where they're at. I don't think it's more intricate, really. I hope it's much simpler for people to understand and just provides a better play space.
Okay.
Wider spaces for team fights that erupt in the jungle.
Right.
So
and I think part of the intricacy of some of the questions that we got about it, because the only thing that people really saw is the mini map, right?
Yeah.
And so they don't get the opportunity to kind of see. So when you condense that question down, when you're in there, you look around and you're like, oh, I can go this way, I can go this way, and it kind of leads you out of what kind of would happen in a Legacy, where you go away and then you kind of be stuck, or you take the wrong turn. which still happen to a lot of us even
Right.
after thousands of games. You turn somewhere and it's a dead end. You don't really have that feeling on Monolith. It feels like you can go somewhere and then be out into safety or near a tower or something.
No,
like
and
that.
I've enjoyed that so much. Like my first game on Monolith in our playtest, I played Rampage Jungle. Like, you know, I'm a little bit of a one trick on Monolith currently, but I'm working on diversifying my cast. But when I was on Rampage, like the one thing that I learned is earlier on is like you kind of talked about on Legacy. I remember we were trying to do kind of Jordan had talked about in the past about having light to show people like getting out of the jungle. Immediately on Monolith, it was apparent to me. It was like, all right, I got this path to go out, this path to go out. I have options to gank these lanes if I want.
Yep.
And I started kind of making, without the art landmarks, I started making landmarks of my own. Like,
Yeah.
oh, this is where this drop off is.
Yep.
This is where this one is. And just kind of noticing that was honestly really helpful for me.
Yeah, I think the river sets a nice like landmark throughout the whole map as
Yeah.
well.
Yep,
Like
for sure.
you can just like glance around the corner and be like, oh yeah, that's the middle.
There it is, yeah.
Got it.
And this is another thing, you know, that I think comes with you must play the map several times. On any game that we've played, Unreal Tournament or Gears of War back in the day, when you play a map for the first time, it takes a little while to learn the pathways and learn the best routes. And that's going to be no different on Monolith. So you're going to have to play it in order to figure out, okay, I need to go from this path to this path to this path to get the correct jungle route, or the jungle route that I feel plays well into the hero,
Right.
like you mentioned, Pat, or just to learn the different pathing so you can help your heroes. That's not going to change. You're going to have to play in order to figure out the places that will benefit you when you're playing and your teammates. Next question. There are some structural changes on the maps compared to Legacy. Why the emphasis on structures in Monolith? And that's more of like, I believe this question was taken from several structure change questions that I saw. So, you know, Jordan mentioned the kind of like the dawn and dusk side having these structures that kind of emphasize their sides, or hue like rustic for dusk, and dawn is a little softer. If you go into the jungle, there's like the archways on green, and there's like on prime, you know, there's the encasement, or on the raptors, you know, we talked about that little slit there, and there's like these I don't want to call them shields, but there's some things here that kind of block it either way.
Yeah.
To give you, I would imagine is you don't necessarily know if someone's there or not.
Yeah.
What were some of the designs behind and inspirations behind that?
There was a lot of stuff I was trying to do with this map that was focused on like your visibility. Like in shooters or action games, we use lots of like vision blocking, like geometry and stuff like that. We wanted it to feel open like Legacy does, but there are a lot of places where the openness caused other problems with like performance or trying to render everything all at once.
Right.
And it also like can compromise gameplay in certain situations where you can just kind of see too far and see too much, because we don't have like a fog of war or anything like that. So trying to use geometry where it makes sense to like block off areas so you can't see too far, but also provide like, you know, the split in the raptor pit to like an opportunity there. Like I try to create like opportunities in certain places for gameplay to happen.
And we've seen a number of chases that happen where they think they have someone, and then they turn around and lose line of sight, or they go on a different pathway.
Well, the jukes are
yeah,
insane on this map.
it allows for like more playmaking opportunities.
I get so
for sure.
hype. I got like hype too many times yesterday just watching like the jukes happening, like, you know, Twin Blast like going past the ledge and just like diving back like that. I'm seeing that happen like so much more quickly, concise in the middle of a fight. Like that's
another question I have that kind of plays off of that, and this is for some of the folks that once they get in, they'll understand the line of sight changes, and you mentioned that. So wards now, they get vision when you have line of sight. Was that a conscious decision going into the development of Monolith, or was it more along the lines of we want to change how line of sight works, and then you made some adjustments inside of the map?
I think it was something we kind of always wanted. I would probably say that like wards were just really generous before.
Right.
And in this map being much smaller, they were like crazy generous in the beginning. So just making them smaller didn't really solve the problem. I think what we always wanted was like true line of sight vision. So you have to be more strategic about where you put wards and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, with some of the walls breaking up the areas being a bit thinner, like being able to place a ward and see on the other side was a big deal breaker. So the line of sight was definitely needed.
Okay. And is that our last question? If it is, I have one. Okay, I have one more for you, Pat, and it has to do with the jump pads.
Okay.
So we have some very fun jump pads in Monolith. There's 2 at base, which went through several iterations. We had 3 at one point, and then it came down to 2. And then there's 1 on the jungle on each side, so there's 2 in the jungle.
Right.
What was some of just the goals behind introducing jump pads?
So I was kind of reluctant to do jump pads early on, just because it can feel a little gamey at times, depending on how you use them. But we actually put these in there to actually solve some problems that we were having. Like, no matter if you be back to base or you're respawning or whatever, like that run from the spawn point at base out to lane or wherever you're trying to be wasn't really fun. Running faster didn't make it more fun, but the jump pad adds another like quick, dynamic, like action feel. So we tried them in there first, I believe, and it felt pretty good, and we tuned them a little bit. They're still pretty early, so there's still stuff we can do with them. The one in the jungle was an idea I think one of the guys on the design team had of like, hey, you know, the jungler could transition across mid, because we were trying to get transition sight lines worked out so that the jungler could transition to either help out off lane or just to get to the other side of the jungle or make a play or whatever. And it was kind of an idea, and it started with a bridge, and it was too much in the lane, and I was like, you know, maybe if I put a jump pad here, I can make this work. So, again, it's still early. It's one of those things that I really want to, like, I'm eager to get out there and let everyone play with and see if it breaks or if people love it or, like, what kind of things can happen with it. But that's kind of where it came from.
You can do sick 360s, I can confirm
You
that.
can. You can. We saw some very interesting plays being made just in that general area around those steps that lead up to that mid jump pad and over. You know, some guys realize that if you jump on a certain side, it like helps you stay in cover. So if someone is chasing you, they can't shoot you as soon as they land. So I mean, they quickly caught on to some of the nuances of just utilizing that. And
it sounds like I'm gonna have a lot of bugs to fix. That's what it sounds like to me.
So yeah, we picked up on that, and they were certainly talking about it. And Kevin Johnson was down there too. He was kind of mentioning some of that stuff, and it was very interesting. So anyway, moving on to system balance changes. Colin, the man. How are damage numbers, shields, and health numbers changing? This is from Catch Gaff.
Yeah, they're all changing. Is the short of it. So one of the big goals we had when we set out to do Monolith was we wanted more lethality, but we also just wanted like heroes kits to be more emphasized. So the things that you do are more significant. So using like a non-damage example, Narbash's heal now is really significant.
Yes.
And it can be because the damage from other heroes is bigger, so like being able to heal more over a longer period of time isn't as bad.
Right.
So everything, I think all the abilities across the board just have more impact in general, whether it be damage or utility. And that was one of our big goals. So that changed. Then along with that is like, okay, how do we want health and armor to work? And we are kind of balancing a fine line between you want to buy health and armor for survivability, but we don't want you to feel like you're unkillable. So usually like buying health or armor will get you through, say, an extra cycle of spells of an enemy, but it won't mean that you just get to just walk through everything, generally speaking. Unless you're ahead and then you also have armor, then it's like, okay, now you're like actually really tanky.
And with some of those changes, we did a couple things. We unified damage. So there's now no longer energy and physical. It's basic and ability. And now when you buy cards, which we'll talk about here in a second, it just gives you power, which grants that to both.
Yes. So all of your abilities will scale off of power, and power is replacing energy and physical damage as a stat which you buy. But you'll still be doing basic and ability damage, just you're buying power in order to fuel how much damage you do. So the whole goal there is just to kind of streamline the process a bit and allow us more control when we're balancing heroes, which I think is what we're going to talk about shortly. As far as making it so that we can make your basic attacks not awful when you're trying to focus on abilities. So heroes like Crunch, who really rely on both of them, could feel comfortable.
And then our next question, which Colin alluded to. Oh, this is actually different. This is, are you guys satisfied with the current state of base structures? And I'm assuming he's talking about towers, tier 1, tier 2 towers, inhibs, and probably the core. And that's from
I think I remember this question. He was like talking about the core inhibitor and core like strength and stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that really, with having this giant shift in the game, these are the types of things we'll be kind of monitoring over the next month or two to see where we're at and see like what needs to change and what needs to shift.
Right.
Right now, we're happy with it for our first pass, but that's the type of thing which we'll continually be iterating on as we go forward.
Right. And kind of to add a little bit more context to that, some of the things that we've changed are like how minions attack towers and what they aggro. And I want to say some of the initial defenses of towers and things like that.
Yeah,
So
like the minion change is actually really huge. So we really struggle with this on Agora as far as how minions interact with towers and what that means for match times and what we can do to like make that interaction not feel so that when minions are occurring and like that you can't leave your lane ever. Because we put so many objectives on the map for Monolith that you really need to be able to leave your lane and go contest those objectives and not feel like you're going to lose everything the moment that you do.
Right.
So the way that minions work now is only siege minions will focus the tower. The other minions will attack the tower, then as the next wave approaches, they'll just kind of break off and go fight each other instead. So instead of big bursty damage when a wave gets to your tower, you end up with just every now and then it gets chipped away at by siege minions if you aren't paying attention and someone's trying to push.
Okay. And then next question we have. So there's concerns that the movement debuffs will hurt PS4 players. That's strafing, backpedaling, and general movement of that nature. Have you noticed anything like this in our internal testing? That's from Busy.
Busy.
You're busy. That's
Busy.
With an
I
IZHY.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is actually something that we were like really aware of and conscious of when we were making all the movement changes. Obviously, we don't want the game to feel bad on controller, period.
Right.
But actually, as we started playing, we were pleasantly surprised. Just about all of the controller people I've heard around the office that have played feel like it actually plays better on controller than before because they have more control over their movement, and positioning is at such a premium now and like really important that just having that extra control of the stick is actually offsetting a lot of the pain points that we were kind of worried about and that sort of thing.
right.
So as well as just shooting and action feeling more fluid, I think just naturally helps that as well.
And fun fact, independent source here, we watched the community players that we brought out play a whole match with one side playing controller and the other side playing.
It was 2 or 3 controllers on one team.
I thought
I
all
think
of
they
them.
all did.
I think they all did.
But yeah, they hung out, and I think they actually won
They
that game.
won that
Yeah,
game.
and the ones
so
using controllers were like keeping up, pacing
Yeah,
wise,
so
like they were getting those chases in.
it's really interesting to kind of see that.
Yeah, we were pleasantly surprised, but I think it actually plays really well on controller.
That's good. And I believe we have one more question from community. This is one that we always get. So Colin, is scaling for our heroes specific or is it class specific? So that was previously a question around the
balancing
ranger, fighter, caster, which we no longer have.
Yeah, so I'll say even before, they were never really like class specific. It was, there were templates that we could start from and then edit from and adjust from there. So that was what we meant when we said like fighters or casters or rangers. So even now, like we're balancing scaling on a hero level, but stuff like health and that sort of thing will tend to be really close for all of the rangers, for example.
Right.
But yeah, as far as the ability scaling on heroes, it's definitely hero specific. We look at like how many abilities a hero has that does damage, where we expect their damage to be coming from. Since now power is scaling both your basic attacks and your ability, we have to decide like, okay, Crunch, is he more ability focused or basic attack focused? And that'll dictate like where the scalars are and kind of shift things around.
Right.
So yeah, so it's all hero focused based on a wide range of factors now.
Okay. Awesome. One more question as it relates to just systems balance in general is we changed economy.
Yep.
Can you kind of walk us through some of the mindset around how players will interact with economy and what they kind of can expect going into Monolith?
Yeah, I mean, MOBAs at their core are an economy game. It's about optimizing your time and getting the most card power out of that time possible. And to do that, we give you a wide range of options on Monolith. There's the jungle camps, which feed into the Ember Link. There's the player kills, last hitting.
Yep.
Raptors are a nice like premium source in the mid game. So all those things interact. We made it so that card points go up by 1 now, which is intended to kind of smooth out the early game a bit and give you an option, say, if you are an offlaner that's really struggling, push back, you might have a card point or 2 to spend instead of having to wait a longer period of time for 3 card points.
Right.
So that'll change. In general, the card power growth is a little bit slower, so you aren't capping out as much, and you can get bigger leads if you're really rolling in a match. And the amount of power that you get from cards is a little bit higher as well.
Okay, one last point on that, because I think this is always important, especially if you're kind of new in MOBA and understanding how economy works. When you're playing in a MOBA, and Paragon being ours, economy it's never the goal in economy to get to 60 card points.
Yes.
The goal is to maintain a lead and use your lead to take objectives.
Yep.
And that's very important from a new player standpoint and an existing player standpoint. The goal is not to get to 60 card points. The goal is to use your lead and economy to take objectives. So I think that's really important. And as Colin mentioned, we've given you more options to maintain that lead or gain a lead, and then you want to use that to your advantage either in team fights or by taking those map objectives. So,
and it even gives you a variety of options, like in the post-team fight state, like what do we do now? Like, do we pushing objectives? Do we need to get some economy onto our carry? Do we need to get to this hero? Like, is somebody behind?
Yep.
And it gives you a lot more of a dynamic decision to make rather than just static.
Right.
Yeah, to your point, like matches can and really should be ending a lot of times where you're around like the 45, 50 card point level. So I think it's gonna be a shift for people because you can push earlier and end the game and that sort of thing.
Right. So thank you guys so much. When we come back, we will have the casters on Mooney, Zeke Mateus, and Shane Lynch, as you guys know him, that's Seth. They will be up casting our community exhibition matches. There will be 7 matches played, and we will break down the rosters and go over all of the different hero comps that you will see. It should be fun. We have a lot more Monolith gameplay in store, and we will be talking more with you guys very soon. See you shortly.
This Winterfest, the cold sweeps in. Heroes gather, there are fights to win. Spread good cheer as the snow gets thick, and escape the chains of old St. Rick. He's always watching.
Twin Blast is a dual-wielding gunslinger, built to be self-reliant and evasive. Using his abilities, Twin Blast can create opportunities to output high amounts of burst damage. Focus on buying cards that increase your power and attack speed. Rapid Fire will fire out 3 rounds very quickly. This allows Twin Blast to quickly burst down targets. Keep in mind, these fire very fast, so make sure you're lined up to land all your shots. Rocket Dash allows Twin Blast to dash in a desired direction. This ability is very versatile and can be used to disengage fights, chase down targets, or dodge skill shots. When you need to blow stuff up, use Grenade. Grenade holds 3 charges that can be fired out once every second. These charges refresh on a short cooldown, so you can use all of your grenades to level an area, or fire them out every so often to deal quick bursts of damage. And finally, your ultimate is Ventilate. Twin Blast's arms transform into Gatling guns, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Your ultimate fires very quickly, so line up your target for maximum damage. When playing Twin Blast, look for opportunities to quickly burst down targets. Rapid Fire can give you the upper hand when engaging an enemy, taking a chunk of their health before the enemy knows what hit them. Rocket Dash will allow you to reposition during team fights, but consider saving it for the perfect moment. It can easily get you out of bad situations, or allow you to close the gap to finish off an enemy.
update is not just a new map, it's actually a new gameplay experience for our players. And what we're attempting to do with this map is our best version of what we think the dream of Paragon is, realized in a new map with a new way forward for our players.
So there are a lot of major system changes in the Monolith patch. It's faster, and not just movement. We're talking lethality, cooldowns, the snappiness of abilities, even like the overall urgency of the game has gone up a lot. There's a lot more flow to the match. You always should be doing something.
This is what our vision for offlane is. This is what our vision for jungler, for mid is. And then if a player says that, you know what, I respect that, but I'm gonna do my own thing, that's awesome. Like, we encourage that.
The map is less of like an arena and more like an ecosystem. Like, players need to understand how it all works together.
When it comes to verticality, the fact that we have a 3D axis, we really wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to really leverage that. If you're a prior player and Paragon wasn't everything you hoped it would be, leave all of your expectations at the door and walk into it with fresh eyes. What we have right now with this Monolith update is the most dynamic, exciting, immersive, action-based MOBA experience. It has been redesigned from the bottom up. Your first game, it's gonna be kind of overwhelming. I mean, it's totally different. It's a brand new experience. Play it 2 more times, play it 5 more times. The more you play, I think the more you're gonna like it. And part of this is our journey together, where we involve you in the process and helping us shape the game that you wanna be playing.
Hello and welcome back to the Paragon launch event, everybody. We are here on the live stream. I got with me Zeke Mateus and Shane Lynch on with me to cast these games today. We have some awesome players out here. I cannot wait. I am beyond, I was going to say ecstatic, but that's not the right word here. So Shane, how are you feeling about this?
Feeling good, man. Kale said it the best. It's been an electrifying atmosphere this weekend. You know, some of North America's players have been flown in and have been playtesting Monolith all weekend, and they're going to put on full display for you guys to see what they've been able to figure out and craft and design strategically so far. You guys are in for a treat, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, and they've had a lot of new stuff to play with. Most notably, the new buff camps. Actually, Cameron touched on jungle buff earlier, but we like there, you know, all of the there's some new buffs. Like we have you know, the gold, we have the economy buff, we have the jungle buff. If you guys want to go ahead and talk through those, or give our viewers a little bit of an understanding into Monolith.
Absolutely, yeah. So with the buffs that you are familiar with from Legacy have all changed, I would say drastically.
Yeah,
pretty much. They're no longer the same. There are some new additions, some new colors added to the palette of Monolith. The first one, which rotates around the safe lane, is going to be that gold buff. And that gold buff is going to be really, really important. You guys see it here. What that does is it gives whoever gets that gold buff, gets the last hit on him, actually gives that person 20% extra card experience, the economy, the currency inside of Paragon on last hits and jungle creep. So a very, very important objective throughout the course of the game, specifically during the laning phase, to help give you're a core person, whether you're mid laner or you're a carry, an extra boost in card experience.
Yeah,
that's right.
And I think that's like it's super interesting to kind of have that sort of buff in the gameplay, just to kind of structure those roles. And Zeke, if you want to talk about, you know, jungle buff, I know that one's
that's right. So we've got a new green buff.
It's a spicy one.
It's a spicy one. So in the jungle we have the new green buff, and here you can see Crunch engaging it now. So it actually, when it's slain, it gives you a shield. And the shield has 2 components. The first is it reflects damage, like Cameron Winston was saying. The second mode is when it explodes or expires, it deals damage in an AoE. So it's a very versatile buff. You can use it to, you know, clear these camps that have basically stacked up to the 5-stack, or you can use it to dive a tower and have the shield explode and just finish someone off and execute them. It's pretty fun to play with.
It's interesting throughout the course of the match how what the teams use strategically with that green buff changes. Early on, you know, it's pretty straightforward. Get that on your jungler. It enables him to gank or helps him jungle a little bit, sustain on the map. But later on, we actually see it being put on your squishier targets later on in the game. They give it to them because that shield just gives them that extra survivability. So it's really, really cool how the uses of it is dynamic throughout the course of the game. Right. Other buffs that we're going to speak about here, which are the newly featured buffs on Monolith, are the river buffs.
I was gonna say, speaking of dynamic.
Yes. Speaking of
these
dynamic,
ones,
these
yes.
river buffs are awesome. There's 4. We're going to show you guys 2 right here. This one, Gideon's picking up the black buff. That one gives you a damage over time. And just like the other buffs, these ones are very easy to kill, a couple auto attacks, but whoever gets the last hit on them, the buff does fly to them. It no longer drops on the ground for
Disclaimer,
you, legacy player out
does
there.
not work on structures, not like the
Not
Oh,
like the
yeah.
old black
Yes,
buff,
that's
only on here's. And here's the one I think a lot of you guys are going to be excited about. The purple buff sends you in the shadow plane, stealths you up. That's going to be amazing throughout the course of the game, but really enable ganks that otherwise wouldn't be able to happen. You get that on, I mean, I heard someone saying Narbash, or you put it on a
Level 1 Narbash.
anyone with any sort of crowd control. You
Oh.
can just literally walk up behind the opponent with the Jaws theme song stuck in your head and boom, stun them out there and get a gank. It's going to be real important. Wards do reveal the stealth though, so.
That's right.
ward save lives.
Yes.
As always.
Ward save lives. Mm-hmm.
And I think really what's cool about the river buffs to me is it kind of gives both the jungler and the mid, kind of what Cameron was talking about earlier, the option to roam, use that buff in a dynamic way. If you get that black buff, maybe you try and push out your wave a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
If you get that shadow plane buff, what I loved doing earlier was on Rampage, throwing that rock.
Another buff.
Take a
See.
look at these guys. You want to talk about them, Zeke?
These are the new Raptor camps. So before, on Legacy, this used to be the black buff camp. Now, the Raptors roam as a pack, and they are very difficult to take down. The benefit of these new Raptor camps is that upon slaying a Raptor, you actually get 1 card level for free from it. It gives you 1,000 card power.
1 card level.
1 card level.
Per Raptor.
It's pretty intense. So when you stack gold buff on that, you'll get a nice little nice economy there.
Yeah,
So
and what we've seen is those Raptor buffs, that you're saying that, deceptively difficult to take down. Not like on Legacy where, 1 or 2 people can take it down within the first couple of minutes. We actually see when it gets to a 3, you guys saw that clip right there. Those guys were level 10 at 30 card experience. There was 4 people there, and it still took them a little bit of time. So that's going to be a point of contention, a very big point of contention throughout the entire match, and also a means to build yourself an economic advantage. So you have you have the gold buff, you have the new Raptor buffs as well. So you really got to be a pretty clever girl in order to pick that stuff up.
Yeah,
That's right.
and I mean the options are just the options there, like Cam
Yeah.
was talking about earlier. Really, you make that Raptor choice, or you make that gold buff choice. Like after a team fight, what do? Do I click the
Right.
jungle? Do I go after that Raptor camp? There's a lot of risk in kind of offsetting that prime. Am I gonna make that big commitment for prime? Am I gonna try for Raptors? But like each of them have their own. It's like you're running a little bit of cost benefit analysis.
Yeah.
Let me just drop some economics in there.
Yeah.
there you go. There you go.
I mean, nature will find a way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Always
absolutely.
And we're gonna be hopping into our first game here, and this is the one I'm excited to see because I want to see what comps they come out with out the gate.
That's right.
Yes.
Because they've had 2 days to play this build, and this is like Hale was saying earlier. Monolith is huge update. We have all of the changes to cards, the move speed, the lethality,
Yep.
and like most importantly, like just feeling out the map. Like as a MOBA player myself, like being able to play through the map and really just understand it is key to me. And
Yes.
if you and putting in the time, putting in the reps on games, and these guys have been like running games back to back and really just feeling it out and trying stuff. Like I know a couple of them were like doing some role swaps and testing that out, and we can actually see
Here
the
they
teams
are.
up on the screen here. So Shane, if you want to go ahead and run down the
Absolutely.
orange squad for me.
For those of you who are familiar with either the streaming community or the competitive community, I'm sure a lot of these names are familiar for you. On the orange team, we got Solo Nazgul, J. Leo Grande, Pixel, Suki, and Omain. And those guys are, like we said, these are some of North America's best players. I believe that is Omain closest right there. There's J. Leo. I'm sure you guys watch his stream. Nazgul, who derives his power directly from that bandana.
No, just directly.
Directly from that bandana. And I think that is
Pixel, and
Pixel there, and then Imsco, who have coined the Punisher, all the way over there. Imsco,
Punisher.
surprisingly handsome.
Oh yeah,
Surprisingly
strikingly.
handsome. One of the best carry players in North America.
His accent
Yeah.
Dreamy.
takes my breath away.
Yes.
So Zeke, if you want to go ahead and talk about the blue team for us.
Yeah, so we have Godspeed, Chillfill, Master Splinter, Imsco, and Prime. So it's a little bit of a crazy team matchup here.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I think that like these teams have kind of worked together, and understanding like differences in play styles. Like we've kind of mixed up the teams. You may not see like players playing with people who they usually play with.
That's right.
I think that's gonna ring true in game. You're gonna see maybe like some uncomfortable like engages and maybe some like ways they've tried to bridge that barrier of you haven't played together in a while or played together at all. In a safe lane, that's very important. You know, having that support carry synergies. We're gonna have to see if they're able to keep that up as we hop into hero select here. Like we're gonna be seeing, you know, what heroes they can pick. What combinations they're going to go for, and overall what team compositions they're planning.
Yes, and one of the beautiful things about Legacy and roles are the hero roles themselves are much more nebulous than they were before. Specifically, I think when it comes to that support role, traditionally you think heroes like Muriel, Decker, Narbash, but we've actually seen that, and I believe Cameron touched on it a little bit. We've seen just this weekend these players who've only had 48 hours to touch on this. They've been running a Bellica support. They've tried a Sevarog support. They've tried Rampage support. Heroes traditionally you think are in other roles. So this map is enabling brand new layers of strategical thinking that Legacy simply did not have. It's one of the beautiful things that I can't wait for you guys to get your hands on tomorrow morning. It's going to be a great thing. So yeah, looking at the draft here, Zeke, what do we got going on here?
Well, we got Omain on Steel, Jay Leo on the Rampage, and Solo Nazgul on the Gadget. And Godspeed on Howitzer, Chillfill on Grux. Suki's probably going to be on that Murdoch. Master Splinter still hasn't locked in, so we'll see what he ends up going with. The Muriel. Ooh.
Keeping us to the last second.
I thought he was about to dodge. Oh, man.
No, he's just keeping the viewers on the edge of their seat.
That's right.
Building that tension.
So Pixel, who's traditionally has been a support player, at least in the competitive roles that we've seen him picking up that Decker there. And Decker, who did receive some changes that were, initial reaction were perceived as nerfs, I think. But once you guys see that how the game has changed, how fast-paced it is, I think the word we use, lethality, which I really like that word, has gone up. That she is still a powerhouse of a support. You get caught out in that containment fence, and you don't have some sort of mobility, whether it's your kit or a blink charm or something like that. You're just up. Like I've heard them in comms. They're like, I'm in Decker fence, I'm dead. Like they're dead to rights at that point. So still a very, very strong hero throughout the course of the game, and rounded out their draft, I believe. Imsco the Punisher picking up on Twin Blast, who the Twin Blast rework guys. It's
pretty dope.
It's pretty dope. You're gonna see some of these guys popping off
plays,
with him.
Some actual plays.
And I mean, I think the cool thing is like really seeing what they do with that Twin Blast, and we were looking at this yesterday. Like Suki was trying out the Twin Blast, trying out the Murdoch, Imsco trying out the Twin Blast, and the Murdoch, like kind of going. This is my comfort pick, but this is a pick that is a very provides me with good options for team compositions.
That's right.
So Prime rounding out the orange team with a Greystone, and folks might be questioning like, oh, Greystone, maybe how's he going to do on Monolith? I will leave that for you to observe.
Prime, who is he recently changed his name, known as Reflect. He was he's been the solo player for an NA team known as Reborn for a long time. So that, for those of you who are like, who's Prime? It's Reflect.
Yes.
Great player. He has been playing a lot of Greystone.
Yeah.
And
he's been down there. I was terrified of his Greystone.
Yeah,
watching it alone.
It's terrifying.
He's still that sort of nuisance you expect him to be, on top of his new ultimate that grants that immediate snare.
Slow,
We've actually seen people use that offensively. You see that and you're like, oh, that's a pretty defensive ult. Like, I'm going to go into a team fight and then I'm just going to die but come back sort of thing. But what we've seen is he'll use his mobility, storm the gates, the right mouse button, and like timing it right as he's about to die and just land on top of someone in the back lane, like right as they're about to go down. And at that point, it's like, okay, well, you guys either need to auto attack me to kill me, or I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to keep chopping down your back line.
Right.
So he's very, very disruptive. Post-laning phase, assuming he gets any semblance of farm levels, so on and so forth. But also in the laning phase, he's very difficult to take down. He does have that mobility to storm the gates. He also has that intrinsic armor built into his set and his health as well. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. First peek at the beauty, the lush, the wonderful Monolith.
Gorgeous.
It's a beauty to behold. Those wonderful obelisks up there in the sky, the Florida weather up there, as I like to call it. That's what Florida looks like all the time. For all my Floridians out there, you know what I'm talking about. But we're taking a look at the mid lane here, so let's talk about this matchup. That is going to be Godspeed on Howitzer. Howitzer's deadliness, that make it the rain ultimate.
Yeah.
That his ultimate still does the same amount of damage, but it does it in a shorter amount of time. That last barrage comes a lot quicker, and it's got that big burst at the end much sooner. Now the thing about mid lane though are these fog walls. Talk about that a bit.
So we have these new fog walls. You know, you may have remembered the shadow pools from before that put you in the shadow plane. What the fog walls do is provide a line of sight. So if I'm a jungler and I'm creeping on the other side of that fog wall, the mid laner, you know, you're going to want to ward those areas. So mid lane is a lot more precarious. There are a lot more areas of entry. You can see 3 fog walls alone there.
That's right.
And the mid laner kind of experiences there's one fog wall to drop off, one of the ramp, kind of giving you a safe or risky option to get back to lane. But it's really just providing other avenues for gameplay. So if I'm solo Nazo, I'm going to go take that mid river buff. Maybe I'll go the safe way, but for the sake of efficiency, for getting that quicker, if there's a fight, maybe I'll take the unsafe way, and maybe that leads to my death.
Yes.
So it's mid-game lane play has become really dynamic. Like, there is a myriad of ways to play this lane, and I have seen countless ways already in the last 2 days.
Or Countess ways.
Countess.
Nailed it. So we talked about Godspeed on Howitzer. There's Gadget. Gadget's kit pretty much remains unchanged. The biggest change is on her sticky bomb. Before I think it took a couple of seconds, 3 or 4 seconds before it actually exploded, and now it explodes real quick, up to like a second and a half, something along the lines there.
A lot of the when a lot of the abilities came up, like that's like the biggest thing I've seen with the mages, like even that, and you can see the quick lethality of the gameplay. Omain dropping in the early game there.
Yeah.
Wow. So like that first death and if that's Omain in the off lane, that is a real thing in the off lane.
Yeah,
that you are laning there, and you do not really see a stun coming in, and stuns are so important now with that gameplay.
Very much so. So 3 minutes is when those river buffs spawn for the first time, and then they spawn every 2 minutes after that fact. So an easy way to remember that after 3 minutes is every odd minute after that. It's very easy to remember when you guys are in that map. River buffs about to spawn, was it 5, 7, 9, etc. That's an easy way to remember that. So expect to see some rotations there. So now we're taking that look. This would be the safe lane for the orange team.
Now Grux actually just picked up that river buff, so he's actually walking around in stealth right now.
Oh yes.
Let's see if we can head over to the mid lane, because there's about to be a little bit of a fight breaking out right here.
Talking about that, the stealth buff, we mentioned it earlier.
As you can see, there he is, Grux.
So he is invisible.
That's actually something you were noting the other day, Shane, is that some of the junglers have started to use the Shadow Plane buff to scout as well as engage.
Oh no! See, Leo is in for a surprise. He thought he was back and he thought he was good. There's that new smash and grab. I believe that is a rip in peace for Leo Grande there. But you guys also, what we saw, there's the new smash and grab. It's much faster animation, but a much shorter range. That's right. It still serves the same purpose as getting people to you to start chopping them down with those weapons of his. But it isn't quite as long. But at the same time, it happens quicker. So the mindset of Grux players is going to change a little bit when it comes to that smash and grab. Overall, he's pretty much an unplayable material. His kit is still very deadly. Great jungler, great roamer, great ganker.
Yeah, and I mean, that was such a smart play to use that early on to scout and really use the extent of that buff.
Yes.
Because those river buffs aren't intended to be, you know, those long-term buffs like your OPs, like you'll have it for some time, your time to siege.
The raptors. Yeah. We spoke about these raptors. So the raptors spawn. One spawns every 4 minutes to a maximum of 3 raptors. Okay? And we talked about, like, you guys see there's 4 people rotating here and just 1 raptor. It took them, what, a good 30 seconds to take that down. Right. Blue team recognizing that that's a important point of contention. They went over there, they recognized it was happening, but really didn't have much time to actually set up a fight there. So I believe it was the Grux who got the last hit on it, but the rotation here, Pixel was getting a little aggressive here on Prime. He's got to be careful. The smash grab barely doesn't land right there. That was very close. So thinking about re-engagement, here comes from the flank, from the wall. There's Jay Leo. He's trying to avenge his death from earlier. The boulder from through the fog is going to take out Greystone. No level 5, no second life, and that was just an easy kill. You guys saw the action, much more fast-paced. These guys move in, the rotation's on point, and that's expect more of that as we continue to see these games throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, I think rotation is the perfect way to use it. I mean, you've seen in some of the games we played on, even in the playtest, like watching these guys play yesterday, the rotations have been so crisp and clean, and they need to be. Because when they aren't, they end up maybe giving up a kill or giving up a jungle game.
That's right, and it's to your point from before, it's execution, right? Knowing when you need to rotate. You know, before on Legacy, you could rotate kind of anywhere at will. And now with Monolith, without travel mode, and with the map being the way it is, you really have to commit to a decision. So even though we did see Blue Team rotate in and, you know, pick off someone else, they left Howitzer alone in lane to get solo experience. So that means Godspeed is going to hit level 5 before the gadget.
Yes.
So though they committed to that kill, like sure they picked up a kill, it was on the support, but this now means Howitzer's going to hit level 5 first. So like there's always a push and pull to every decision you make.
Yes.
And the river buff spawned in a minute. You see Godspeed back, and I'm surprised Godspeed's back here right now because he actually is so close to level 5.
He's very
One
close.
more creep or anything like that would have got him level 5, but he's going to spend those card points he's got up there so far. Not much wardage going around quite yet, more than likely due to that's prettier. There's that jump pad that we were talking
There it
about.
is.
Look at that.
I was so excited when he was walking
For you
up.
Quake and Unreal Tournament fans out there, you guys are going to be loving those jump pads. So it's relatively early on. More than likely, these guys just haven't got the card points to go back and spend wards. Wards on Legacy are sort of a set it and forget it sort of model. That has changed drastically here on Legacy. You got to be much more thoughtful, and there's definitely a sense of consequence where if you just drop a ward willy-nilly, you're not going to get much value out of that.
That's right. Mooney, can you speak a little bit to the changes of the wards? Because I know they've gone through a little bit of iteration.
I was hoping Phil would play Sword so he could say really silly. But, so the way the wards
Hold that
work-
thought.
Oh, yeah,
Wards,
yeah.
who cares about wards when Chill Phil's going in there with a smash and grab? He almost picked up the kill on Leo there, but he jumped away last minute. You guys see that speed boost? That's actually the blue river buff. It grants you some haste, very important, enabled him to get away. Tesla Dome going down, the sticky bomb not going to line up. Muriel's moving pretty quick, has that speed boost. And there is Godspeed to help feel their way. So a little bit of engagement, as I
Godspeed might have
mentioned, the
sacrificed
engagement
himself.
around the river buff. Those are going to be big points of contention. They were able to pick it up, but they do get the kill. Godspeed wasn't expecting the Gadget burst to come down. You guys saw that sticky bomb latched, went off in just a second. Gadget is a deadly hero.
That's right.
And the patience from Pixel and Jaleo to wait until Godspeed had come back out to attempt to help Splinter escape.
Right.
So when Godspeed made that decision, they punished him for that decision by using their forms of CC to
Yes.
get that kill. And CC crowd control is so important in Monolith now.
There's that blue buff we were talking about. So the blue buff, one of the river buffs that we
Zooming
haven't
on
featured, is the speed boost right there. From the jungle to steal, you see how fast that is now. Suki feeling in a little bit of trouble. The Decker stasis bomb is going to be there. But here comes rotation from Chill Phil. Smasher grab will be great. Peel, the move along is going to knock him out. The tier 1
Suki.
tower is still there. Smasher grab, all 3 people under the tower. They might be able to get a pick off here, potentially. No, at least it's going to get them low enough to the point where any sort of aggression is now being a second thought. So they are going to retreat. So the steal ultimate was dedicated to getting a pick off on Suki, but the rotation was there.
Yep.
The Smasher grab actually potentially turned it around, but took the wind out of their sails. No one's going to go down. That was a very close engagement.
Yeah, and that shows you kind of keeping that composure. Like Steel just ulted me, and that was, you saw it was very quick. He managed to save that right mouse button, get the patience, get back to his tower, and then get them off of him, and just remain alive in that save lane so he can continue to farm.
What is that little sphere
Oh,
right there?
what is that?
That's not a harvester, Mooney.
That is not a harvester. That is an Amber Link.
So the Amberlink guys, I'm sure if, you've read the patch notes, but there it is right there. There's one mirrored on each side of the jungle. You see him be deposited right there. Every 2-minute intervals, every jungle camp that is taken on your side of the map fills that Amberlink, and at that 2-minute mark, deposit it throughout your entire team. And I believe if I got this right, Colin told me a full Amberlink, when that full sphere gets up, it's 800 card experience for everyone on your team. That's almost a complete card level. So Amber Link's another way of gaining an economic advantage, or conversely, denying it from the jungle. You can have more strategic depth right there. Thinking about denying the jungle from your opponent denies them not only the creep experience from the jungle camps, but also the Amber Link experience as well. So it's a double fold.
That's right. And it used on Legacy, we did have the harvesters. There was a myriad of them that you had to place, and then you had to go back and manage and collect from. Now it's more about clearing camps, filling your Amber Link, and then keeping it safe. Because if an enemy does invade your jungle, they can actually attack your Amber Link and actually siphon any card experience in that for themselves, basically.
And that's one of our designers so affectionately called it "Steal Your Economy."
That's right.
So
Steal your economy.
Yes, exactly.
That's right. So one other thing I want to talk about here, and also the jungle camps, they no longer level up. They increase in stat. So pretty straightforward right there. You guys are probably wondering why are there so many jungle camps right there. There actually was a point in time on Legacy where that was the case, but it was switched up to the level mechanism. So still gave you that same amount of farm. It's just instead it added a little more value to people who have to cleave AoE and clear it out faster, as opposed to there just being 2. So adding a little utility to certain jungles who can take advantage of that. Let's look at the mini map here. So the Prime Guardian, who we haven't looked at, don't worry about it. But what I'll talk about here is specifically on the map is the fact that we have the Raptor buffs closer to orange, but the blue side has the Orb Prime buff closer to them. So now, with the map not being symmetrical or asymmetrical, there is sort of a inherent advantage one can put on the Raptor buff on choosing sides. So in a competitive environment where a team can choose a side, they can have strategies. Hey, we have a draft around securing Raptors, or we have a strategy based around securing Raptors, let's make sure that we pick the orange side or conversely, and or prime buff or anything like that. So really cool how the map already is just giving players new platforms to create new strategies and apply themselves in the map.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things is, and you see like another 2 quick kills picked up. Suki picking up one of those kills, very dangerous on a carry, getting those kills early on and being able to...
the steal from the jungle again through that fog wall, but immediately the follow-up wasn't there. He was trying to peel it, so that might have been a little bit haphazard. He was just trying to defend the tower, but the smash and grab is so quick, it pulled Omain out from that. It was a big 3-man steal out, but without follow-up. That's one of those ultimates that's great at initiating fights. One of the most reliable means of starting a fight, but if you don't have any follow-up after that, that's pretty much what's going to happen. The steal is going to be, okay, well, I just hit 4 people, but now I'm in between these 4 people. They cleaned him up. But, I mean, in hindsight, there's a silver lining there. He was able to thwart off them pushing that tower.
That's right.
And I mean, that's kind of the same thing. People had worries about Rampage when about that, like that ultimate being off cooldown and him being tanky. But a lot of situations that maybe personally have experience, but I've seen some of the players run into, is like being cognizant of how many players are in that area.
That's right.
Pixel getting caught out a little bit here. Is he going to be able to get out?
He's going to try to get away. He's already used the rocket jump to try to secure means of egress. He's going to drop down. Greystone's on him. That's Greystone, man. He's like, oh, the long arm of the law reaching from across the map. Suki picks him off right there. Well done. That's one of the big strengths of Murdoch. So they do get the kill onto the support of Pixel. Speaking of supports, we're 12 minutes in here, about to be at the Baker Dozens mark. These supports have been so active around the map on both sides. I hinted at that earlier, but now you guys are seeing that application in full display here. These supports have been making sure their ranger's okay, or making sure their carry's okay, but then rotating to the river buff, securing kills. You support players, you're going to find yourself having a lot more impact in the game.
That's right.
And it's not just static gameplay, it's a little bit dynamic. Like there's a variety of ways you can play a support, but also like the heroes, and understanding that, sometimes it may be the most beneficial thing to leave your carry in lane, let him go, farm the jungle, grab that gold buff, grab a camp. You saw Imsco doing that earlier. And Phil here, just loving that Shadow Plane buff.
This Pixel.
Is,
best buff.
He is praying to the RNGesus.
Ward, Solanazzo, smash and grab is there. He's going to have to dive this tower if he wants to get it. Godspeed's going to knock him out. Beautifully done. The alley-oop right there, ladies and gentlemen. So that was all set up, entirely set up by the river buff. On Legacy, that gank simply would have not been able to happen because there is no river buff. But here comes Leo with the ultimate, cleaning up. As you guys saw, Rampage can actually move while popping his ult there. Oh man, that's on a 40-second cooldown, but you will see if he does get bursted down, he actually is very, very easy to take down. We'll see that more later on in a full-fledged team fight. But good rotations. You guys see, even without travel mode, with the inherent speed being higher and the map being smaller, these rotations are quick, on point, and people are getting punished for these mistakes very quickly.
And I have to commend Chillfell on that Grux. He's actually making a lot of really well-timed rotations. He just has, his map awareness is insane, right? He showed up at the right time, even though that Steel landed that shield slam on 3 people. As he began his charge, he just yanked him out with the smash and grab. He's been making rotations, getting kills, and you can actually tell that they've been funneling resources into him, because he's now starting to become quite a terror. So we'll definitely have to keep a close eye on that as the game goes on, to see how he decides to assassinate some people.
Well, I mean, we saw here, we saw Phil taking that first Raptor actually.
That's right.
In 4 minutes when we were talking about the Raptor cam, and that's very interesting because generally a lot of what was being an economy game, you will want to redirect that economy into your carry, because your carry is going to be that high late game, that damage dealer, that consistent form of damage in team fights that you kind of will functionally play around, but maybe not just completely rely on it. But Suki picking up those early kills has just been very key. Sure, Suki landing those ultimates.
I think Prime just got a solo kill onto Imsco there. Not entirely sure. We went there right as Imsco got taken out, but that's very detrimental. A solo kill onto your carry, and already the lane was pushed out. So you might be able to pick up that tower. We're seeing now the aggression in the mid lane, Godspeed being forced to use that ultimate. That's always been something Howitzer has, that selection of, he has his ultimate known as Make It Rain, and it has that great offensive utility, but another utilization, not ideal, but another way you can use it if you get caught out, sends you in the sky, and then you can fall back a little bit farther. So yeah, this is going to be Prime securing that solo kill on Imsco and then getting the tower there, the safe lane. He continues to push all the meanwhile. Smash and grab secures a kill underneath the tower right there. Onto Omain. You see Leo Grande's in that ultimate, but the survivability, the lethality, the volatility of Monolith right there being shown display. Rampage got taken out very, very quickly, and they pick up 2 kills and a tower as well. So Orange team are looking great in both their lanes, the safe lane and the off lane there. And as I say that, Godspeed gets taken out mid lane, but that's an exchange you'll take any day of the week.
That's right. And I've got to commend Blue Team. They have shown how well they've been able to adapt to the Monolith. You've seen, just like in just standard team fights, their layering of crowd control is basically spot on. You know, you saw it in the Howitzer when they try to engage them. And there's Prime's new ultimate.
Yeah, with the old the Greystone ultimate. You saw that immediate snare. You can use that, and this is what I was speaking about before the game started, how Greystone players specifically who we've seen Prime using that in that offensive maneuver. He was great card, by the way, not called that anymore. An offensive capability, he was tanking the tower from the damage from the tower. He was chopping down Pixel, secured a kill on the Pixel. He has that secondary life. That is why Greystone, I think we're going to see a lot of him in these games. He's extraordinarily strong because he's great laner. He can dive towers. He enables kills under towers, and also the offensive utility of his ultimate. As well as late game, he's deceptively difficult to take down. Imsco getting some revenge right there is going to get a cleanup kill onto Prime, but still, he's doing a phenomenal job on this Greystone thus far.
Yeah, and I think one of the things about that Greystone gun that really kill is it's one of the functions of Offlane. You know, even if you're not able to get that card power lead, being able to stay up in levels, and there is actually an XP camp on the outside. In the off lane, you'll kind of see the way gold buff is nestled for the safe lane, there is a camp nestled for the off lane. So as the off laner, if you were having trouble getting that card power, getting that economy, you head over to that camp and try and take it to kind of just supplement that. Get some help from your jungler. It should provide you an alternate avenue to get that to get those resources.
See Imsco getting taken out there. I think there's a contention
just on fire.
right near the Raptors there. That's Omain picking up a camp while the rest of his team. Yeah, there's Leo Grande. So see Master Splinter hanging out up there in the high ground, stealing the Amberlink. This is what we talked about. So when you attack the Amberlink, you actually siphon the Amberlink from the one person attacking it, siphons the Amberlink. So again, you can have strategies based around that, micro strategies or grand strategies based around that fact. Boulder getting hit from Chill Phil, the follow layer stasis bomb as well as the snare. He's going to charge himself away. The rest of his team has showed up. Master Splinter, known as one of the best support players. I hope we get to see him on Richter today because his Richter play has kind of been hyped for a while here. But Imsco got taken out. They denied the Amberlink. So it's, again, Orange team continue to be decisive, moving along and capitalizing on any sort of advantage that they have.
Really good timing on the Amberlink too. They arrived there just before it deposited and were able to steal most of what was going to be deposited to the team because it does deposit every 2 minutes, and they made it there right at about the 50-second mark and were able to deposit most of the Amberlink before it paid out to the team. You saw that animation of it, the card power flying into the sky, but like right before that happened, Phil netting quite a bit of card power from it. So that was a very smart move, good rotation from the Orange team. This triple aggression of like Master Splinter, Chill Phil, and Suki rolling together has just been a terror squad in this early game.
Orange team is just all about execution right now. They're just pulling out these strategies, and they're not really missing a beat. Even though they trade someone or someone may die, it's just they're always, it feels like a step ahead. Executing right when they need to be, exactly how they need to be. And Chill Phil is honestly just running this game right now, just by himself, solo carrying as Grux. It's kind of awesome to see.
And one of the added things is while on Lazy having somebody ahead, putting a lot of power into them, they may have the tools to just succeed in a team fight, but really on Monolith, team play is important. Phil,
big time.
Phil getting hit with that Rampage Rock and that Decker Stun, had his teammates not been close, I guarantee you they would have followed up on him and probably most likely netted a kill. But having the strength of teammates, strength of numbers,
that's right.
He was able to make it out of there with the help of his teammates. Just simply the presence.
Yep. You're starting to see wards, the Orange team putting a lot of wards around where that Raptor camp is. So the Raptor camp, talking about where it is right there, it is on the left side of the minimap right there. It's that white camp that's the most forward on the orange side. We see it spawning right in that cubby right there. That warding around that, the 3-stack right there, that 3-stack, that is a commitment when you take that. That's not something you can willy-nilly do. That is a full commitment you need to take. Over there in mid lane, looks like there's a fight going on. Chill Phil again securing a kill. Greystone ultimate does get a snare on the Solo Nazgul. Farewell, there used to be a gadget there, but no longer anymore. The containment fence coming out a little bit too late right there. Pixel could have used that a little bit earlier, but as you see, Leo Grande and Solo Nazgul gets taken out. 2 people off the map for 45 seconds and 34 seconds respectively. Main rotating around, but Should have been there a little bit earlier, but I think he was in the jungle looking for it. He might be looking for a flank. Orange team needs to be very, very cognizant and aware of Offlane is right now, because if he comes, we've seen him come in with those big steel ultimates kind of out of nowhere up from the jungle using that verticality or things along that nature. But the follow-up's never been there, but he is able to execute that and pull that off accordingly. So Orange team, what they're doing here with their advantage with those 2 kills, they're actually invading, picking up the jungle camps, and again, that is denying Amberlink from their opponent. So it was a great decisiveness right there after those 2 kills.
And I want to take a look at the scoreboard here for a second, because the Orange team, after getting those kills, managed to rotate over to the triple Raptors. And I believe they put all of those into Suki, Chillful getting the earlier ones. So Chillful on his own at 34 card points, and Suki at a very healthy 36.
Which is ridiculously impressive considering Chillful is 9-0,
Yeah.
Suki is only 4-0, and he leads by 2.
And it really shows you the power of getting that gold buff, last hitting those minions, last hitting those jungle camps, getting those Raptors, and you can see how important last hitting is. Everybody's making sure they're getting in the lane, getting that farm, and staying up on levels, because being behind in levels can be very painful. Pixels are forced to play much more defensively.
Master Splinter actually just stole the gold buff from Offlane right there. He used the mirror. He used the mirror bubble to get the last hit on the gold buff and picked it up for himself. One thing I was about to say there is the gold buff later on. Once your carries are, really have built up the momentum and hit their power spike, you can use that gold buff, not the gold boof. It's not a booth. The gold buff. To put that on maybe a player who's a little bit behind economically, and that'll give him a boost. And also in the late game situation, when you hit that 60-point wall, you can do the same thing kind of with Raptors, where I don't need this farm anymore. The Raptors, we're going to secure it. Let's give it to our mid laner, our off laner, or another one of our core players. So again, just economical thinking, using those economic objectives to not only singularly but dynamically figuring out who gets the most out of that farm at that given point in time.
That's right. And that really lends itself to Monolith. We've kind of hammered in this idea of economy, and economy is very, very important on Monolith. Everything revolves around economy. How far ahead can I get than you, do I need this farm? Do we need to give it to our mid laner that is far behind,
So look at this, Jay Leo was actually backpedaling, Chillfil wasn't, and you saw that movement penalty was huge. Jay Leo gets taken out immediately. The ultimate was a little bit too late, making it rain going down, more of a zoning tool, but it just doesn't matter. Orange team is on a rampage right here, and they're looking to take out Nazgul well. This will get 4 of them. Offlane, I don't know if the ultimate's gone down quite yet. Chillfil just moving forward, and he is just like a linebacker going in there and getting the sacks onto all of them. Wonderfully done. They get 4 kills, and now Offlane, I think he's going to be the next target here. He's going to be in some trouble. They might be able to, I feel like they should be able to secure this. Either way, they got 4 kills. The map is their oyster. If you take a look at the mini-map, they're already starting to push down that Tier 2 tower. They should be able to pick up that Tier 2 tower, though. The question I'm asking myself is, are they going to go for an inhibitor here push? Decker's going to be back online in 5 seconds. Rampage is going to be there in 15 seconds. Towers are, I would say, will you dare say, a little bit more, a little bit buffier, tankier
beefier.
to take down. Beefier, I like that.
In the early game, towers are going to be a little bit more challenging to take, but as you get over the course of the game, really committing to those objectives, and to Colin and Kale were talking about earlier, taking that card power advantage and really pushing for the objectives, because that's what's going to help you end the game here. And as you can see there, I just wanted to point out that a moment of silence for our fallen comrades, the jump pads.
That's right.
Now that the first Tier 2 tower has dropped for blue team, they no longer have access to those jump pads at the base.
That's right. So with Monolith, we've actually updated them. So we have jump pads throughout the course of the game. But the moment any one of your Tier 2 towers falls, you lose those jump pads. They basically turn off. And you have to walk all the way back to wherever you want to go. So as you can see, they at 24-minute mark, they grabbed a tower, which means they're basically trying to slow down the blue team. You know? If it takes you 10 seconds to get to lane, and it would have taken you 5 with a jump pad, it's 5 seconds to do whatever you want or to set up. So this time that, with this additional time, to be able to make more plays, set up more things, and basically try and take over the game.
Exactly. It grants that map control. One thing that we've been talking about economy a whole bunch. One thing, I don't know if it was said during the QA, the minions, if you don't get the last hit on Legacy, they drop a little bit on the ground for everyone to pick up. That is not the case on Monolith here. If you want that card experience from the minions, you have to get the last hit.
That's right.
They don't drop a little bit on the ground, so it's going to be very, very important. That's more of it's going to be much more mechanically demanding, being consistent with your last hitting, getting that farm, especially in the safe lane situation with the support. It's not 100% shared anymore with 2 people. It goes 160, so it's 60%. So the support is still going to get a little bit of farm, but if that carry is not getting the consistent damage, not only is he going to fall behind, but so is that support because they don't have that the Amber on the ground to sort of fall back and use as supplemental means. We see Nazgul's trying to get himself out of dodge. He uses the snare ability right there, but the Tesla don't be alone. He knows they're chasing him. He's trying to do what he can to get away, but they just rotated very, very quickly and took out Gadget pretty much inside her own jungle.
That's right.
Now they're looking for more. Immediately invading, Chillfill in the front lines, looking to see if they can find someone hanging out. The blue team is in full retreat mode. They are just delta splitting across the map, make sure they don't give up any more kills. So one person taken off the map. There's no Raptors to fall back on here. I want to see what they do with this time period where there's no Gadget.
Yeah, because to be honest, a lot of what Orange Team has been doing is roaming around the jungle and really exerting that pressure and the strength they have at that point. We're going to see if they look to prime or if they look to just continue to hang out in the jungle, get that ward coverage up, clearing those wards, and just threaten the ability of the blue team to even step out of the base.
Pixel's in the wrong neighborhood. That's when you need wards right there, guys. Pixel did not. That entirely happened right there because Pixel did not see through that fog wall right there. Had no idea. At first, you guys are probably like, wait, Pixel doesn't see that coming. He didn't. There wasn't a ward there. The fog wall obstructed his vision. That's what got taken out. Omain almost charged away. He has to use the ultimate defensively. Not ideal, but Suki says no. You cannot run from that long arm of the law. The jig is up. They finally found me. Still goes down.
Oh, wow. That was just Chillfill. I'm sorry,
Omain goes down.
I just can't even deal with Chillfill on the Grux. Like, he's so patient, and as you saw, Steel started his charge. Chillfill just smash and grab because of the lethality increased animation speeds. Just instantly yanked him back, and this secured them the prime. Like, that's huge. Chillfill.
That's the patience of it. I was speaking Chillfill from yesterday. Sultan Nazgul forced to blink away. Suki blinking after him. Is he going to be able to get that kill? He's not.
He was looking for the Blanc, but
I was saying the Blanc. What I was saying yesterday is that Chillfill has been playing so well on Rampage and he's also Rampage, Grux, like here's he's playing over the course of the weekend, and he has shown such control in not just following in just engaging on the heroes and really biding his time. You could lethality.
Defense goes down here. The Orb Prime is still just as deadly and big of a power spike as it was on Legacy. You guys are seeing him with that aura. They're diving the tower. Master Splinter uses that Muriel ult, secures the getaway. The inhibitor goes down. So inhibitors, they do the exact same thing here. They grant you a mega creep and just gives you that map control because that lane is going to be pushing, harder to take down, and they always have to worry about their core. They can just run down mid lane and take down the core. So a win condition is now available for the orange team, but blue team finally looking like they're striking back here, being offensive. Don't forget, they're fighting into Orb Prime, so they got to be careful. Leo Grande's going to try to get away, but he gets shot out of the sky. We actually saw that earlier with the Kalari jump. We'll talk about that here in a bit, but Chillfill, he might finally get taken out. He's low, but Pixel gets knocked back. Can they get him? The snare mines are there. Not going to be the case. Phil's going to be able to get away by the skin of his teeth right there. 3 go down, so the blue team trying to bounce back, but unfortunately that might actually cost them the game. They still avoid Prime, 3 down. Suki's healthy, farmed, mobile, agile, and hostile, and I believe that's going to be game number 1, going over to the boys in orange.
Agile and hostile. I think that's the best way to sum up the way Orange Team play this game. Omain coming with an ultimate at the end, but you know,
no avail.
Orange Team really able to play to their strengths. Like Godspeed was just in that mid lane being consistent, and the team really rotated to get that economy onto Chillfill, get the economy onto Suki early on. Like Phil understanding that Suki is going to be farming. It's going to take him a little bit to get that strength, go back to base, spend those card points. And Phil, you know, taking that early Raptor, taking those early kills, he knew that I'm going to use this strength to supplement Suki's potentially weak early to mid game.
And to that point, Suki knew that he could be in his lane farming. One of the big strengths of Murdoch is that ultimate, the long arm of the law, having that global range, so he can still contribute to a team fight, even though he's off in a safe lane. The rest of his team is being aggressive in the jungle. So there's a lot of stuff going on just through that strategy, that aggression in the jungle. It's creating space because it's forcing the offlaner to have to rotate out that Suki maybe would have had to deal with otherwise, but he has to go deal with the aggression in his jungle on the other side for that Imsko had to deal with. So now Suki has a lane to himself. He's farming freely. He's still able to contribute to fights with that long arm of the law, and the aggression is forcing the hand of their opponent. So overall, there was a lot going on there strategically. And one thing I want to talk about here is sort of the where you have the Orb Prime and the Raptor buffs. We talked about it here. The Raptor buffs, Orange Team had those on lockdown, and it built them an economic advantage. On top of the kills and everything else, but specifically the Raptor buffs built them just another way that they were able to build an economic advantage. And we've been talking about this off the broadcast, how the Raptors feel like throughout the course of the game, you use those to build a lead, and once you get that lead, the Orb Prime is the finisher.
Yep. And it it's a statistical advantage versus an economic advantage. Like you could play for both the Raptors or play for the Prime with your potentially your team comping. Like maybe you go for more of the team fight heavy composition versus like I'm gonna go for a little bit more of a pick so we can pick people off and rotate for those Raptors. And honestly, I think that's been the biggest thing for these teams is really figuring out where those team comps fit into the CP like the CP allocation. Like if I'm gonna throw this onto Suki, I'm gonna throw this on Imsco. Like are you playing a later game character? Like are you gonna play a Sparrow? We're gonna protect around you. We saw our first Protect the Sparrow comp attempted yesterday, and it was really interesting to watch. Seeing these teams like develop the strategies to really utilize the economy in the best way. Like Chill Phil, Suki, and Master Splinter rolling as that gank squad was was scary.
Yes.
Yeah.
The terror squad.
I would not want to run into that. And it looks like we're gonna have some replays here.
Yes.
This is the stealth. Yep.
Yeah, this was the stealth buff in full force. Leo's like, all right, I'm gonna back. I've been jungling. I'm getting that rotation down. And he's like, Chill Phil said,
nope.
Nope.
And here he is again, stopping that steel charge, just making plays for his team, and then even turns it around and secures the kill for his team, escapes, and they walk away, trading 1-for-1.
Pixel, there's that long, that's what I was talking about, that long arm of the law, that global presence that comes out from Murdoch. Pixel might have been able to get away otherwise, so that was a really good play that's deceptively difficult to land. Oh look, Chill Phil's landing another smash and grab. The guy was just playing out of his mind right there. Now, not to take anything away from Godspeed there, because that kill was actually secured by the knockout mine of Howitzer right there. But yeah, Orange team, I think it was just their early game aggression. There was that smash and grab that we saw where he actually pulled Omain back as he was about to charge away. He had forced the ultimate out of him, and even then Suki still followed up and landed the long arm of the law. The long arm of the law winds up much quicker. You guys might have been used to it having about, I believe it was about a second around that to wind up, and now it's very, very quick. So we actually saw the Ranger players, when they were playing Murdoch, were having some trouble adjusting to it because they were so used to having to lead their ultimate a little bit more, because obviously travel mode as well as the different projectile speed. But it seems like they've gotten it down. They know they don't need to lead it as much, and Suki on point.
He's just a monster. We watched him play all weekend, and him and Carry, like, it's inspiring, to be honest. Like, I love playing Carry, and when I see him play, I'm just like, okay, all right, I need to grind out more games. I gotta, you know, he's just a good player.
What does that say right there? Last hit better. Okay, yeah, I see.
Yeah,
You're working on it. You're working on it. Yeah.
Call it out. All right, cool. It's cool. It's fine.
So, I think we were going to get into our second game after we come back. We're going to go to a break, but when we come back, we're going to have our second game. We'll be hopping into that. Okay, no, I'm the one who is confused here. So we're gonna be hopping into a second game. I'm excited for this because after the first game, we're gonna see if Blue downloaded any information.
That's right.
Like, did they learn anything from the first game? How are they gonna attack the aggression that Chill Phil, Suki, and Master Splinter have been exerting? Are they gonna be able to secure those Raptors? Like the early first Raptor taken immediately when it spawned for maybe 5 minutes.
You kind of have to do that because they're so difficult to take down if you allow them to build up to that 3 stack. It's much more of a commitment that you have to take as a team than if it's just one. I mean, still just one, as we saw, that's a 2 to 3 man commitment, but 3 of them that early on at that 12-minute mark,
they'll shred you.
It's like you have to have a full 5 man. Yeah, you have to have like your full team there, and the moment your team is there, and I don't know if you guys were able to see it, just because again the action was really fast there. That area around that Raptor camp is not an ideal situation to get caught out at all. We've seen so many times in the games this weekend that we were watching where they were doing their Raptor camp. They kind of were like, yeah, let's just do it. Sure, sounds good, without any sort of discernible advantage. The opponent recognized what was going on, and there was one really big play to Godspeed where he actually Gideon portaled. There's a very small opening from the low ground up to the high ground. Gideon portaled up, black holed on top of their entire team, and the rest of the team used the Gideon portal to get up to it, and they just slaughtered them there. So I hope that's the sort of thing that we've been seeing all weekend.
It allows you to net that CP advantage, and speaking of CP advantage, that gold buff that game did a lot of work for Suki. So I want to take some time to talk about the safe lane because I think that it was very important in deciding the victory for that, because even if you get Chill Phil ahead, like the minutia of playing in the safe lane is important. Zeke, if you want to take us through some of the nuanced aspects of the safe lane?
Sure. So the safe lane is a little different. So before on Legacy, the safe lane was the red buff side. Now the safe lane is actually always going to be the right lane. This is basically primarily best for a carry and support duo. And here you can see the gold buff. So the gold buff, once you guys have that, will net you bonus card power per last hit. So it's really important early on to get that on your carry and just help them ensure that they get the last hit.
And as you see right here by this clip, the positioning of that gold buff, it's an inherent advantage for the safe lane side.
That's right.
You saw Grux try to get a little bit ahead of himself there, and he got taken out by the follow-up kill. The Sparrow got a little bit low, but now that not only did he get the kill right there, but now Sparrow buff is getting that extra card experience from the farm. So the offlaner has to take that into account. So the gold buff is pretty much, I think a good word to use here is that it's safer to take in the safe lane for that gold buff.
Definitely.
So that's another aspect of that lane. Positionally, you have an advantage just due to where the minion waves meet up at first.
That's right.
Where the offlaner has to extend a little bit farther away from the tower. The people in the safe lane actually have a little bit closer proximity to their tower. So if there is a rotate, they can fall back to their tower a little bit safer.
That's right.
So that's why we went with the word safe.
Yes.
Because I think that's an applicable way to
it is
describe
the safe
Yes.
lane. Yeah.
And you kind of saw it like the minion, like you said, the minion waves meeting closer to that lane. They can kind of escape in the case of that jungle gank. So as we saw earlier on, Suki, despite being caught out by that 3-man gank last game, he managed to jump into the gold buff, loop around, and make it back to his tower because of the small distance that that exists between where the laning will actually happen and the tower.
That's right.
So it's important. Minion wave manipulation, very important in that lane, of course. And I see a little Winterfest code for you guys to pick up there.
Oh, hey.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, you remember
I get this
Winterfest?
portion. I get this portion.
Run in, you can pick up some nice skins.
This is me.
Oh,
Right
that's
here.
Right here?
Yes.
I'm the V9
I'm
PYP.
going to take this portion too.
I'm the
You're
V9
just stealing
PYP.
parts of my code. This is just rude.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. I'm just excited, to get into this next game because I want to see how Blue Team can pivot because definitely in that game it was Orange dominant. They kind of decided the pace of the game and really just structured it in their vision.
That's right.
I imagine they came into the game saying we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and they executed for the most part.
Look at this draft.
So,
Beautiful.
Yeah, we're already seeing
J-Leo,
changing
first
up.
pick Grux.
J-Leo saying, chill, Phil. Let me teach you something about Grux.
It's time
Let
to
me
go.
show you something.
Let's play.
So Solo Nazgul picking up Bellica. That's a hero we didn't see in that last game. I want to talk about this because all of us have been picking the brains of these players this entire week and going over to them. Hey, why did you do this? Why did you make this decision? Why did you make this card? So on and so forth. Nazgul, when we see him run Bellica, we'll see if this is the case. But what he does is the Bellica will go in the mid lane, and when it goes in the mid lane there, the mid lane generally you get pretty good farm, right? It's not like a support off lane or anything like that where farm is limited. So the mid laner, generally speaking, is the second most farm person on the field. That isn't always true, but that's a sort of generalization and how it works. So you'd expect Bellica to build things like damage, so on and so forth. But the way Nazgul actually builds her, he gets Honor the Pure, which is a defensive card, and gets Tempest Pearl, which is another support card. So he goes sort of a hybrid. He gets farm early on, but then he uses that farm to get defensive options that your support wouldn't be able to get until much later in the game.
Be Still My Heart. Prime.
Yeah.
Second game. Kalari.
Oh,
Let's
here
go.
we are.
Yes. So, and this is one of the things I've enjoyed watching all weekend. Prime has been honing in on that Kalari.
Whoop.
I mean, he was saying that he loved Kalari on Legacy, and he has been enjoying her on Monolith by the play I've been seeing from him. So I'm very excited to see that, as well as a Grim on the other team. Because
here we go.
This is and the Richter.
Here we go.
This is
I'm
this
excited.
is already gearing up
It's
to be
a
a
game.
hype match. And that's the thing with the Kalari. Some of the changes you may have seen from the patch notes is that her dagger now applies a very large slow, almost equivalent, little bit less than a root, but you're very slow for a short amount of time, and that dagger has some range on it. So if Prime in that off lane can use it to CS, can use it to CS last hit, or roam, try and pick out a couple of the Achilles heels of the enemy carries, take them out.
Yeah, and I'm actually very excited to see Kalari played because Kalari is just so much fun on Monolith. She's probably one of the most dangerous jungler / offlaner / anything she wants to be. Let's say just roamer.
Yeah.
She's deadly. She just walks around in stealth. You never know where she is. And now that she has this overlapping stealth, when she does max it, she could be basically perma-stealth.
It's the unknown factor.
Yeah,
right.
it's the psychological presence in the opponent's mind. Kalari's missing. Where is she?
Yep.
Where is she at right now? Oh, do I have a ward? Put my wards down. She's not there. Uh-oh. It's that psychological threat that she is.
And with her ultimate, she could be literally anywhere. It doesn't matter. She could be on left lane and then teleport right.
We've actually seen now. Obviously, Prime traditionally he's been the off lane player, but we've actually seen Kalari played in more of a support role, which I don't think that's gonna be the case this game. But again, we're talking about how the roles of heroes are a little bit more nebulous and are for the players to determine the strategy and the tactics to determine. We've actually seen Kallari in a support role where early on she is in that lane sort of guarding her carry, but what they do actually is using that stealth actually goes into the jungle and is just very jungle disruptive. Goes over there, uses a shadow, her shadow dagger to secure a camp, or doing anything like that, just being a nuisance to the jungler. But don't think that's going to be the case. I hope we do see that. But again, just talking about how Kallari is versatile, that versatility enabled by the fact that we're playing on Monolith and no longer Legacy. But we're in the game, and I'm excited. The big thing I want to be looking at is Nazgul's build and Imsko's ability to use that deflect on Grim. Very, very important. You guys see that everything is so much faster. Reaction times have to be on point with those particular abilities.
Especially against a Rampage and a Decker. I mean, we saw Pixel and Jaleo use those, that's the double stun, to some success. Admittedly, Orange had a considerable advantage at some of the points when they did land that, but we're going to have to look out for that because Grim's going to have to be quick on that button to get out of that stun, get out of dodge. And in the same vein, like, Pixel's going to be, if he's on point with those hooks, Suki's going to have some trouble. I mean, and maybe even Godspeed getting those ultimates off. Like, you got, Pixel to try and hook him out of that, and that could just mean a 1-2 fight for them.
What I really want to see is Prime picking up every stealth buff.
Oh, yeah.
And just being like, hey, guys, it's saving me mana. All right? It saves me mana. I don't have to use my Q anymore.
I could press Q, but I could just take this from you.
Yeah, I could just take this from you. And, of course, the speed bonus that is granted by the Q, you don't get that in there.
Oh, there we go. Oh, shoot.
So Prime actually, so this is actually something we've seen him and the offlaners do when they very first get onto the map, the jungle camp spawn. He actually picks up that camp closest to the offlane, which there's one very closest to the offlane right there. Gets that and just gets a little bit of the card experience and gets that level experience just to give him a little bit of a boost. And then also during that time, that wave is going to be pushed out a little bit because the support and the ranger are going to be getting those last hits. So it's instead of just sort of going to the lane, maybe forcing an overextension from him, he goes to that safety, the safety net of that jungle camp closest to the off lane, gets that during that time, the lane pushes out, he gets that for him, transitions, his lane's pushed out, safer place. Just small little plays, little nuances like that these players have already figured out and have been taken advantage of.
Yeah, that's actually an amazing adaptation. Hold the phone, though.
Oh, that was close.
Very close.
Godspeed's quick on the trigger right there to get himself out.
Yeah, and that's one of the things. Like, you saw Jaleo just able to come up behind Godspeed using that fog wall entrance from the jungle, using that ramp to come up, get up behind him, and just
Pixel.
The surprise Pixel sneaking around here.
Is he gonna?
It's about the hook. He's gonna try.
Can he get the hook?
No,
oh,
no.
He's only level 1, so his hook is
like, all right, yeah, it's very short.
Yeah, he's got the shorter range hook there. And he's
but Jaleo.
He's in, this is
he
3 minutes.
He was
River
going
buff
for the stealth buff.
Is he going to be able to pick it up? It would have been cool if he actually picked up the buff, went stealth, and was able to get away, but not going to be the case. 3-man rotation. This is what we mean by the river buffs. They create early game points of contention and force teams to rotate around.
And you can see that mana regen from the river buff. Chill Phil going from almost low mana, 1/4, and getting in stealth.
I was going to get the
rock,
boulder.
My favorite thing.
Got him. Station spawn follow up.
There
Is
he
it
goes.
there?
He's going to mad dash away.
Level 1. So Fang Miao is another hero who we didn't see last game. He Fang Miao is he has that Reaper's Dash, which has both the offensive and the defensive utility you saw on display right there. But he's actually one of those heroes who also can fulfill different roles. We've seen him in the jungle. I've seen Leo run him in the jungle frequently, and also I've seen both Prime, not this case, both Prime and Omain have been running him in the off lane as well. So again, versatility in the heroes. You can play them in the style that you want to play.
That's right.
And one thing I want to note there is fantastic Dom from Orange having the Orange team having the timing to go over to that river buff and knowing that Jaleo, if there was an successful gank mid, was going to attempt to get that river buff to facilitate another gank.
That's right. And you saw them waiting there.
Being able to predict that was such an intelligent decision, and that's going to be vital. Is really predicting those knowing those objective timings and predicting the enemy movement, because since objectives are so much more important. Colin Fogel talking about earlier about how you may not lose your tower completely when you leave your lane. Like, you have options. You can actually use and utilize those objectives that we've added to the map in Monolith. Like, now that we have these other decisions, it really makes the gameplay way more dynamic in this world of I could rotate over this lane very quickly if the correct river buff's up.
So I want to talk about Imsko on Grim here. We didn't see Grim last game. One of the carries. The biggest thing about Grim and how his adaptation and how he's changed on to Monolith here is that his E for you PS4 players out there, or his circle for you PS4 players out there, that snare on that is so so impactful. Whether you're using it offensively to making sure someone doesn't get away, or you can actually almost indefinitely kite people around it. As long as you have the mana to sustain that, the snare on his auto attacks, either the circle or the E, you can just kite people around. And that's actually, I talked to not only these guys, but the comp QA guys, and they were saying that's the biggest strength of Grim, is that snare. It's just you can't run away from him at all unless you have some sort of mobility. Very, very frustrating to deal with.
And I mean, it's a lot of the other mobility spells as well. Like, mobility is so important in Monolith. Like understanding that things like Gadget Gate, things like having small bursts of move speed, that blue buff being so important, because, and even Prime, like throwing that dagger could mean picking a kill up, because that carry slowed for one longer second that they wouldn't have been slowed before. And you've seen like some of the carries like from the last game not optimally moving, you know, strafing, getting into some of the habits like you have on Legacy of like, oh, I'm just going to move around in travel mode. You make those decisions, you are consciously making the decision to hinder your movement, and that could lead to a death. And you definitely want to be very aware of where you are in a team fight and in the map as a whole.
That's right. And another hero who we didn't see last game, Bellica. Yes. The biggest change as far as her kit goes now, with the balance changes that everyone has seen, is her Void Drone.
That's right.
Actually, it does the exact same thing. It just does it better. Yeah. At level 4, it drains 36 mana a second. So casters or anyone who wants to get their abilities off using their mana, not only are they going to take the damage, but also if they're in the vicinity of it within its circumference, their mana is just going to get drained very, very quickly, which also has a double is double fold because of her ultimate. Smash and grab, great dodge by Master Splinter right there. Big plays, he baited that out right there. He's known as one of those best support players, but see, support players, you can make big plays too, so make sure you pick it up in the draft.
Oh, minions coming to help out with a gold buff over there. Get some assistance.
What if the minion gets the last hit? Who gets it?
I don't know that.
That's a good point. The moves. Main. Can they get him, Decker? Uses the slow bubble. He's underneath his tower. So there's that new ultimate, the Ventilate, coming out from Imsco. We saw it for just a second right there. Now, here's the thing about Ventilate with its utilization. It has a longer range. So the first question I ask myself is, well, in what situation do you want to use Ventilate versus just auto attacking on a Twin Blast, right? But Ventilate actually has a significantly longer range. Oh,
Chillphil with the stealth buff every time, Chillphil.
Yeah, I mean, that's the strength of really being on top of those river buffs. Like Chillphil and Master Splinter have been roaming across the map as this duo, and it's working again, running that similar strategy of having that roaming support, feeling confident in Suki's ability to stay alive in that lane. So Master Splinter, hangs out in lane, gets those hero levels that are necessary, and Phil can just be like, hey Splinter, I'm gonna roam now. I'm done. I farmed my jungle, got my card points.
Yep.
I'm gonna go for a gank now. Would you like to join me?
Yeah. Look at him. And Amit picks up that kill, and now he's dewarding, picking up the jungle camps for his Amber Link, so on and so forth, creating space for Suki to farm to his heart's content here. Just wonderfully done right there.
Jump pad.
I love those things. As an old school Unreal Tournament player, dating back many years ago, I love to see those sort of jump pads back in the game. I don't know. Maybe we could play Unreal later. I don't know. Maybe we can play Unreal. See. I don't want to see one of you guys too much there.
But for now,
I digress.
Paragon.
I digress.
Let's go.
I digress. The Leo Grande on that Grux. It seems like he's looking for plays, right? But it seems like his team isn't rotating to the river buff. He got caught out. Those river buffs are so important that I feel like that's not a one-man job. You want to be maybe have your support fall off from that safe lane. Tell your ranger, hey, tell your carrier, I'm rotating over to the jungle buff to secure it. Play a little more defensively, drop a ward for him, go to the jungle buff, and secure that there. And Leo Grande's been hanging out on the river. He loves the river. He's been hanging out there. And 9 minutes, river buff just spawned, and there it is. Omain with the stealth buff, maybe looking for a kill on Suki. Does Suki have a ward?
Omain.
He's level 5, so he has the ultimate on the line. He's close to the tower. Master Splinter is there as well. So I think they do see him. They do see him. There is a ward there. So the jig is up. Omain's going to decide to go in on this pick. Solo, not going to be able to find a hook right there. So the wards are important. Having that ward right there is what kept Suki alive.
That's right.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I'm interested, or I'm hopeful to see from Blue Team, is really utilizing the strength of the heroes on their teams. Like a lot of the chain CC that we might be able to pull off. Like Imsco
here we go.
Popping that
There's
the
dagger.
Oh no! He popped that deflect. That was a panic deflect right there. You guys saw it. Like right away, he got caught out. He's going to try to get away. Prime, he's in that stealth, which does grant him that speed boost as well as the Shadow Dagger, and he's going to get taken out. So Imsco, he was in his safe lane. He didn't have a support. The wave was pushed forward. He didn't have a ward in the area. Sure, you're Grim, you have the deflect, but in that sort of situation, you got to respect the fact that those rotations from the jungle are going to come, and they're going to come quick.
That is an optimal gank scenario if I'm a jungler and an offlaner, is that the safe laner is pushed up with no support.
Yeah. And
I'm going to take that gank 10 times out of 10. So really being aware of where your team is in respect to the enemy team is so much more important on Monolith than it was. And maybe, you know, to an extent it was important on Legacy, but Travel Mode allowed that gap, that barrier to movement to be like closed. You can close the gap much quicker. I'll just rotate over to your lane, I got you, like, and come join the fight. But fights here are resolving before laners are able to rotate. So unless you're proactively rotating or communicating with your team, it's a lot more difficult to get there to that fight on time.
Absolutely. And one thing I want to point out here, we're at 11 minutes, so the Raptors, I do not believe, have been taken, but as I said, they spawn every 4 minutes, so there's going to be another spawning of them there. But if you look, there is a blue team has been really good about warding that Raptor buff. So if the Raptors are to be taken, they will know about it, and they can make a stand. And here we see Leo Grande. He's got that stealth buff. The ward, actually, you see the ward right there in the bottom corner. He walked right over top of that. So Orange team knows that Leo Grande is on the map, and they know that he has a stealth buff. So I bet you better believe in comms right now. They're like, yeah, they see the ward. They're taking it out now. They're like, oh, Leo's like, oh, they saw me. But he's still going to maybe try to find something, move across the map, find a kill. If anything, just sort of do a little bit of recon, figure out where the jungle camps are at, how are their spawns, so on and so forth.
Yeah, maybe even just do some ward clearing like he just did. And I think that itself will be maybe a future strength of Shadowflame buff, that you use it to clear those wards, get the vision game back in your favor. That may could work as a pseudo comeback mechanic for teams that are behind and aren't able to deal with the fact that they don't have complete vision or complete information. Pixel, falling prey to that last game, the rocks from the from the fog walls. Chilfo really taking advantage of that lack of vision, and we gotta hope to see that J-Leo can do that as well, like picking up those invis buffs.
Prime just using that dagger to last hit.
And Prime just like showing us in the offlane, like Kalari can deal with this Grim.
Imsco was maybe looking. He used the knockback right there. Imsco did to try to push Kalari forward to knock her out of position to possibly get a kill on her. Just missed right there. And the Shadow Dagger of Kalari, its range I think was almost doubled.
It went up by 1,000 units, so it's now 3,000 units.
That is very, very significant. Solo Nazgul got a kill onto the Gideon there with a little bit of help, as you see, both the Richter and the Grux. And Suki actually takes out Omain. So that's a big kill. Your Ranger or your carry player picking up a solo kill, also enabling a tower to get taken out right there. So Orange team, they come in there, they strike quickly. The rotation wasn't there, but there's some counter pressure going on in mid lane, so it looks like it's going to be a tower for a tower. And just blue team said, all right, we'll give up that, but at least we're going to pick up a tower there. So it was a 1-for-1, tower for a tower, pretty much as even of an exchange you can get.
And this is a case where I'm super proud of both teams because they did being very aggressive, going for that tier 2. And this is one area where I believe blue team is actually losing out now. They're going to get that.
They are trading tier 2 for Raptors.
You're right. So, look at this from blue team. But look, they can't do it. There's 3 of them. See it? Leo's slow.
Leo's almost dead. He's almost
not here. The
Clary's there.
They know about it. She's ulting in, going in, gets the kill on the Leo, but can he get away? He doesn't have much mana, and Imsco using that snare. He does get taken out. So that was a very flashy play coming out from Prime there, but he actually fed a kill over to the carry player. So I don't know if that's the most even thing, but still, that was a cool play for blue team to say, you know what, let's give up that tower for the Raptor buff. In the grand scheme of things, though, I agree. I don't know if giving up a tier 2 tower.
Yeah,
because you lost your jump pads and you lost map control.
In the game.
So the jump pads is the main concern for me here. And the fluidity of like being able to go from my base to the lane and actually getting back into the fight. I wanted to point out that both teams, I think they actually made the best possible decisions they could in that scenario.
Right.
So blue team doing a very good job, and I'm proud of them for actually rolling up on getting those ganks in on middle lane. You know, Pixel rotating over when Omain and J-Leo were like, hey, we're gonna go gank this lane. Pixel's like, Imsco, are you cool to stay here? I'm gonna go rotate over.
Yeah.
And then immediately making the decision like, hey, they're getting tier 2. We have to do something.
Yes.
Let's go do Raptors. And I think that's what a lot of the new objectives on Monolith allow you to do, is really make meaningful decisions after potential setbacks.
That's right, because blue team could have fallen back and defended the tier 2, and it would have been kept alive, but because Raptors are on orange side, they literally could have just cut to the jungle and gone straight to Raptor. So like, either way, they were going to get something. So blue team was like, hey, you know what? Let's go for Raptors.
Let's try and
we
get
need this
some
economy.
get some economy on
that's
IMSCO.
right.
Like, if we can get IMSCO to that point where people, and you saw there, Prime having a ton of trouble getting away from IMSCO, and IMSCO going to be able to land those shots on Grim, will be able to, keep the slows on and toe that line, because movement's so important again, putting the slow, getting that mobility. And I think that them getting the 2 Raptor camps onto IMSCO, I'd actually love to take a look at the scoreboard, because I feel like this game's a little more even than the other one was earlier on.
The metric I always like to use right away is what are the 2 carries farms, and what are the difference between the 2 carries. And we saw there, it's 22 card points, 22 card points. So as even as you can get, the kills 5-2. So the kills are up for the orange team. But they were able to get the Raptor. I would have loved to have known what the farm was prior to the Raptor camp being picked up, but still, through just mobility, getting that Raptor camp, the farm between the 2 carries is pretty much dead even, and the mid laners are fairly even as well. So it's a definitely very, very even match. And meanwhile, while I was talking about numbers, Nazgul got picked off in the mid lane there. Pressure's taken, or the tower's taken some pressure, but they rotated. They should be able to defend this accordingly.
Yeah, and coming from the scoreboard, seeing that IMSCO, despite being 20 farm down from Suki, was actually even on card points, is showing you the strength of that Raptor. And Splinter hiding a little bit, hiding over there, waiting for his time.
He can jump up and mid-air throw a stasis bomb.
Oh man,
that would be amazing from
I'm
half
gonna
court.
lose my mind.
I wonder if Pixel knows about that, because the creep, I think we're granting vision. I think Splinter's like, and there's a ward, literally right next to him. So
there was a ward.
He actually, when he walked through that fog
Splinter
wall,
was trying to be cheeky. He was like, all right, well, I tried.
But now he's rotating immediately. They said, let's try to go on an IMSCO. Phil pops the ultimate. He's got his Jordans on, jumps on him, and farewell IMSCO. The insta-stun gets pulled out. IMSCO, I think, he was actually inside of his jungle farming, and he saw that orange buff. It just despawned. That orange aggressive ward, I'm sorry, not the orange buff. There is no orange buff. The ward, rather, inside of the jungle. Spotted IMSCO out, immediate rotation. That's why you see Master Splinter all of a sudden left mid lane as he was sitting there for a while, picked up a kill onto the carry. So a big kill, and yep, there it is. Immediately jump on a Raptors, continuing to build that economic advantage.
Yeah, and smart move by Orange there to actually timing the invade on that Amber Link again. Like, I think it's very important to understand that you are actively taking away something that their jungler is providing for the team, like a service.
Leo uses the ultimate. He has the haste buff, so you're not going to be able to get away. The follow-up is there. Master Splinter, but Godspeed with the black hole is going to be able to lock him down. Can they get a pixel? No, he gets him with the hook. That's one of the great strengths for Richter. He's able to deal with that, with the ultimate coming out from getting there. Omain's got to be careful. He went in there, popped the hamstring. Godspeed has essentially 0 mana, and that's that Void Drone, man. Gideon went in there with a pretty healthy amount of mana, and it was completely That's all because of the Belica right there. So talked about that strength, and you guys are seeing it in full force.
I can't wait to see that Belica drone in team fights, because I believe it was Colin that was talking about it yesterday, is that you have to commit basic attacks to take out that Void Drone, and those are basic attacks that are not going onto the enemy carry, that are not going onto the enemy fighter. And so those are basic attacks you were forced to put somewhere else, and those could mean that the turning the tide of a team fight. Like, you're like, oh, I'll just quickly take out this drone, and then you hit a rock to the face, Decker Ball, and then everything. The world is upside down.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nuisance, it's a distraction, and of course, again, the less mana you have, the more damage that Belica's ultimate's going to do. So if Godspeed certainly had to take that into account. He's like, I have no mana, and there's a Belica right there. I don't want to get blown up for 1,000 damage. I'm outsies.
Definitely going to get out.
I'm really impressed with Blue Team's play. Orange Team has been a little bit in control of the game, but like as you can see, the teams are they've played so much Monolith. They are playing so well that even though that Orange Team had a little bit of an advantage, Blue Team fought right back. Boom, now the game is even. So it's going to be back and forth, and it feels like a very close game. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of who breaks first, who is one step ahead, who misplays. So
the ultimate popped immediately without hesitation, jumps forward, gets the boulder on Nazgul. Farewell, he saw those quick 3 pot shots coming out from Suki. And he might want to be a little hesitant, because actually I believe you guys see that graphic on the tower now, that little sort of square column, which we saw for a moment. That is the new graphic for backdoor protection. But they waited for those creep to catch up, and now they make a big push. No Belica. The thing about Belica is she has great wave clear. She's really good at defending sieges. She's off the map, and that's enabling this push right here. Suki does have the Black River buff as well. Doesn't apply to towers, but still supplemental auto attack damage on your carry. Very, very dangerous. Suki gets the kill on Pixel. Although meanwhile, Leo and Omain go in there and they pick off the Rampage Black Hole. It's not getting interrupted. This is huge. The snare. Orange team Trying to look at Imsco, pops the GTFO. It's not enough damage. There is a bleed on Suki. He's going to be able to get away. 5 go down. Orange team strike decisively. And that was very, very close right there for the blue team. But they essentially went in 4v5. Nazgul's the only person just coming back from the void, back on the field. And that was just they felt, you could tell they felt pressured. Anytime you see a team taking a 4v5 engagement, that just means that team is pressured. They feel like they have to do something, despite the fact that they're down to power play right there. And it almost worked out for him. Suki was so close to dying right there. You actually still see his health is very, very low, but not getting that kill on the carry, very, very detrimental. And now they just find themselves in an even larger deficit.
And I think props to Prime. The entire time, Orange team was actually pushing mid. Prime was off by himself pushing right lane and just putting pressure on blue team. And the moment that the team fight broke out, he was like, hey, I'm Clory, I'm joining the fight, here I am. And then as you can see, it puts, you know, that he had set that wave, so now it crashes against the inhibitor. And in mid lane, same thing. So they're applying so much pressure so methodically that it's like how blue team is kind of struggling. You can tell they're struggling, but they're taking steps to get back in the game, you know?
Yeah. And it's very possible to take those steps. Splinter almost stopped there by that white camp. And it's one of those things where I think that Orange team definitely has a lot of the strengths in this scenario, but if Pixel can interrupt that Guinea Black hole, but you saw that by Godspeed, fully uninterrupted ult, basically deleted Jaleo from full, like almost full health coming into that fight.
That ultimate was massive.
Like diving in there with Omain. Omain, you know, trying to get in on that like rampage, pick up that kill, was able to get Phil down, but because they committed so many of those resources, Godspeed was able to, you know, get the full duration of 3.5 seconds where the damage is still the same as before. Like same relative damage, just done quicker. So you need to get that interrupt off. It's so much more important to be precise with that crowd control.
Here's the thing, Godspeed, he put himself a little bit up in the air using that mobility that he has. And at that point, the only viable interrupt for the black hole is Pixel's hook.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
So if that was on cooldown or Pixel wasn't quick, or if he was taken out or was pressured or whatever he was doing, that Godspeed's black hole, I think, is really what turned the tide of that fight. Because Leo and Omain went in, and they blew up Phil, and they were in the backline. Their next target was Suki. If Godspeed didn't get that black hole, not only the damage, but the snare to create the space necessary for Suki to get away, I think they would have won that team fight. So Godspeed, we've actually said this about Godspeed several times. The dude's a late-game playmaker. Yes. That is what we expect to see. He's not like a big flashy early game. His early game is just consistent, staying safe, making sure he doesn't give up kills. But late game, he seems to be that late game player who just really comes online and makes big plays like that. Yeah, he's been doing things like that consistently the entire weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he just it goes. You get to the point where like clutching out some of those later game team fights becomes important, but both clutching the team fight and knowing where to go next.
Suki's got to be careful. You actually see Omain. He's like, oh, there's a carry right here. I might go in, but quickly. The rotates from both teams are here. The containment fence to catch out Imsco. Oh no, that's not what you want. The black hole's only on Imsco. They have an interrupt. Pixel's looking for it, but I think they're waiting it out. Imsco's so low, they do take him out. Blue team looking like they are wanting to re-engage. They're trying to catch him out. The ultimate is on solo, on Godspeed. Is the bleed gonna be enough to take him out? Possibly, but unfortunately, Omain gets taken out as Prime uses the mobility. Godspeed does go down, but he did his job. He secured the kill onto the carry player. The only lone person alive right here is Leo Grande. Chillfield's going to try to chase him down. And with no towers, with the restriction of map control, Leo's trying to get away right here. I think the rest of the team is going to try to find. Oh, look at the dodge right there! The jukes, ladies and gentlemen, the jukes. I think at this point, though, he's delaying the inevitable. That was actually really cool how he used the charge because he heard the boulder being queued up right there. But still, the orange team, that was just beautifully done. They caught. It was the Decker containment fence caught out Imsco, and a lot of you people who were concerned about Decker not being viable for 3 seconds, it took Imsco all about half a second to get taken out right there. So Decker, that containment fence, just as strong on Monolith as it was on Legacy.
And you know, Orange team very decisive, immediately going for that prime. Had they waited any longer, blue team might have been able to get back to contest that, and that would be very dangerous because that could turn the tides of the game completely. But you know, Jaleo with that dash, I believe, you know, he's trying to play for time at that point, you know, really just trying to get his team up so they can contest that objective, because there is a lot more of that known presence on the map. Like, and what I mean by that is that if you know that somebody exists on the map, there is the potential that they could be there at that prime with you, and you may not know it if you do not have that orb.
I think Nazgul just stunned Prime and he didn't know it.
Yeah, he did. He basically tried to full combo him, and he actually would have killed him, but because Prime is couple levels ahead, when he stealth, the fade time is a little quicker. So he
Oh,
stealth
yeah.
as he was being knocked up, so there was no follow-up from Nazgul.
Just prime things.
Just prime things.
Just prime thing, guys. So taking a look at Nazgul's build here is just shown there, as I alluded towards in the draft. He's not going, he's going less support, but that Honor the Pure card, it does the same exact thing as it did on Legacy, but it actually, we've seen a lot of players using it. Any Order players have been picking it up because it actually does scale with levels now. So it's that base shield on top of the fact that it scales with levels. So it's actually, before we saw it, it was like this early game card that you threw away a little bit later for more mid or late game oriented. But now we see these players holding on to it because it actually is really, really clutch. That shield can be the difference between your carry getting taken out and your carry surviving.
And because on that point, because lethality is high, that is the main reason you will want that shield, because that could be the difference between your carry getting one extra shot and the other carry getting one extra shot. When it's 1, 2, a stun, like a Gideon Q, your carry is going to live through that amount of damage and be able to deal the damage. Because we've seen over the course of 2 days countless carries, mages, junglers, whoever, escaping with very little health through their outplays in the jungle, through their movement and mobility. So
Chill Phil, they're picking up the Raptors here. It was only one, and it goes over to Chill Phil, but still, that one card experience can just snowball into something else. His build, he's just going full glass cannon. He's got nothing but those mad stones, and I know a lot of you guys are like, that's energy damage.
wants to slap
Not
people.
on Monolith. There is no energy
Fun fact,
damage.
It's power.
Yes,
power.
exactly. It took a bit for me to adjust every time I'd see like a mad stone on a melee or something like that. But
Be like, wait,
The
what?
Force Blade on everywhere.
yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's right.
Oh, look at the damage Suki's doing with the Orb Prime and his lead and farm. This is a strong push. That's what I meant with the Orb Prime. It's a finisher. This push right here with the Prime card activated, completely enabled by the fact that they picked up the Orb Prime. Smash and grab. The Void Drone is there, doing a lot of work, doing a lot of damage. Underneath the inhibitor, they're trying to get down the inhibitor. Still pretty healthy. It's tankier than it is. Even with the Orb Prime, they're struggling to take it down. Chillfield taking a lot of damage. They are able to get it though, but can they get out cleanly? It's not a matter of getting out cleanly. They want to continue the aggression here. Underneath the core, they have to be careful. They might get a little bit ahead of themselves here. They picked up the inhibitor. Chill he's just trying to find a way out. He does get taken out. Emsco does get him taken out. Prime is still alive. They actually were pressuring the Kalari, using that global presence, with pressuring the opposite lane as that was all was going on. Solo Nazgul picks off Splinter, so blue team are finding some kills finally, but unfortunately they gave up an inhibitor for it. So with that being said, inhibitors, they still grant you a very big, a large amount of map control and are a huge momentum boost when you take them down. But I talked to all these guys, and they definitely feel that losing an inhibitor isn't as crippling as it was before. It's still an advantage. It still grants you a win condition. It's still really, really good to get those down. But it's not like, all right, blue team, we lost, game's over. Blue team definitely still has it in it for them to get this back.
Right.
Yeah, and because the onus is on the team that took the inhib to try and finish out the game. Because like you want to see how can we get to this late game, how can we get to these final builds, and how can we get to these late game card point spikes for either our carry or our mid or our fighters who are going to get to that point where they can say, I can dive this carry, I can dive into this fight, I can dive the tower. Like Chillfill confidently knowing at this point, like, my strength is Rampage, what CC they have, I'm going to be able to do this successfully and live long enough for us to get that inhibitor.
That's right. And speaking of builds, let's talk a little bit about the player builds.
Yes, please.
I really want to highlight the carries and how they're building. So let's just even start with Imsco. Hovering over his cards right now, we see he's got the power upgrade, obviously, and he's actually building Rift Mage Deceptors and Spear of the Rift Hunter. So
yes,
Crit making its, I guess, re-debut, relaunch, you know, being super powerful. And as you can see, hovering over the new and improved crit bonus cards, we have the Blade of Agora. Now, all of these cards have been revamped. They're all 6 points now, and then upon max, they still give that bonus damage. So, it's pretty good.
And I've seen some diversity, because if we take a look at Suki's build, Suki's been kind of going a similar route with the crit, with the Archmages, like picking up that Blink Charm, very vital on carries now.
Is that a lifesteal card?
Yes.
What is that, Moody?
Yes,
Lifesteal?
indeed.
That hasn't been relevant in months.
A lifesteal card. Well, these men would beg to differ.
That's right. Lifesteal is actually amazing.
Yeah, I've seen Suki and both Suki and Imsco pulling off really tight, close battles with that lifesteal being the reason that one carry wins the fight versus the other.
Exactly what you're talking about, how the theme of their builds are very, very similar. It's just getting crit. but they're building a little bit differently how they get there. All the meanwhile, we're talking about these card builds here. We actually saw IMSCO. Prime, I keep wanting to call him Reflect. I've been calling him Reflect for months. Prime actually got a solo kill into IMSCO barely, as you see. Look at his health there. He barely was able to get away right there. It's actually really, really close. And Kalari, man, Kalari is not. She's just so strong. We're seeing in full display how, you know, just the utility she brings there, and in the late game situation, she actually just got picked off 1v1 a carry, and she didn't have the Orb Prime. The Orb Prime fell off. So Kalari, man, she's a threat throughout the entire course of the match, no matter where she is. It's Prime pulling off the big moves right there.
That's right.
I think that what I want to see from blue team is a little bit more aggression honed in on players that they see going for these picks. So if they see Prime going for that pick, being able to collapse that area and having a Shadow Ward on one of those heroes on hand. And I know IMSCO has the capability for playing around that, because yesterday I did see him pull off a really nice outplay against Prime, when he was in stealth, dropping the ward immediately in a reaction.
Right.
Chill Phil has the boulder queued up. Leo Grande getting stunned up, and he just literally dies in a stun, unfortunately. But that hook right there was really, really good. Pixel picked it off. Godspeed again. He goes in after the fact. He gets off the black hole. He knew Hook was on cooldown. He's taking the tower, but it doesn't matter. Massive black hole, but there used to be a Nazgul right there, but he got taken out.
Wait, is blue team turning this fight right now?
They might be. It's a 3-for-2 thus far. IMSCO gets a kill. I think orange team their eyes got bigger than their stomach here, boys. IMSCO blinks the aggressive blink forward on Suzuki, and he gets the kill. And that was beautifully done right there. 4 down. Orange team, that may have been disastrous for them, but the inhibitor in mid is so low. If they can keep this mid inhibitor alive, they could get something going and finally get momentum back. Look, they wanted that inhibitor. They overextended. They got punished. Blue team, I'm not going to say they're back in it, but they have some momentum. Big morale boost.
That's what they needed.
Desperately needed. Desperately needed.
And that all was possible because of solo Nazgul. Nazgul dropping the Void Drone, causing the fight, and then just waiting for getting a teleport up, use Black Hole, and then just finishing him off with the
and you saw how much that ultimate did to him. He had half, maybe even a little bit more, and you just saw that depleted because of that mana drain.
That's right.
So really good job the solo Nazgul to have the cognizance in that team fight to drop that early on and make sure that people were using abilities in that and effectively draining their mana and turning the tides of the battle.
That's right.
We were talking about carry builds earlier. Carry builds earlier. Let's take a look at the junglers here. Let's take a look at Leo Grande, because that's a temper plate. You're like, oh, that's going to thwart off physical. Nay, no longer. Taking a look at that, the tempered plate, what that does is it takes away
the strength of basic
attacks.
Armor,
Nailed it. Nailed it. I was taking a look at my notes there, guys. You didn't see it on camera. So I got it. It takes away the strength of basic attacks, so that's really, really good at mitigating the damage from your carries. Other supplemental auto attacks, but more so you get that for the carries. And the reason why I want to say why we see that particular damage mitigation on Leo is because when you're playing that Grux, one of your main targets, you want to get in the back line and deal with the carry. So it's enabling him to do that even more. And as expected, some supplemental, a little bit of health, but mostly priority on that damage and a little bit of survivability. That's still the overall theme of junglers. We saw that on Legacy, but the Monolith here, with the way everything scales now, you still want to get a little bit of health, but that primary stat you want to get is the ability power, the power.
Chill Phil on the other end, just running,
the
like
standard,
we were just
Mad Stones.
Going in on some of that damage, like grabbing that Mad Stone, grabbing the Guardian's Ward for a little bit of that health. And of course, getting the Thorn Green Weave so we can both get that ability armor and the power in. And ability armor going to protect against those abilities. So that Bellica gunshot might not do as much damage to Chill Phil as it did to Godspeed. So
That's right.
It's more helpful.
He was zeroed out
to deal with those mages, but Godspeed.
Wait. Look, Prime is in stealth.
Prime is scouting.
Do they have a ward there? I don't think they do. Oh,
Leo's suspicious. Leo's like, nope, there's a ward.
He felt something.
He almost walked around that corner and was met by some unfriendly people.
The ward
right
went
there.
down and he immediately turned and just dashed away. He was like, nope, don't want any of this. No, thank you.
That was I think that was the biggest note moment we've seen
in
the broadcast thus far, definitely.
Of all the note moments.
Of all of them, yeah.
Leo, he is, out of all the people here, he is by far the most outspoken. When he's playing, he is always speaking. He's always talking. He's always saying, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I see this, I see that. So he's a great, great shot caller. And all I saw in my head right there was Leo going like, I think we can take this again. Nope. And just run it. Like literally audibly in the room, all you heard was him saying nope. All the meanwhile, Orange team quickly were able to pick up the or prime buff there underneath the noses of
looking to
blue
close the
team.
game.
They are. They know that they got to be looking for something here. And another something that actually Leo, the man is so insightful. Leo just knows everything. He
He's
can
a
talk for.
sage.
Yeah, he's great. One thing he talked about is when you get an inhibitor, when you get an inhibitor, you killed an opponent's inhibitor. It almost there's a little bit of pressure applied to you because the enemy team is being farm pushed to them. But hold that thought, Shield Bill's diving. He's very low. They get the inhibitor. Oh, but he gets taken out here. The black hole is there. Gideon is looking for the snare. There's a lot of damage. He blink charms out of it. Godspeed's very, very low. That void drone. We saw how much work it's doing.
the back line.
But the speed buff from Decker was enabling him to get away. Orange team, it's one for 2 thus far with only Nazgul, but his job is done here. The Ventilate takes him out. The RCP 90 gets him. Suki's looking for more. He took out Omei, but Imsko, oh no! He overextended. He was looking to possibly get Suki there, but unfortunately, he gets collapsed on right there. So a 4 for 2, and they got mid inhibitor. Orange team, Suki's still alive. They have the Aura Prime. They might be able to put the nail in the coffin right here.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at that fight, Imsko trying to get the jump onto Suki, but Suki being aware and having the mana to be able to play around. And Suki getting very low, is he going to be able to fit? Yes, he is.
Here it is.
Leo tried.
Oh,
he did. All right, there you go. The revenge go at the very
Chalk
end.
one up for J. Leo on that chart. But
Absolutely.
I think just really well executed by Orange team again, but Blue team really putting up a fight this time, understanding that we have to get those kills, we have to capitalize on these team fights and really commit to what we're doing. Like that inhibitor fight where Nazgul was able to get the shot off on Godspeed, they needed to do that maybe a little bit earlier. I think them doing it that late kind of hurt them because they had already Orange team had been getting Raptors regularly. We'd seen them even putting it onto other carries because Suki already very far ahead, feeling very comfortable with this economy.
Yeah.
They were redistributing it, but Blue team I think at that point should have looked to try and invade on that and counter that out and go for some of those picks. But all around great game, closer than the first game, and definitely it's feeling like both teams are looking for different points of contention. Like, I'm going to go for this. Well, I have like 3 other avenues I'm going to try and push to get that CP advantage.
And I think one thing to note on Orange Team is that they do execute very well, but it's almost become predictable. They're anytime one is missing, there's probably 4 people coming your way. So this is probably, and you can kind of tell that Blue Team is picking up on that, right? Like, hey, this guy isn't here. There's probably going to be 4 going here. All right, Howitzer, stay mid. Just farm up levels.
Yeah.
And I think that's really probably what's going to bite Orange Team in the butt is they're predictable, right? So now Blue Team just has to go, all right, let's bait out a rotation.
Right.
And then we're just going to get advantage. And if you just keep doing that, they're going to basically skyrocket in card power and in levels. So
yeah.
And that was the very similar style from the previous game. We kind of noted that the combo of Master Splinter, Chill Phil, and Suki rolling together and really feeling that. But I do want to call out Prime as kind of the MVP of that game because he was pressure, he was everywhere, and he was still getting the kills for his team and doing his job in team fights.
Right.
So we're gonna go into some replays from this game, and you'll see, Prime
this is
over
where
there.
this is where he ults in and secures the kill, goes down for himself. But hey,
he died for it, but it was worth.
And here's Imsko just in the wrong part of town. Again, that was enabled by Ward. You guys see there, he was actually on top of Ward. Didn't know. Godspeed again. Always getting these big black holes off. He waits, he's patient, he goes in after he knows that the CC is down, and then he black holes. That's the hallmark of a great Gideon player right there.
And them being able to turn these into objectives, and I cannot stress that enough, using the advantage in card points and card power.
Oh, I loved that.
That was such a juke.
That was
he juked
amazing.
me.
Like the awareness.
I was like, where'd he go?
Yeah.
But like using that lead to get those objectives. And I can't wait for this ult. Hold up, I'm gonna. You looking at
Wait
that?
for it. We're watching it. He's like,
oh
my lord. That
over
was
half health.
Yes.
Over half health.
Yes. And
That
then we
was
see
the
here the
ventilate.
ventilate.
There it is.
Yep.
And see, look, this is where
Imsko,
Imsko.
if we can watch right here, he gets just 3 crits back to back with his rapid fire. Just zeroes out Imsko.
And you guys see there, if this was Legacy, just because the game pace is just slower than it is on Monolith, Imsko probably would have been able to get a kill on Suki there. He would have been able to tank that damage a little bit more and then have uptime there. But the quick rotation from Orange Team, Imsko, I could tell he's like, I'm going to get, because Suki was at what, like maybe 20% health, 50% health?
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
1 or 2 auto attacks, maybe 1 crit plus an ult, something like that. But those are the sort of things that the players are going to have to adjust to because these guys have been playing on Legacy since early access has come out. I think 9-10 months almost coming up on that, plus or minus. And so the mindset adapting to that is something that I think these players, which they've done really, really well, but it's going to be something that we're all going to have a really good fun time doing, figuring out the differences in play style, and not only the differences, but also the new options that have been opened up on the map.
I think that another big thing to note is the minutia of the lanes.
Minutia.
I keep using that word.
It's a good word.
That's okay. It's a good one.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's a good word, man.
Specifically,
The lanes that I want to look at, you kind of look at the solo lanes. Like Offlane, we kind of talked about that. We saw Prime doing a really good job, but Nazgul staying pretty relevant throughout the game, despite having somewhat pain points being on that team that's lower in card power.
Yes.
So that mid lane is showing you that individual play can shine through in that mid lane. Nazgul we've seen playing really well. So we're gonna go over here. Like you can see, Countess being played in the mid lane. You can kind of mess with the heroes that you normally see in this lane. Like Countess, melee dealing with a howitzer might have some trouble, but able to harass them consistently, and maybe with some potions, a healer token, or some more being more resilient earlier on, she's able to farm and really get to that point where she's scary and can get the kill on howitzer.
That's right. The mid lane is when you're playing that mid lane role, you got this, okay, cool, I have a solo lane, it's a 1v1 matchup, it's like that, I want to outplay the person in front of me. I think a lot of players like to navigate to that role because it's just sort of I'm going to show the other person that I'm better than them. But the big thing about mid lane here is getting the blue buff and ulting a howitzer and getting the kill under a tower. But the point I'm trying to make here is your awareness of what's going on has to be on point, because there's so many avenues from the jungle, from the river, on both sides of the jungle for you to get ganked in. So not only is it a matter of I want to mechanically outplay the person that I'm matched up against, but also I want to make sure that not only am I outplaying him, my awareness is so on point that I'm also backing when I need to, so on and so forth. So the hallmark of a great mid player is not only being mechanically great, getting last hits, playing those sort of what I like to call tempo control heroes, your Gideon, your Howitzer, Gadget. We actually see Countess as a great example of that. Right. But making sure that you're building an advantage for your team and yourself, but at the same time, not getting ahead of yourself, not getting too greedy, not trying to get a kill and then getting ganked, things like that, so on and so forth.
Yeah. And you see the matchup we just saw, Bellica versus Gideon, and I think one of the key things here is when I think about Legacy and I think about some of my solo queue experiences, is that I'd be in my duo lane, and that red lane like Shane was talking about earlier, and I would find that I'd get ganked a lot of fights would happen there, but more and more we've seen these fights resolving around these river buffs, around this mid lane.
Very much so.
And playing around these fog walls, like how many times have we seen Pixel, Splinter just hiding, creeping around these fog walls, waiting for one mid laner to make a mistake, and it's a slight misstep. I know that getting the stealth buff on Rampage, it could just be sitting there with that rock, waiting and biding your time, and there's a ton of different ways you can use that Shadow Plane buff. It doesn't need to be on a heavy fighter.
There's a great example right there. Gideon just casually walked up to the Bellica player there and just ulted. I imagine he's going to be able to secure a kill right there. There it is, going down. Yep. Cosmic Rift indeed. But another thing, and you touched about this, I want to talk about it again, is mid lane predominantly, at least right now, the way people have been playing it, predominantly has been your casters, your Gideon, Gadget, people who rely on their abilities and their mana pool and have big team ultimate fights, or team fight ultimates, right? Their mana sustained, the mana pot can only give you so much. If you're able to get river buff control to your mid laner, they give you that mana. So not only do you get the river buff itself, but you also are keeping your mid laner sustained, making sure he's there, getting level 5, because levels on mid lane are extremely important. You want to get the level 5 and get those power spikes online as soon as possible, enable that team fight and that tempo control. But river buff control, there's the implications of it are so much more than what sort of meets the eye. You can use it to enable your mid laner, use it to enable your jungler, use it to enable your carry. There's a lot of things you can do with it. And that's, I think, honestly, when I heard about that, that's one of the coolest things I think about as tomorrow when we swap over to Monolith, is how the teams and all you guys are going to adapt to those river buffs.
Yeah. And going into this next hero select, Zeke. I'm curious. What are you looking to see out of the team's diversity playing hero wise? Because I know we've seen the Rampage and the Grux in the jungle. I know Jaleo didn't have as much success as Chillfell, where they put a lot of resources into the Grux. Right. But do you feel like there's some other options there for them?
I really do think that blue side, it's obvious what orange side's doing, right? It's apparent. They see it. So I think blue side needs to counter with heroes that have hard means of crowd control. In the last game, the only means of stopping Godspeed at all was Richter's hook. And the moment that he fires the hook, either defensively to save a teammate or anything, Godspeed's like, I'm going in, nothing's stopping me, this is happening. So it's really important to, and especially in drafts, is to figure out, well, what are they picking? Do we have enough? Do I have CC for that? You know, verticality plays such a huge role now, especially like Godspeed just showed a perfect example of it. Like, I'm high in the air. If I use Bellica's stun, it's not going to hit him. He's he's in the air. So I'm very excited to see what they'll play. I think it's something to keep in mind.
The draft is moving along here, and there's one hero in particular that I am fascinated with here.
Which one is it?
It's as I like to cordially call my Bay Countess. Oh yes.
And Solo Nazgul.
And Solo Nazgul, who's
and we also see Master Splinter on Narbash.
Yes.
Yeah.
Narbash. I actually just learned that I know a Master Narbash.
You do?
Yeah.
Who is that?
He is community lead. KL.
Is that community
KL?
manager?
Yeah.
KL?
KL. Yes.
The Master Narbash.
He knows what a master is.
I know.
He does.
What a master
Zeke now
is.
knows.
Well, you know, but KL knew beforehand, and he under his tutelage.
Yeah, you're right.
You now know.
You have now
I
know
now
a
know.
master.
You now know. Yeah,
I now know.
But no, I'm very excited for the match because of these lineups. You can see that Jaleo on that Chimera. Jaleo has impressed me so much on Chimera just because of the different teams he's been able to play with.
Yeah.
The different compositions, because I've seen him going with that pick comp, using that Chimera ultimate, and like seeing the patch notes, you have seen like there's a stun, a longer stun added onto that to confirm that ability, landing it, getting it down, and picking off that target. So we're gonna have to see if they go for that relentless dive onto the carry.
Oh, I just realized.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice.
Main's on the Sevrog.
There is no carry on the orange team.
Wait.
Did nobody else see that, or is that just me?
Hold on.
Or?
This is a Narbash carry. This is a Narbash carry.
Okay, this is no.
It's not a Narbash carry.
I think it's probably
this is an
carry.
interesting adaptation. So they're actually running double mages.
Double mages.
Oh
Gadget
man,
and
I love
Howitzer.
this. I love this.
I actually haven't seen this all weekend.
No, Suki. So okay, first day, Shane and I actually had the pleasure of seeing some of the players swapping roles.
Yes.
And Suki gravitated to the
Howitzer?
Howitzer, and he was pulling off some filthy plays.
Now, when we take a look at Suki builds, it's very diverse. He gets a lot of different type of cards, and what I mean by that is he'll literally get 5 meltdowns.
Yeah, that was
meltdowns.
We'll have to see if he does diversify that build a little bit, because I was talking earlier, and all the players were kind of looking at that benefit and the cost of getting a Blink Charm and swapping it out for some of the higher priority cards they had, held as more important in Legacy.
That's right.
So in place of that, getting those movement options, the very necessary movement options on Monolith, into their build.
Right. I am kind of concerned about Orange Team though.
How are they going to lane this? That's what I'm thinking.
I think Narbash.
Well, we already see them invading the enemy safe camp for the offlaner. First of all, this is huge.
This is so dope.
This is huge. This means like Omain's like, wait, what? I don't.
Oh,
what do
wow.
I do?
Okay.
There's like, what can he do? This in
no.
itself is huge. So we see Howitzer laning by himself. We see them invade the jungle. This is gonna set Omain back so far. The biggest concern from Orange Team, though, they don't have much hard CC.
That's
they
true,
have
you're
the
right.
Thunk, they have Prime's sword to hold things in place, but aside from that, they have a slow from Chillfill and a knockback from the Howitzer, whereas Blue Team has 3 roots, 2 slows. They've got everything.
It's also very funny to me that the Orange Team, while not going for a carry, the Blue Team has a very strong defend the carry composition.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
Pixel running the Muriel, Jaleo running that Chimera, and Omain, especially on that Sevrog with the knockback, are going to really enable Insco to do that work. But Solo Nazgul is I'm very curious as to who he's going to target in these fights with no obvious carry to use that counter ultimate.
So this is a carry Howitzer.
I'm so excited.
Is what they're doing right now.
Do you think he's building like a carry? Do you think he's
not
building?
going great.
I gotta. Later in the game, we gotta
no
know
way.
the scoreboard because I kind of want him to.
No, I gotta see how these builds go, though.
Yeah.
Because I want to see if he keeps up his the infamous Suki build from the other days and goes for those meltdowns.
Yeah.
Or if he tries to pivot and maybe go for more like we're all enabling each other in this team. So
yeah.
I'm gonna try and enable the Gadget ultimate. I'm gonna try and work with Kwong, and I love the Kwong pick because Kwong, Howitzer, a match made in heaven.
Match made in heaven.
They work so well together, and it's fantastic.
Chillfill,
to see
they're
them.
going in. He has the speed boost. See, they got the river buff. He had the speed boost. They were looking for it. But Omain, big heads up play. He missed the root. He missed the subjugate, the root ability of Sevrog there. But still, at least he was like, whew, he got away from that one right there. They were wanting to go in, but mid lane, though, as we sweep over there. Are they going to be able to get the kill? Oh, it's a 1-for-1. He does take him out. Solo Nazgul gets it. That was I mean, in a 1v2 situation, you're able to get that 1v1. I bet Nazgul is brushing his shoulders off right now. That's an exchange you're happy with.
Yep. That's honestly pretty, especially because it's a gadget. It's a safe gadget.
Yeah.
And you are a dive countess that's kind of swishy. You got the 1v1. That's pretty good.
No,
it's a 1v2.
I think despite Jaleo, having to finish off Godspeed getting the kill onto Nazgul, I think Nazgul made the right play there, and I think it was the right play by blue team in order to try and get Nazgul to that terrifying countess who will remove one.
Wait, hold on. Let's go into the jungle. Here we go. Master Splinter trying yet again to deny farm, but this might
we
cost him
might
his
get
life.
caught out here, yeah, because one of the big changes about Chimera is his
yeah.
gap closer, I think, is a 5-second cooldown now.
He
It
can
is
keep on to
hard to get away from a Chimera. I would say nay impossible unless there's some form of crowd controller or mobility enhancing going on right there. So
That's right.
And I think the biggest thing is understanding the strength of your team at that stage and what they can do, because by having the mages on that team, when they get to that 10-minute mark, 12-minute mark, and we start seeing those mid buff, the river buffs being contested for, we're gonna have to see whether blue team can actually hone in on those river buffs, because they really haven't been doing that. Last couple games we've seen orange team, Chillfill really dominating those. But Jaleo, making it over here. We see Splinter again.
There you go.
he got it. Splinter tried. He tried stealing it with a thunk.
I respect it. But yeah, Jaleo actually being much more.
Look at him move.
He's scared. Okay.
He's good. He's good. But
Someone get that man on a track team. That blue buff man.
just running out of there.
Moving him quick. You think Chimera was hard to get away from before?
Yeah, so let's talk. I just can't get over this howitzer pick. Suki, props. You've thrown me for a loop. The biggest concern, and the more I think about it, is they're playing for mid game.
Yo, 100%.
That is what they're doing.
100%.
They're playing with the double mage lineup, so they want to hit 25 minutes and they want to just end the game.
Yeah.
If they don't, and it hits 30, even 35 minutes, that means Imsco, like when you rotate your spells, you have downtime.
Yeah.
And that's when you want your carry to walk in and start dishing out damage. Imsco is just going to have a field day with all these squishies.
Yeah, you're
It's
right.
going to be a little crazy. They just have to hold out. That's all they have to do.
If at 30 to 40 minutes, assuming the game makes it that long, they still have all their inhibitors and they're not at a drastic card deficit, blue team will
I feel like blue team can lock it
Orange
up.
team is on a clock.
Yep.
Yes.
Orange team is on a clock because not only Imsco, but Countess
yes,
is a late game dominator. It's not in the same sense of a carry per se, but that she does spike a little bit more in the late game as opposed to the other mid laners that we would expect. So that's the other thing. The Countess is going to be able to punish. Almost any of those targets are viable targets for her to go on, to be perfectly honest. Maybe except the Narbash because of the speed boost and the thunk. But in the late game situation, blue team is going to be extraordinarily strong if they can hold out and I think the big thing is making sure your inhibitors are still alive at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and
that's the big the big metric that we're going to be looking at.
I can't believe I didn't see this before. I mean, like Countess, Sevarog, and Murdoch. Like Sevarog, Stacks.
Yeah, Sevarog's really good late game as well. That's true.
Then, fun fact, if you check the patch notes, Omain maybe going down here. Omain does fall. Maybe getting a little too big for his britches. I know he pushed up in that lane and tried to loop around and get back, but that's maybe play a little bit more passive when you know that they're in the area. The interesting with Sevarog is you now get stacks off of all of his abilities.
Yes.
Right.
So it is even more important to try and shut down that Sevarog. Do not let him get those stacks. And we saw Omain pushing up there, and Orange team immediately reacting and saying, "Hey, you can't be that far pushed up and farming.
We're gonna
punish you for it."
Yeah.
Right.
So
Jay Leo's getting aggressive in the jungle here. He's actually going into a 1v2 situation. I'm not sure if that's what he was looking for. He's going in. He's on. Look at him. He's going in 1v2. Here comes Solo Nazgul. He's not level 5, but he still has all that damage coming out. Splinter's in trouble. He doesn't have the base to drop yet. Here comes Suki, though. The carry howitzer comes into the last barrage. Takes him out and bam, Chillfill. The Earth Spike, so they get the kill onto the support, but they give up 2 forward. They continue. Pixel was looking for the snare. Suki. Oh, man, if they can land it. Oh, look, he actually dodged the long arm of the law, intentional or not. Still fortuitous. Tesla Dome goes down. Godspeed comes in with the flank. But no, he's the one who's going to get punished right there. He uses the ultimate, so that was a 2-for-2 exchange right there. Very, very even. But you saw Suki, that last barrage of Make It Rain right there. That is what secured them that kill. Devastating amount of damage going down.
Oh my gosh.
So I love that Jaleo kept up the fight and keeping stacks. I know that he was being very aware of that and cognizant of that. Prime going into Imsco here, Imsco gonna be safe due to the Pixel Muriel ultimate. But
Forcing
Pixel,
that ult.
yeah, Pixel throwing those boots, trying to get them into the lane to save. His team not able to get there in time. So you see the quick rotation of the Orange team, and Orange team has been on point with this. Their rotations have been very crisp, clean, and almost as if they are all like they were like, all right, let's synchronize watches before the game starts
and execute plan 1
yes,
and go.
Yes, it's seemingly like that because Suki.
Oh no!
Did he steal it? He didn't.
He was so close.
Oh,
It
man.
probably had 5 health. Oh. Omain trying to secure that gold buff for himself, and you could tell, like, right where he backed, it was just like, oh man, he tried
Here's
to
Leo.
end with the subjugation.
This is what Leo Grande's known for, is his aggro jungler, and who better than Chimera? But unfortunately, 1v4, not going to be an ideal situation right there.
And you can see the grouping already.
Yeah.
The closer to mid game we get, like that's going to keep happening if Orange team wants to try and get this win. Like that's. If you take a look at it, you know you get that gadget bomb, and you get that R2000 rocket. That rocket, I mean, it is actually a rocket now. It hurts. You get hit by that rocket, you will be very surprised. I remember I watched Suki 1v2 with an amazing display of skill as well as the damage from that howitzer. So we're gonna have to see if
in the ultimate, he might be able to pick up solo kill, possibly onto Omain. Omain's got to respect it. Because don't forget, this fight went down. Suki was already at a health deficit, but it just doesn't matter. Omain's gonna go in there. Can he get it? It's so close. He's gonna be able to get home. Suki wins the 1v1. Omain, I don't know if he didn't have his ultimate, but he almost was able to pick up the kill onto the, again, I love saying this, carry howitzer.
Carry howitzer.
Every time I say that, I just get tickled.
Cowitzer.
Yes. The cowitzer, yes. Let's make it a thing.
Let's make it a thing, man. Just
It's
a close game, man. Things are happening.
Well, and that's what's so impressive about some of these players coming into Monolith and just innovating off the bat, because we don't, that safe lane, lends itself to that carry, getting that economy onto the one hero, this one role that is going to pay off for you later in the game.
That's right.
But on Suki, it's paying off for you earlier, but because of that, they dynamically have to shift their play style towards fighting in these enclosed areas, using those AoE ultimates, getting the damage in, and forcing trades where they might not have forced them before.
Right. And I really, that's one thing I love about Monolith, we've talked about it a lot, is that the roles are, nebulous. Seeing Suki up on this howitzer, like, awesome. Who would have ever thought, you know what, I'm going to go play carry, I'm going to play howitzer, boom, do it. For all we know, someone could play a Sevrog carry. Like, this is all possible on Monolith.
Sevrog carry.
It's
Cameron was talking about it a little bit earlier. He actually,
gross. Yeah, it's wonderful. So yeah, we'll just have to see how this plays out.
Countess going in on the master player. Oh boy, the burst right there. Once upon a time, there was a Narbash. That's the story of that fight right there.
The triple ulti special.
Muriel coming in. He actually goes to 4. Those huge. The knockup onto 3. Suki's in trouble. Can they pick him off? Leo Grande, he's chopping away with those tomahawks, but unfortunately, it's not enough. Kwang rotates from the off lane into mid and does get the kill. That was a beautiful setup right there. The jump in, timed, coordinated, but here comes Omain. Does he have the ultimate? He does. Actually, he lands the root, a couple auto attacks, plus a siphon maybe, but he gets knocked under the tower and he goes down. So Orange team, just execution, and that was beautifully done. A 1-for-2 exchange that was so close. I thought for sure Suki was going to get taken out. Leo did as well, but yeah, Leo, despite the fact that he didn't win that still was a big play. He timed his jump right as the Muriel knockup landed, hit 3 with it. That was beautiful.
I have not seen a panicked ability from Orange team all game. They have all been precise and honing in on getting the kills where they need them. So they saw that Countess coming in, and they saw, okay, you're going to get the kill, you're going to triple ult our Narbash, but now you were out in the open, and we have rotated quickly enough to get over there.
Yeah.
And I imagine that it comes down a lot to vision, because Orange team, knowing that Blue team doesn't know that their teammates are rotating over, and that Howitzer are able to rotate over, push that lane up, get those kills, and get back over to his lane is going to be so powerful. I want to look to see if Orange does a little bit of wave setting later in the game. They really try to manipulate those minion waves in order to create, artificial person in the other lane. It's just like those minions are effectively a hero.
They're the 6th team member.
Yeah, because I
the
set
6th man.
Exactly.
I don't think Chimera's ward saw that ward because it wasn't quite in line of sight. He doesn't see the ward. Ladies and gentlemen, line of sight, so important with these new wards. So that's just free vision.
Leo Grande, he's going in on to.
I think he can 1v1.
Oh, he actually interrupted it with his. Oh no, he forced the blink charm though. Was that a blink charm on Feng Mao?
Yes.
He's got double mobility. That Feng Mao is going to be in there. Shout out to my boy Notch. Like swimwear, he goes in. The shield is there to keep him alive. Kwong is in there. There's the base being dropped right there by Narbash. It was the snare was enough. And this is actually something Master Splint talked about. He thinks the biggest reason why he feels Narbash is very, very strong is because the impact and the strength of the snare associated with his ultimate is actually the biggest component that he thinks that grants it. Oh, the Earth Spike under the tower. Gets the kill onto the Mirror as well. This is what we wanted to see. This is what you guys were talking about. We're coming up on 15 minutes, that mid-game peak, and that's exactly what they're doing here. They're taking these team fights, but Emsco gets a kill. That was really, really important, and he picks up a big bounty and a big amount of farm for him. So that actually turns.
Where's Countess? She's hunting. Oh wow, she's picked off by Suki.
Oh man. I don't see what happened there exactly.
What are you doing? Oh, main, please.
Oh, does he have his getaway? I'm not sure he is going to be able to, but I think he is going to get taken out.
Bob and weave, oh, main. Oh.
Bob and weave.
Oh,
can't he? Suki comes in there with the auto attack.
All right. I think it's time that we look at Suki's build once we see what happens, because I gotta know. Like, Suki's demolishing people. I need to know what he's building.
They're gonna pick up that first tier 1, but of course, starting off the build strong with the meltdown. Like you can see there.
There they are. Yeah, that's what we were talking about, boys.
I told you.
Meltdowns for days. So let's talk a little bit about meltdowns, because obviously all the cards did get reworked. So what is it about these meltdowns that's so different and new?
So really being able to pick up that upgraded power and that passive ability pen. So what we've seen Suki doing is socketing the power into the meltdown and taking the passive ability pen to really carry him into that mid game and address the fact that a lot of these carries or bruisers on the other team aren't itemizing for the ability damage.
That's right.
And it's so important to make sure you're itemizing specific for the damage type you're receiving. And it sounds like a no-brainer, but it becomes that power is very, power Cam was talking about earlier, power sexy. Everybody wants power. Everybody wants to get, in real life, but in the game as well. The power within Monolith is important because it allows you to modify your abilities, your basic attacks, like well into the game, and your hero spiking at different points is an important part of that.
That's right.
So Suki having those meltdowns in the mid game where people haven't built up that ability armor yet, that's going to be key for him, like getting in those huge rockets.
That's right.
Look at what Leo Grande's building. Also building meltdown.
Oh, he's okay. So he's going for the kills with the cull. All right, I got you.
And I think one of the things we can really see there is that Suki, while being able to be that terrifying, like bursty caster in team fights, is not surviving, or his mana pool isn't surviving these long drawn-out fights.
Right.
So the longer these fights draw out, and I think that's what blue team's gonna have to look to do, is really kite back with Imsco and play that protect the carry composition. So Suki going in on that burst is maybe not wasting the burst, but is drawing out that mana pool.
Yeah,
and
he's definitely his build is much more of a a two-barreled sawed-off shotgun than it is a big clip, right? His mana pool is limited by that build. So again, and that's I've been saying this so much with Monolith. One of the biggest things I love is that it enables players to show off their individual stylistic way of playing.
That's right.
Suki says, I want to play the game in this way, and he can. While maybe on Legacy, that sort of build may have been limited just due by the restrictions of that map. And now you guys see why we've been changing this is it's opened up the players to play the game and they want to play it. If you want to play a carry with crit, you can do it. If you want to go raw damage, you can do that too. They both have different power spikes around the stage of the game, but they're both viable and they're both strong.
Yeah, and you can see that mid-game, like the gadget bombs doing a considerable amount.
Yep.
And Orange Team doing exactly what they need to do, rotating over the towers, getting those kills, and using the fact that their carry Howitzer is at a very strong point.
That's right.
And Howitzer gadget that rocket into the bomb is going to be able to clean up a lot of people, so they got to be quick on their feet.
I think
pushing
one
a tier 2 tower, you have to be careful here. Leo Grande actually went in, but was knocked up by the mine there. There's a lot of ultimates going down here, but there's not much value. He goes back in, he leaves, and he gets the kill on the Suki. Leo Grande with a great display of patience right there. But what Leo did, that was massive. There was more to that, what happened there, than what meets the eye. He went in, he got knocked back by the mine, but that actually forced out the Make It Rain ultimate and the Tesla Dome from Gadget. And we talked, the Chimera's jump is so much shorter. He just waited for those ultimates go down, knowing he just forced 2 ultimates, went back in and got the kill on Suki. That was a massive play from Leo.
No, that's also huge though, because Suki was 6-0.
Yeah.
So he had built up
bounty.
quite a bounty. So that kill going over to blue is massive. Especially if it's on J. Leo Grande, building ability pen kill you with the call, Chimera.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
excited to
I
see
love
what that's
it.
gonna happen. What's gonna be?
When I know, I like the combination of the Countess ult into the the Cull into the Murdoch laser, the long arm of the law, because of the fact that if they are able to delete either one of those mages, and preferably Suki, they are missing out on a lot of that burst damage.
That's right.
And if they can lock him down before he gets that ultimate off, which I believe the goal is to lock him down so he either cannot get the ultimate off or bait out the ultimate like Jaleo just did. So those are you're going to be their two options or win conditions for the team fights.
That's right. And I think blue team, they did it well right there, but they just need to continue doing it, is baiting out abilities and forcing orange team to basically use their ultimates, use their abilities, and then just back up, just disengage, wait for ultimate cooldowns to go down, and then re-engage.
He thinks
and
it's a 1v1. The thunk misses, but it doesn't matter. Real quick on his steals. A big play by Pixel. The snare is there, but look at all the shield on Emsco. He's standing his ground. He's trying to do what he can. He gets knocked up.
I believe
Are they gonna get it? The rocket doesn't land, but it's enough for Prime to clean up right there. The rest of the team, take a look at your mini-map. Nazgul may be approaching, and here comes Leo as well.
Leo, please help.
Pixel, does he have a speed boost? Has he anything to keep himself alive? All right, the Make It Rain does go down. Leo went on to Suki, but Suki used the ultimate to get himself away, and the chase continues. Nazgul is actually taking out all the meanwhile. There's the kill there. Finally, Master Splinter is able to get the pick off on to the mirror right there with the thunk, with the drumstick right there. Beautifully done. That was just I don't think Emsco was aware that orange team was wrapping around, because that's exactly what that was. That was a wraparound. They collapsed on him. They got the kill, and immediately I believe this is the first Raptor camp being taken here. This is going to be 3 card levels to, I'm assuming they're going to give it.
That went over to Chill Phil.
Chill Phil. I mean, any one of those, either Kwong, Chill Phil, or Suki will get a lot out of that.
All right, so Prime is getting one.
And another one just spawned. That timing, boys. That timing, boys.
So I think one of the things here is that they felt comfortable enough giving Suki that safe lane and allowing him to farm up his card power that way, that they want to move some of that economy over to like the two bruisers here, like with Chill Phil and Prime, because getting it onto those bruisers means in those team fights, if Suki is being focused, the other two can wreak havoc on the back line.
That's right.
Or even the front line, and just walk up on the team, because if Jaleo is going for those dives on a Suki, that's going to be problematic for Imsco's life.
I think it's good too, because orange team it's really on orange team to mess up, right? Orange team wants blue team to engage. Jaleo and Countess are dive heroes. They want to dive your back line.
Very much so.
The moment they dive, Hauser's like, all right, I'm in space. I'm up here now. Godspeed's like, hey, here's a Tesla Dome. Have fun in that. Here's a Make It Rain. Are you guys having fun? You're all dead.
Yeah.
So
the caveat to that, though, is orange team are very reliant on their ultimates.
that is correct.
Outside of their ultimates, they are nowhere near as strong as the blue team outside of their ultimates.
That's
Obviously, because of that late game, they're much more dangerous with their base kits and their auto attacks. So that actually could be something that blue team can play around, is if they can force out ultimates, then retreat and get away from those, reset the fight, re-engage. Even if they're wounded, they still have their ultimates. The big power of that composition is as you just said, the Tesla Dome, the Make It Rain, the Crash Bang Boom from Narbash, all of that. They can force those out and bait it, they can turn around a team fight. Despite the fact that they might not be in the best position right now, they can absolutely bait out a team fight and take a big win.
Is this a 1v?
Oh,
the
Emsco.
edge of it. Imsco, you monster.
He's that's the strength of Murdoch, man. That was beautifully done. I bet Naz said Sko, line him up, because I'm about to get my ultimate on, and that's just beautiful coordination right there. Big burst coming out from those two.
And,
That's right.
And I think consistently doing that over the course of the game is what's important for them, that they're able to get these kills and not just allow Orange Team to passively farm, passively get Suki to the point where he will just be able to come to team fight.
Here we go. This is another kill. This is great for blue. They just picked up 2 pickups right there. This is blue team starting to pick up that momentum. I mean, it's only 22 minutes. Orange is in their prime right now.
That's right.
Shout out to Kwong on Prime on Kwong right there. They're still in their prime right here, and now they're starting to get picked off in the mid game. This could be the beginning of blue team starting to reel this game in if they continue to get these pickoffs. But more importantly, on the heels of these pickoffs, get objectives. Whether it's the Raptors, the Orb Prime, denying Amberlink, anything like that, they need to make sure they get more than just kills.
That's right.
And I think one thing to note here is Imsco just like going over and getting the gold buff. Jayla was actually telling me this yesterday. Imsco is very good and very diligent at getting those gold buffs and either denying it if the enemy's gold buff, like just simply timing it out, denying it, or using the allied gold buff to go into that jungle and share some of that CP with Jaleo. So Jaleo saying, hey, you have the gold buff, I'll let you effectively use it, but when that's done, I'm going to take some of these jungle camps so we can stay on par together.
Oh no, man, caught out.
Oh, he should be able to get away. They just came back online. Reversal fortunes there. Knocks up Master Splinter. Master Splinter's looking for the ultimate. It is isolated Pixel. Pixel going down, not the biggest deal in the world. It is that Muriel, but still it's a pick-off nonetheless for the orange team. So are they going to go for an inhibitor push here? I would say that's ill-advised, but Sko is really low, so he needs to reset. He needs to back immediately, but he's under pressure here. The inhibitor is going to be sieged down, either a tier 2 or, I'm sorry, the tier 2 tower is going to be pushed down, and Imsko needs to back right now, get healthy, and get back to that fight before his towers start dying.
That's right.
Yeah,
Looks like they're posturing for Prime, maybe?
Yep, potentially. I question the taking Prime, maybe more clearing the ward.
I think they know about it, too.
I really hope they just clear. I don't know that going for this. I mean, they do have the Muriel dead.
Imsko is left lane, so they do have vision on him. He's clearing out those minion waves over in that.
Going for it.
Over in that
They
lane,
know about it. There's no way they don't know about it.
I don't know.
At least, well, they're about to check. They're going to know about it here in a second.
Muriel's up in 8 seconds. I don't know.
Right.
Looking for a laser.
And if Muriel should have the ultimate, make it. They forced out Make It Rain. This is what they need to do. We talked about the 3 hits from Leo. He gets him. He takes out Suki. Beautifully done. Muriel's here. Muriel's alive. Reversal force online. She'll be able to show up to the fight. She'll feel late the ultimate. Oh, he steals and the huge plays. He blinks out. He gets away. The man, the myth, the legend, O'Main, making the big plays. Leo grinding, cleaning up Master Splinter as well. Blue team are pulling this out. They're low. Is Leo going to stay alive? Does he have the region? He try to do it. He does go down. But here comes Solano, cleans them up, takes their blood, beautifully done by the blue team, and they continue to chase. They get the Orb Prime, they get the steal, they get the handful of them, they came in like a broom and swept them.
Oh my god.
That was amazing.
I'm left speechless after that team fight. J-Leo showing up so much for his team. They're coming around, knowing Suki is going to fall back after his ultimate to the safest side of Prime, and just calling him and taking him out right there. Imsko routing immediately over to Prime and joining his team, and blue team playing so well around the AoE ultimates of orange team and netting so much of this, getting an inhibitor.
They're going in.
They go face, boys.
They can do it.
They're gonna. They're at least gonna get inhibitor. They're at least gonna get an inhibitor.
Oh man,
they're not going face
that
though.
Was
okay.
Such an amazing. Just the patience. Just Jay Leo making those plays, waiting for like the fact that they forced Suki to burn the ultimate out at the gate, at the entrance, not even during the team fight. Jay Leo's like, cool, you can't get away from me now. I'm gonna wrap around. Boom! I ulted you. You're cold. You're dead. That's it. And that was just what blew this fight wide open. O'Main going in and actually managing to steal the Prime buff. That was just beautifully played.
And it's that feint and the patience. So the feint in the sense that they
feign that aggression.
Yeah. Blue team faking, I'm going to go in, we're going to engage on this, and allowing J-Leo to come around and really completely ignore the AoE ultimates of the orange team because they are all focused on this one direction.
That's right.
So J-Leo pulling that off, very good move by him. O'Main's patience, yes.
I think,
fantastic,
you know what, I think...
But O'Main's patience, like waiting for that Feng Mao ultimate to drop. You saw Chillfell trying to secure Prime with that Feng Mao ultimate, but O'Main able to, with his patience, sit there, wait, siphon. That is my buff. Thank you very much.
That was so good. And he got 5 siphon stacks.
Did he just steal it?
Perfect stacks.
Did he steal it? I don't know. Okay, I don't think he did. That was close.
Okay. O'Main just trying to double up there
like
on
that's
steal.
it. O'Main's like, yo, I just stole a peep. Time to flex. Let's flex on these fools right now. And he's just roaming around like, I'm gonna steal. I'm gonna try to steal that. I didn't steal it. Whatever.
Well, no,
I'm here though.
We talked about the Severog coming online,
look at him get aggressive.
You can see that starting to happen.
Look at him get aggressive here. O'Main was about to just straight flex on him.
He was going.
He was about to.
If that howitzer mine wasn't there, I'm pretty sure he would have gone. He would have just gone for it.
But this has just been a complete switch up of roles here. Now blue team are the one getting aggressive.
That's right.
Blue team are the one invading the jungle. They're the ones that are pushing orange team back, and we kind of foreshadowed that this is how this game was going to go if the orange team doesn't take a massive mid-game lead. Nazgul gets stunked up right there. They get sketching out. Oh, the subjugate! The follow-up. He drops the Tesla. Don't visit him off the shield. No! The buckshot comes in there. Imsko does pick up that kill there. Gadget, taking down Gadget is massive for enabling them to push. Gadget is, I think, the best tool. Well, Howitzer as well, but Gadget is one of the biggest tools that the orange team has to thwart off sieges. So with no Gadget, they could either decide to try to pressure out the lateral lanes, the side lanes, or I think what they're going to do is fall back One surprised to see if there's no Raptor camps up. I think they're going to be happy with that kill, fall back, and stabilize. Yeah.
It's the consistent, reliable wave clear that Gadget brings.
Man, this game's close.
Yeah, and understanding that committing the proper resources. So early on, you saw Jaleo getting a little reckless, maybe like jumping in on these fights that he may not be able to take, but now really biding his time and waiting with Offlane to time that in, timing the call, and then using the subjugate to get that root and then confirm the kill. And Imsko and Nazgul also having to be patient in order to wait. Maybe they need to use that ultimate, double ultimate combo on a different carry. Maybe they use it on Suki versus Godspeed, because I think that's where we're looking at the team positioning. Suki, while very far ahead in terms of like card power with Godspeed, like due to that gold buff.
Right.
And if we take a look at the items here, like you'll see that we've kind of pivoted, seeing the blue team power up and catch up in some of those card points. So it's kind of even across the board for the blue team, with the exception of Pixel, of course, as a support a little bit behind in economy. You know, you see Master Splinter as well, but both teams fairly even now, with the exception of, you know, you see
the only outlier, Suki.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where like Suki was getting that safe lane farm and getting that, but you know, Imsko staying on par with him. So like getting 2 more levels and he is there, and Imsko at 42 card points, I'm very scared of.
Ew. Especially, and he is going crit. I believe.
I believe. Are you behind some people on main?
He's fine. Found out Suki. The subjugate's on cooldown. He wasn't able to land it.
He
forced out the make it rain.
There it is.
He forced it out. Here comes Solo Nazgul. The burst is there, and Suki gets isolated, taken out. And this is momentous for the blue team. They have the inhibitor, but Imsko's by himself. Oh no, Chill Phil! He takes out, so a carry for a carry. A 1-for-1 exchange. This is still anyone's fight. This is still anyone's game, ladies and gentlemen. He picked it up, but I think main, he should be able to pick this up. The speed boost from Mural is going to enable him. Chill Phil. Are they going to be able? There's the.
Here we go. The chase is on.
Good. The chase is on, boys. Does he have a subjugate? The Blink Charm away. He might have Reaping Dash. The Reaping Dash away. These guys continue to chase.
Subjugate, you got
Someone, why aren't they going to travel yet? Because we're in Monolith, ladies and gentlemen. This hamstring, is it enough? The mobility is just so important here.
Where's Muriel?
The Reaping Dash, is there anything that Chill Phil does get away? Good Lord. The man was just an escape artist right there. All the Blink Charms, all the Reaping Dashes.
Yeah. And, that was him flexing back. He was like, all right, Offlane, you took OP. Let's see who's the better one here. And he just flexed a little styled on him a little bit, you know?
More so told him, you think you have mobility. I am mobility defined,
That's right.
Yeah, it's nice mana pool. Sick mana pool. So I think really just understanding that blue team right now needs to keep doing what they've been doing.
Keep it up.
Imsko getting a little bit caught out of position there. I could hear him say pull when Howitzer went up in the air and just like sniped him a little bit. You know, coming down with that low health.
A little bit out of position.
But yeah, but that caused him to come out of position. You know, committing that time to take that knee and snipe Howitzer left him susceptible to Prime just rolling up and quanging him.
And even just like looking at the map, like,
did you say quanging him?
Quanging, yeah.
Quanging
him.
Okay.
Even just looking at the map, blue team still has tier 2 towers. This means they still have jump pads. That in itself, and you can just watch the count. There you go. Boop, boop, boop. I mean, that's huge. At 30 minutes to still have jump pads, that's just so much saved time. Orange team doesn't have jump pads, and they don't have an inhib. So blue team is set right now.
Yeah, I think Orange, they've been in their big power spike, and it's starting to fade away here. We're at 30 minutes, and I think this is where blue team, even in the middle of that, were able to pick up a really big team fight, pick up that mid inhibitor. They are certainly after that team fight, I think it was evened up, but now that we're a little bit later, and as game progresses, blue team are going to find themselves just continuing to have an inherent advantage due to the draft. Now, with that being said, Orange is still a very, very deadly team.
Yes.
If they catch out, I mean, we saw Imsko was just blown up right there by just, that was just Chill Phil on the Fang Meow. So they still have, it's not like they're down and out like, okay, we didn't win. Oh, Imsko, so dirty. The Peruvian powerhouse, ladies and gentlemen, that is Imsko. He's so good. Right there.
And one thing I'd like to point out there, Imsko actually got a little bit of help from Offlane indirectly on that kill, because Offlane harassed Suki repeatedly at the gold buff, causing Suki to get very low, taking that gold buff. And since he took that gold buff, he's forced to stay in lane and actively use that buff, lest he give up economy.
Right.
So, Imsko taking advantage of that, and Prime being summoned.
Prime being summoned is coming back. That's him. Oh,
and immediately,
blue team. Okay, now hold on. This might spell disaster.
They're
I
going out
don't know.
orange.
Are
Okay,
we
so
in the
Muriel
throw pit right now?
you might be in the throw pit.
It may
you
be.
can see they're starting to back
Nazgul
off.
might be in
I'm
some
too
trouble.
nervous.
They are going. They're engaging on Nazgul. Countess is not a
Oh,
takeaway here.
Muriel,
Reversal of
please,
fortune. The
Muriel.
burst
Oh,
damage, the
knockup.
knockup.
Oh.
He does get down, but can they get a turnaround here? They forced a lot of offense. Leo jumps up from the high ground, jumps in. Can he get a kill? He's looking to be on prime, but Imsko
Imsko's
does
down.
get taken
Now.
out. This is
Oh.
actually looking good for the orange
the
team right
knockup.
here.
Oh.
But can they continue up this aggression? This is 3 for 1. This is looking great for orange. You're saying blue team has the advantage, but it looks like orange team might be able to pull this out just through superior team fighting capabilities. And now Omain is on the chase here, but I think the tether right there from Kwang. Well done. And that's going to be 4 down.
Yep,
the only
that's a
lone
prime.
defender here from Pixel. This may be a moment for orange to even up the inhibitors here.
That's right. I think, I don't know. I just feel like that wasn't the play to make. You know, I look even just looking at the prime pit. There's vision. There's a vision bubble. For orange team. You know, and they certainly knew the orange team was there. They were engaging Solo Nazgul. I feel like the team should have just abandoned prime and rotated in to help Nazgul. Muriel should have ulted immediately because he started the ultimate to try and execute Suki, but died the moment the gadget ultimate went up. So.
And I think at this point, what really needs to happen is Imsko needs to be tied at the hip to Jaleo.
That's right.
And the reason I say Jaleo and not Pixel is because Jaleo more often than not has the jump on the team and has been positioning very intelligently, in the way that any of his teammates can get to him to help him with the team fight very quickly. So if Imsko is alongside Jaleo and sticking with him in these fights, Jaleo can easily pivot to Peel, and Pixel can fly in at any point.
Right.
So I think what Imsko really needs to do is just like stick with Jaleo, get the kills on Suki and Godspeed if they get those ultimates off, and just be tied together, because at this point it is very risky. Imsko dies, honestly. At this point, I'm worried for their ability to stay in the game.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he's 50% of their damage, right? At this point, Jaleo is not killing people; he is locking down,
setting up,
and isolating.
Yes,
right,
correct.
Nazgul at this point also as well is a killer, but he's the other half of the damage. But he got blown up immediately. Imsko second. That's it. Their damage is gone.
That fight was pretty much just entirely predicated on the fact that Nazgul was caught out.
Right.
Countess is not a hero you want to get caught with.
Right.
She's a hero that you have to be very, very smart about her positioning, and her getting caught, I mean, she can kind of delay it a little bit, but that's about it. So if they caught maybe Omain or Leo, I think that fight may have gone differently.
They're trying to take this fight. I don't know this play, guys.
The Muriel knockup is there. The whiffed ultimate from Chill Phil. This could be devastating. Solo Nazgul dodges away, but he actually goes into the ultimate. Solo tried to get away from Chill Phil, but actually went right into the knockup from the crash bang boom coming out from Master Splinter. 2 down so far for Orange Team. Omain's going to be the next target. He chooses a subjugate, but that's just going to be delaying the inevitable. Mid inhibitor has got a big bullseye on it, so they're going to even this up. But if Imsko go down, Suki with the blink charm forward and the rocket to the face gets the kill, and they're going in. They're saying, screw the inhibitor, we're going underneath the core. And with all 5 down, I think this is Orange Team. What a story in this game.
Clutch this.
Yeah.
They're going to win.
So
this
hard.
Is it.
So and I mean, this shows you that it's super necessary, even when getting victories, even when getting leads, and having a carry, to make sure you utilize that carry.
That's right.
Blue team was utilizing Imsko, and they were doing a very good job of it in that mid to late game period.
Right.
But it ended up being that the moment he got caught out, the one or two fights, he was unable to even aggress at any point, because immediately it was just rocket, bomb, dead.
I think once they had taken the prime, I think Blue built confidence, which was great. That's what you need, but maybe too much confidence. Maybe they thought that they could take any fight, that they could kill them, but that just wasn't the case.
You gotta respect the carry howitzer, the Cowitzer.
The Cowitzer, man.
Good old
That's what it was
Cowitzer.
known
I
as.
respect him.
That was a beautiful display of all the new elements that Monolith is enabling.
That's right.
Exactly.
Who
All
would
the
have
gameplay.
thought, when you guys played today and you saw Howitzer being picked on carry, and you're like, great. Now it's at.
All right.
We just saw on full display. That's
Yes.
now enabled.
That's right.
By Monolith. That was beautifully done. And again, the story of that game was Orange Team had a mid game. Their mid game wasn't that strong. Their mid-game play, rather, wasn't as strong as we had expected. Blue Team took that decisive team fight, swung it back, and now we're like, Blue Team, they just won a big team fight. We're transitioning into the late game. This game's in the bag, but no. They actually, despite that fact, Orange Team, despite the fact that they were maybe draft-wise down in that situation, due to as the game was going on and IMSCO was coming online, Nazgul was coming online, they won that game through just maneuvering across the map and having a little bit better map control, and that's what won them the game. It didn't boil down to just the draft or one thing. There was a lot of different elements that lined up for them that enabled them to overcome their disadvantage and ultimately take that.
That's right.
And just the variety of engages, the different ways they approach the team fights. I think like the Jaleo move at Prime, of course, very devastating to the team.
Just amazing.
And I think we're going to hop into replays next.
Yeah,
just
I gotta
because
see these replays,
I want to see the replays from this game because there were so many crucial
this is where,
points that
let's
were
check
tipping
this
points of the
out.
match.
So Nazgul gets the kill on Splinter right there, jumps in.
This
and
was a
yeah.
very close team fight.
This is where the Suki used that Make It Rain for the first time and actually secured the kill with the Make It Rain.
So close to dying there, dashing away.
And
This was the triple. This was the
Oh,
triple
my.
dash.
That's
right.
Combo,
That may have been a little overkill, to be honest. There.
Yeah, maybe.
We had the follow-up punish from the orange team, and then like here we see IMSCO once again picking up that kill with the ultimate, and this is what they did very well in the mid game, but sort of failed to pivot in the late game.
That's right.
You see Suki
Here we
here
go. This is
getting into
when-
get onto Jaleo forcing out the two ultimates. I remember this.
Right,
Yep.
and this is
And
what
that's
this
when he
is
re-engaged.
Suki's first death. He overextended, and that bomb really caught him. He caught himself out, really.
Yep. And I think that to me was the biggest, one of the bigger turning points of the match.
Yep.
And then
With
IMSCO
the
picking up
very
another kill
end.
there,
Right.
but and this
First
was
in
the
him.
nail in the coffin right here. That
Right,
yeah, that
blink
was it.
charm rocket.
That was so. That was just.
The reaction,
impressive.
The reaction.
You
with the
know,
blink
I mean,
charms was
Suki-
super impressive to me.
Suki at the end, right there, he put on his swag pants and swaggered on
He
him.
was like, you
and
know
it
what?
just
I
went in
am
there.
the carry.
Yeah.
Blink, rocket.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rock it. Ralph.
You're gonna rocket Ralph. That's what you're gonna say. That's gonna be your.
That's me.
Okay, that's gonna be your legacy.
That's my legacy. There it is.
Yeah,
Oh man, just overall just amazing.
Here's
game.
what I was hoping
Oh,
for.
man,
Here's this
there we
big
go.
fight. They
This
forced out the
was-
Suki. Leo comes on from the side. He lands the big
Boom.
call, delete Suki. Here comes Omain. Watch it. He goes in. He actually gets knocked up. Chillphil lands the ultimate.
Oh,
but
the
Omain
double ult. Okay, so he
picks
did
it
ult
up.
it. He did ult it. Omain did ult it. So Omain challenging Chillphil's ultimate there. Anything
was
you can ult,
crazy.
I can ult better.
That's right.
And
And then
then
this was honestly like right here. They're playing to their strengths. They're basically pulling the team apart, and they're just
Yeah.
like outmaneuvering them. This is basically a full team wipe. They stole OP, and this is when they had full control of the game. This resulted in them getting an inhib and taking control for a very long time until Orange Team managed to outplay them a little bit. But just honestly, just an amazing game.
Very,
Just
very
an
back and
amazing
forth,
game.
tug of
Very
war.
well played all around. And
Yeah.
I think Orange really showing the innovation potential of Monolith, being able to use that Harry howitzer, carry howitzer,
Carry howitzer.
in that safe lane. So we're
the
gonna
Harry Cowitzer?
Yeah, the Harry howitzer.
The Harry
Harry
Cowitzer.
Cowitzer.
Heard it here first.
But folks, before we get into the next game, we are going to go to a break, and when we come back, we will get into the action, and it's going to be an exciting couple of games. So
Yeah.
can't wait for that.
This Winterfest, the cold sweeps in. Heroes gather, there are fights to win. Spread good cheer as the snow gets thick, and escape the chains of old Saint Rick. He's always watching.
The Monolith update is not just a new map, it's actually a new gameplay experience for our players. And what we are attempting to do with this map is our best version of what we think the dream of Paragon is, realized in a new map with a new way forward for our players.
So there are a lot of major system changes in the Monolith patch. It's faster, and not just movement. We're talking lethality, cooldowns, the snappiness of abilities, even like the overall urgency of the game has gone up a lot. There's a lot more flow to the match. You always should be doing something.
This is what our vision for offlane is. This is what our vision for jungler, for mid is. And then if a player says that, you know what, I respect that, but I'm going to do my own thing, that's awesome. Like, we encourage that.
The map is less of like an arena and more like an ecosystem. Like players need to understand how it all works together.
When it comes to verticality, the fact that we have a 3D axis, we really wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to really leverage that. If you're a prior player and Paragon wasn't everything you hoped it would be, leave all of your expectations at the door and walk into it with fresh eyes. What we have right now with this Monolith update is the most dynamic, exciting, immersive, action-based MOBA experience. It has been redesigned from the bottom up. Your first game, it's going to be kind of overwhelming. I mean, it's totally different. It's a brand new experience. Play it 2 more times, play it 5 more times. The more you play, I think the more you're going to like it. And part of this is our journey together, where we involve you in the process and helping us shape the game that you want to be playing.
This Winterfest, the cold sweeps in. Heroes gather, there are fights to win. Spread good cheer as the snow gets thick, and escape the chains of old Saint Rick. He's always watching.
Wasn't here Saturday night, but we saw matches that were very, very similar to that, and we were hoping that you guys would get to see at least one, because it's just well worth it to see one match like that where an inhib goes down, they take another inhib, you have these crazy team fights at Prime, and you really get to see how specific heroes shine and how team composition shine.
Right.
You guys called it beautifully last game. The casters there mid-game, Howitzer, who was Nazgul playing Countess. Really have their moments where they shine and they can set up play. Suki last night and the night before on Howitzer, he got some tips from Beacon, but his builds there really kind of shine during the meltdowns. He sacrifices his mana. He can blow one person. He's gonna blow somebody up. You can guarantee that.
Right.
But he can't consistently do it because he doesn't have the mana.
Right.
We're going to be talking about the Offlane, which I believe was played by Prime, Offlane mainly.
Yep.
Offlane last game played Offlane Severog.
Yes.
Which Cameron, when he was up, he talked a little bit about Severog really taking a liking to the Offlane in these new roles.
Yeah.
The Offlane is one of those situations where you're going to be put into a 2v1 situation.
Right.
You really have to be conscious of how you are going to play within your hero's kit.
Yes,
because,
very much so.
If you play like a Narbash, he's going to be really aggressive against you in lane. So you have to know what the matchups are in the Offlane and kind of take advantage of your opportunities once the lane is froze with the minions to take those objectives, which we saw quite a bit of. I believe Offlane was running back to that minion camp behind him every now and again.
Great adaptation.
To get his cart experience and those levels.
What's I think what the big thing, the big hallmark of great offlane players is going to take a look at a situation you're at, and just the offlane is an inherent disadvantage.
Yes.
It's you have to extend further out from your tower because of the way the creeps meet, on top of the fact that it's 1v2, on top of the fact that you got to worry about there's a fog wall behind you, jungles might rotate, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of disadvantages there. How do you take a situation where you're at a disadvantage and make it play into your favor? And I think that's going to be the biggest hallmarks of a great, not only great teams, but on an individual scale, a great offlane player. Is looking at that situation and through the ability of that kit, finding, I mean, maybe not like big plays like, oh, I just got to kill 1v2. I think that's not going to happen very often. But it's more so just it's a game of inches in the offlane.
Yes.
Getting every single last hit that you can, whether it's under a tower or anything like that, making sure you're in range of getting getting level experience, because generally you want to see those heroes in the offlane traditionally want to get level 5. That's one of the sort of archetypes you want to see in that position. So it's about getting every advantage, every inch that you can.
Right.
That's sort of the story of the offlane.
And then once you hit level 5, you need to turn it on.
come on.
Oh yeah,
And
it's
so
it's go time.
You can see that with Severov
Yeah.
with his hammer, and steel is another great one.
Big
We
time
saw
with
some
steel.
steals.
Yeah.
I don't know if have we seen a steal yet?
I think
Not
the
in
first
these
game,
games.
Omain offlane steal.
Okay.
It was either first or second
Was it?
game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we saw some great matchups off lane with Steel, because once he gets 5 and hits you with Shield Slam, it's like
He's in there.
so it's coming in real fast. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of interesting matchups that can occur out of that, and seeing teams build strategies around how they're going to manipulate the other team, or try to strategize around how they can take advantages on gold buff steals or just jungle ganks when that hero hits 5 is so crucial.
Right. I'm still waiting to see the crunch offlane. I love playing crunch offlane. Hitting level 5 and being able to combo someone when they're level 3 is super satisfying.
Well, now we saw a lot of crunch jungle.
Leo played him on jungle.
Yeah, Leo Omain played him jungle, and both of them were very disruptive when they did so. It was very interesting to see those guys play those specific heroes either in offlane, which I think we saw one offlane crunch over the course of the weekend, and then having them go into jungle. One thing I do want to mention that we have not so far, we're getting some questions in chat that I've seen when I was off camera. Hi guys, is when the build's out. It will be out tomorrow. We are shooting for 8 a.m. But we like to give a window. So between 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. you'll probably, and that's Eastern time, you'll see the build roll out. So less than 24 hours at this point. People will get their hands on Monolith and be able to play this huge update. And again, that's PC and PS4,
right?
Free for anyone new.
Speaking of free stuff, ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen,
there's a Winterfest
What is,
code.
is this another Winterfest code?
the
Kale,
last
quick,
four,
get old Saint Rick. I need you to get me old
Akelt.
Saint Rick. There it is.
Akelt, right here. So,
Akelt.
Akelt. I believe we're about to get into a draft here
Yes,
between
we
these
are.
two teams.
And look who we got for first pick.
Oh, look at you
chill
with the
pill.
foreshadowing, Kale. Look
It's
at
not,
you.
I promise I didn't go down.
Chill fell.
I promise I
First
didn't go down.
pick, my boy Crunch.
And the
I'm
Nazgul.
excited.
Ooh, I'm
Wait,
excited
solo
about this.
Nazgul.
Nazgul is known for his howitzer play. He's
Yes.
known for his howitzer play.
That's right.
So seeing him on that hero, it's what he's comfortable with. Leo, I'm assuming that's going to be a jungle Feng Miao. We've seen Feng Miao in the offlane. More than likely, I think we're going to see him in the jungle here.
It'll be interesting to see how these teams play out, because really, blue team hasn't really given anything away with the Crunch pick. Yeah, it could go offlane, it could go jungle. You just know Crunch is going to punch and it's going to hurt. So
Yes.
All right, so here we see Suki on the Grim and then Prime on that Greystone. Kale, why don't you talk a little bit about Greystone and that new ultimate?
So when Greystone, and which we've seen quite a bit of, he will harass your carries.
Yes.
He will
Right.
harass your carries. And the reason that he's going to do that is that if you kill Greystone, his new ult will slow you on death. So the closer you are to Greystone, the more intense that slow will be. If you're on the edges, you're a little bit more secure. So Imsko's pick here on Twin Blast is going to help him because of that dash, rocket dash out. But you're going to see Prime all over Imsko
that's right.
Next match. And then once he comes down with that slow, you're going to get damage in that AoE. So
That's right.
It's a pretty significant change that I think a lot of people are going to be surprised by. We saw some fantastic Greystone gameplay over the weekend.
Yes.
That's right.
Now we see Steel being picked up here. We've seen him in the offlane, but now Pixel's
believe
traditionally been the support.
Support,
so I
support,
think
support Steel.
I think, and that's the way Steel's been played in Legacy for quite some time.
Right.
And in the competitive scene, the very very top. So assuming Pixel is going to remain on that the support role, I think this is going to be a support steal. So that's something we've seen before. It's, I love that we're seeing the switch-ups of the roles, man.
I know.
Absolutely love it. And these last 2 picks here for the blue team, once again, it's a Countess, but it's going to be Godspeed on them. So maybe we'll see a different build, different style coming out from in this game.
So we're going to see a mid Countess with Godspeed. That's going to be interesting. And then Master Splinter on the Richter.
That's right.
Which is my boy.
That's right, your boy.
Richter.
we queued up with each other one time. It was a month or 2 ago. It was you. I was Ranger. I was the carry, and you were the Richter. I'm pretty sure we were wrecked.
Yeah.
That was a good game. You know which one I'm talking about.
Pretty good.
Omain on Kwong there.
Kwong's final pick.
He's going to be playing the offlane, I think, here.
It's interesting.
Situation.
Both teams, there's really not much
jungle.
hard CC. The Richter is probably primarily the main mode of hard CC for blue, and Steel main mode of hard CC for orange. So it's going to be a little bit. This is pretty much going to just be an all-out brawl. This is just going to be every man for himself, kill fest.
And it will be interesting to see this because you think about initiation, I feel like Steel kind of has that advantage.
Right.
So we might see them try to initiate a lot of fights with Steel once they hit 5. And as they start moving around into more of that mid-game team fight mode of the game, we're going to see a lot of initiations from Steel and hopefully setting up either Sko on the TB or Solo Nazgul on the Howitzer.
Yeah.
So it should be interesting.
It's gonna what I like to call the 1-2 punch there. Here we go. We are here again, loading in. This is the dusk side you're looking at, and I'm sure you guys have already caught on. But one thing I really like is how the between the dawn and the dusk side, how there's just distinct like design differences, architectural differences. I think that's so cool. One side is sort of more neutral and dark. The architecture just has a sort of just a very different look.
Very angled.
Yes, very angular. Yes, very angular look. And then of course the dawn side is very bright, vibrant. Those like pearl-looking, sort of ornate-looking pillars and things like that.
Much rounded structures.
Yes. Shout out to the design team, man. They really knocked it out of the park with Monolith. It's looking beautiful. Or the R team as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's just see here. Really not much happened in the first minute. We see orange team kind of like spread out basically on that line of scrimmage. And blue team is just kind of ready to go to lane. They're just like, hey, we're not trying to do anything fancy.
Yep. Now, what I want to look at is Master Splinter, who's known for his Richter play in the competitive scene for months and months and months. How is he going to adapt that play to Monolith, the new speeds, new projectiles, so on and so forth? Because it's going to be different, and this Richter is known as aggressive support, and and that's what I mean. He's going to miss the hook, but they still might be able to get something going out of this. Not quite. Omain should be able to get out, but
Omain with the quick dodges.
That's the life of the offlane right there, guys. You got to just. I mean, anywhere you can find an advantage, any moment you can go in there and find it, you get it. But right there, Omain, he's got to respect the fact that he has to deal with the snare of Grim, as well as the hook, the silence, and the control coming out from Master Splinter's Richter.
Yeah.
And one of the things about Richter, especially, and this is just talking with Master Splinter in general, when I talked to him this weekend, he said one of the things that he's still trying to adjust to is the speed.
Yeah.
And so he's still trying to get his hook timing down. But one of the things you kind of see him doing in lane is doing that kind of
like a fake out.
Yeah. So he's trying to get Omain used to the motion of him going like this with his Richter, trying to set that pull up so that when it actually comes out, he's not ready for it.
That's right. I don't know. I saw Greystone kind of on the other side of the map going for the safe side jungle camps. I don't know that. I feel like Omain should have just done the same. I feel like he should have probably taken his lifesteal at level 1 and then just hit both of those camps, because he was harassed pretty severely out of lane.
Yeah.
And he can't really do anything right now. Not against a Grim who can slow you, and then a Richter who will pull you.
Yeah, it's a matter of time. It's not. It's eventually one of those is going to land.
Yeah, it will for sure.
Yeah.
And if they keep playing really aggressive over here, I wouldn't be surprised if the jungle
is he wrapping around, or is he? He's warding. I see what he's doing. Yep.
He wants that vision. He will find a ward here. And now that looks like one of just the standard wards.
That's just a scout ward. Yeah, not in the shadow plane. Okay. Correct.
Now, the wards are different now.
Yes.
That they do line of sight vision. So if you're around a corner and you have the ward placed where it can't see through the corner, you're actually not going to get vision until that person, until they're in sight of that ward. And then the other thing that has changed about them is that you don't have to go back in order for them to refresh. They
good chill fill. He found out Grande in the jungle.
He's trying to crunch, but I don't know.
But the big thing about crunch is level 5 is very, very important for him. A hero like Fang Miao, he can be a little bit more impactful outside of his ultimate. So he
He's also
found
carrying
he
green buff.
found Leo, but I don't think if that's not a pre-level 5. I don't know if that's a favorable matchup for the Crunch right there.
That's
So
right.
he caught him out. The rotations from both teams were there. Just a proverbial bumping of the fist right there, if you will. Just trying to figure each other out, and they just no kills, walk away, because that's the 3 minutes is when those river buffs spawn. And at 5 minutes 7, every 2 minutes after is where those spawn. So keep your eye every time it's about to be an odd number on the clock. Look at your eye at the map and see if the river buffs are going to people are going to start rotating that way.
We did see, I believe it was Godspeed fall, probably about the 3-minute mark. I think Solo Nazgul actually 1v1'd him.
Really?
So that means that Howitzer will have advantage in that lane, which is honestly huge for them. Chillphil just kind of running away, being harassed. You know, I love Crunch. And
he's your boy.
He is my boy, and I do enjoy playing him jungle. The biggest thing about Crunch, though, is his level 5. You know, I can respect that Chillphil is trying to rotate and make these plays happen, but pre-5, he needs to be farming. Pre-5 Crunch is more about if I'm going to gank a lane as pre-5 Crunch, I'm going to dash in and slow.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing, and I'm expecting you to secure that kill. I'm not going to get that kill, so I feel like he just needs, right now, he needs to farm, he needs to get that level 5, and he needs to start comboing people, because that's where Crunch's power primarily comes from.
Yeah. Now, Omain has been, he's picked up, as you guys have talked about, you wanted to see him fall back to the jungle, but Chillphil's coming around the corner, he has that black buff, he has the extra damage on auto attacks, and Master Splinter is here as well. There's the hook to take him out from the tower, and he's going to get taken out. So that was beautifully coordinated. They went in with Chillphil. Master Splinter landed the hook. Without that hook, the kill may have not happened, and now they're going to get a push here.
What really set that up for Chill is that while he was rotating and roaming, he took blue buff, which is the speed boost, and then he got his mana back, so you get mana refill, and then he was able to then rotate very quickly and get in a situation where they had a 3v1 for that extra damage to take out Omain.
I think Omain was also a little aggressive there, you know. Again, playing against a Grim will slow you. You know, it takes one landed auto attack to be at a disadvantage, and that's what started. The moment he was in range to hit him with a slowed auto attack, and that was just it. There was no escaping. He tried to. I don't even think he's level 5. He's not level 5, so there was no escaping with the ult. I think he should have just played against the tower, let the wave crash, and just try to hit level 5.
So that the tier 1 tower just fell. They were able to get that. Hold that thought though, because Godspeed's in a lot of duress, using her mechanism. Oh, the rocket was there, but wasn't enough to get the kill. But that tier 1 tower fell in the off lane for the orange team. And that may at first seem like, oh, you just lost that tower, you're going to lose that map control. But this early on, that actually may favor Omain a bit, because then that means that wave is going to push pretty deep into his territory. So that actually is giving him a little bit more, making him feel a little bit more comfortable farming, getting more solo experience. He doesn't have to worry about getting wrapped around, because this early on, you're not going to see those like really deep jungle dives. So it actually, there's a silver lining to letting that tower fall, and also it restricts the farm of the safe laners. They don't want to push out that far that early on.
That's right.
That's one of the key things about playing that off lane is even if that tier 1 goes down, you still can fall back on just the length of travel distance that one team has to, the opposing team has to travel down the lane.
That's a good point.
So yeah, that's a great thing that you.
Is he falling super low?
Nazgul is also in some trouble.
I'm sorry, Prime just dropped to like 1 HP, and he dodged Imsko's bullet to die there. That was intense.
That hook through the fog, I think that was a blinder hook through the fog wall right there. I think Master Splinter was just crossing his fingers right there. It didn't end up Chillphil.
Chillphil.
He doesn't know. Imsko, look, he's like, oh, it's just that. And all of a sudden, actually the hook, he dodged the hook with Twin Blast's mobility. That's one of the strengths of the hero. Crunch forward gets used. He is Chillphil's level 5. I believe he is. So they are going to be able to get out of there. The gank failed, but they didn't get turned around on. So
what's funny about that is that does not happen if Pixel is 5.
That's
when
true.
When Pixel is 5, you will not see them do that, because you will get smashed on.
Yes.
That's right.
You will get smashed on. As we're going to see, you will get smashed on very soon.
He wasn't level 5. So yeah, Chillphil, I think, and maybe the difference with Chillphil getting that kill, if he had the empowered, with the recrunch, if he had that empowered knockup, that might have been the kill, what they needed to get a kill on Imsko.
Right.
Master Splinter gets taken out, just simply get caught out right there, so a support kill going over to the boys in orange. That's going to be a good morale boost, but he'll be back on the field and continue to be a presence. So we mentioned how the safe lane for them is now a little bit more restricted because it's going to get pushed out with falling into that tower.
Yeah.
The way they've adapted is now they have Master Splinter's like, all right, I don't got to be here anymore. Time to go harass mid lane. Time to go harass them. And I love to see that they adapted to that, and they clearly had that in mind. The moment that tower went down, they knew exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah.
And it's all about the team count, right? Like, because of Master Splinter's Richter pick, you want Richter to be harassing after that tower goes down.
Right. Jay Leo saying hi over
Prime
to
is
his buddy.
level 5 at least.
Right there, and using the Reaper's Dash to get away.
Okay.
Chofil's still not level. It's still like he's been level 4 forever. Maybe now, you
He's
you
just
talked
starting
about
to
it. It's just like maybe just get yourself in the jungle, get that level 5, especially on a hero like Chofil. Grande, he's looking to go in there, maybe to get aggressive. Prime, he's yeah, this is actually Leo just pretty much picking up a solo kill here. He's got to make sure not to overextend. Godspeed rotated, giving his teammate there the peel he needs to get away. So these guys continue to exchange blows and harass each other, but kills have been far and few between thus far.
The game feels very tight as well. You know, there's only been a handful of missteps, but I wouldn't even say they're missteps. I feel like one team is just, you know, they're in the mind of the other. So they're a little bit ahead, and that's what allows them to make and secure these kills. The game is still really tight, though. You know, you can really tell even just Chillful getting away. Like, Godspeed was right around the corner ready, like, hey, if we bait this and they come forward, they'll die.
And I feel like both teams are kind of in their comfort zone.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
We had 2 games that were kind of one-sided each way, and then we had the amazing last game, and this one starts off, and both of them are probably like, all right, we just had a crazy game.
Let's wipe the slate clean.
Yeah.
And now they're playing a little
warmed
slower.
up.
It does seem like they're warmed up, right? It seems like every single thing they do is very calculated, very methodical. So we'll just see how. And honestly, it's pre 10 minutes. Everything that's happened at this point was pre 10 minutes. That games aren't won pre 10 minutes. Pre 10 minutes just means I'm gonna be set for mid game, and it really depends on the player and the team to make those leads.
Emsco just
transition to late game.
Emsco just casually picks up a tier 1 tower on his own.
Really?
Yeah,
just
Emsco things, right? But again, that's not necessarily a bad thing for Prime. The part of him might have been like, you know what, just let it fall. Greystone, one of his weaknesses, he doesn't have the best wave clear in the world.
Right.
He has some, but he's not like a Countess or an Iggy or Howitz or anything like that. Hold that thought. He's going to engage on an Imsco right on the cusp of tower. There's that shield slam right there. Imsco was able to dodge it with the deflect, but it did catch out Master Splinter. So 3 people here. GTFO does get body blocked. That may have been the death of Pixel, but that was a good job. They were able to body block that down. Imsco thinking about to engage right there, but he's going to back up. They get the kill. It's just it seems right now this is a game of inches. They got a kill, they fall back. None of these teams has a really big, discernible, large advantage here.
Right. It seems like they will want to just pick each other away slowly. Like who's going to get the most picks? That'll probably determine the tone for kind of that late mid game and into the really late game.
Now the Raptor buff hasn't been taken here, but I want to because the respawn timers simply are just not long enough for them to get the time, consolidate, go to the Raptor buff. But the early on, when we do see Raptors being taken, they don't wait until 12 the full stack because it's such a hard commitment for them to do that. So I don't think we're going to see Raptors anytime soon unless one team, like you're going to need more than one pickoff in order to get the Raptors at this stage of the game.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see the game as well. I mean, again, everything that's happened at this point is pre-10 minutes, and a lot of the heroes in this game particularly don't really shine in the early game. They shine in the mid game. You know, we have Richter, we have the Countess, we have the Crunch, and we even have the Kwang and the Howitzer. You know, these are all mid to late game heroes. So we'll definitely have to see. Once we hit that round 20-minute mark, that's when everyone starts to come online. That's when we'll see these ridiculous team fights, and I think ultimately it's going to fall on Pixel to get that perfect initiation.
Yes.
Because if Pixel dives too deep and even misses, blue team is going to turn, pull someone in, silence them, kill them, and then they're going to be at advantage there. So we'll just have to see to this
may have been caught out. He's going to shield charge away. Prime's pretty low himself, but he is Greystone. He's got that secondary life. Oh, Godspeed thought he was going to go help out, thought he was going to help out his buddy. But he actually, there's the slow, there's the knock off the damage. The Countess gets the kill. Was looking for that, so 1-for-1 exchange because Kwang was taken out as well. A crunch for Kwang. Leo Grande taking a couple pot shots from the tower, and also the hook barely almost caught out Leo right there. Maybe if he was level 8 is when you get that max hook. So that might have been the difference maker if he had that range on there. But still, continue to be even, a 1-for-1 exchange.
Man, and it's so close. Just trading 1 for 1. It's just still just a very close game. It's dead even still.
Felt like, and I'm going to comment just on something we saw a little earlier when Chillfield and Prime tried to rush M-Scale. I felt like that was like a travel mode.
Like an instinctual,
yeah.
hey, we're in travel mode, let's
travel
go.
mode,
Like
A muscle
yeah.
memory almost, right?
You know, once M-Scale just saw them both and turned around, was like, okay, you're not getting me.
Yeah.
And then ran under his tower. So yeah, I mean, with the travel mode being removed and speeds being constant, you can't get away with that.
Right.
Yeah.
And it'll show if you try to do some of those things.
Well, Sugi's here using that green buff to farm, trying to get a little more advantage with the Amber Link for his team, so that's pretty good. But we see blue team kind of like, again, they're just at that line of scrimmage. They're not really pushing past mid. They're just kind of standing their ground because I'm pretty sure they're fully aware they're mid-game heroes. They're like, you know what, we just need to hit 20 minutes. We need to hit 20 minutes, then we need to fight. We need to silence the right people, and we can just blow up. Because, I mean, Godspeed on Countess will kill Imsco 99% of the time, right?
Oh, yes.
There is no...
That's Countess's job.
That's her job.
Yeah.
And there's really nothing to stop her from diving in, especially if they create just the tiniest window. Godspeed will go in, combo Imsco, and then be out and be ready to fight 5v4, so...
Right.
Something
They're
really
just waiting.
cool about Countess here, particularly in the Countess versus Steel matchup here. Actually, hold that thought. Looks like Prime is doing that that nuisance, that harassment you were talking about, KL.
Yep. Tried.
He's just in there. He's like, wait, why he's by himself? There's the make it rain. They are going to be able to pick up a kill on Imsco there. Leo Grande looking to get on a Master Splinter here, but he's trying to run away as well. And it's just look at Prime. He's just such a nuisance. They can't deal with them. Here comes Countess. Here comes the ultimate. Actually, looks like it didn't get as much damage as they needed. All the meanwhile though, Crunch was taken out. Chillfield was taken out on the other side of the field there. So Orange getting the first real big team fight going here. As long as Godspeed can get away, this may be a moment for them to get something going, whether it be Raptors, push a tower, or just fall back and clean up their jungle.
I'm curious to see if they will take Raptors.
I feel like that's the play. I mean, it's just
Wow,
at this point, you know, at this point, you just want advantage. At this point, you need the cards, you need the levels. You just need to hit Raptors.
Orange,
wait, was that a tier 2 tower?
That's a 15-minute, 16-minute tier 2 tower going down there. So
wow.
that was what they got off the back of those kills.
Okay,
so
that's
beautifully done.
That's on. I feel like that's a much better play than the Raptors. Like that they could set that up. It's very hard to set that up. So
Look at Nazgul. He's Godspeed. He's in a real bad spot right now. A couple more auto attacks. He got him. He
He's
got
so close.
Very, very close. Now, Countess, we talked about this. Colin Fogel talked about during the QA.
Prime.
Certain heroes scale a little bit differently than others. Zolo uses the knockup. Can he get away? Prime's thinking twice about it.
Did you see that? J-Leo was like, "Are you coming in here? I'm here now. Are we doing this?"
But the way Countess and Howie work, Countess, the way she scales, she actually gets her power spike a little bit later than that of Howie. So if that situation happened maybe at the 30-minute mark, I would have favored the Countess there because her ability damage would have scaled up at that point in time. So that's something, again, that's much more, that's different on Monolith than it is on Legacy. Certain heroes, different heroes individually have different power spikes.
Yeah, it looks like Orange Team also as well. It's just kind of playing a little reserved. You know, they've been playing almost hyper aggressive this entire time, and now they're taking their time. They're clearing the jungle camp. This is good because it means that they'll be able to hit that mid game power spike, but it also means that they're not really creating any pressure on blue team, which honestly they desperately need at this point because it feels like there's a bit of a timer. Okay.
But look at this blue ward, and this blue ward, they know they're doing it. Are they going to put up a response?
Peeking through.
There they come.
Yeah, this may be disastrous if they don't recognize. So what Solo Nazgul is doing is he's zoning for the rest of the team.
Oh, and he's got the move speed buff.
Chillfield's going in there. He uses the first 4 crunch. He's going to use the second one. He gets knocked up. He's by himself. He's getting isolated. He needs follow from his team, but it's simply not there, and he's going to get isolated and picked apart. The Raptors have been taken. Feng Miao gets taken out. There's that shield. Oh, it actually was dodged by Godspeed. He was able to dodge it right there. Very big play from Godspeed. The reaction time. All the meanwhile, though, Imsco, he found Godspeed and was able to pick him off here. So the blue team, actually, they were the ones who wanted to contend the Raptors. Not only were the Raptors taken by Orange here, but Orange is now taking a decisive team fight on top of it. So this is a momentous occasion for them. They definitely have just established themselves a great mid-game lead here.
I don't think Prime, though he's trying to kill Solo Nazgul, I think when he turned around and realized that there was a Twin Blast behind him, that was not what he wanted to see. He was just like, oh, Imsco, you're here. Why?
The Raptors are helping out as well.
He just dove so deep for that. I just don't know. he overextended for that, and he might fall
gonna
for
go
it.
down.
He's
Kwong
maybe.
is gonna
Oh,
go
cut the
down.
corner. Oh, he has like no health. Okay, got him. Oh, Nazgul, come on. Imsco worked so hard for that.
Now, when we had Pat on, we were talking about how some of the map design now lets you break a line of sight.
Yes.
So where in Legacy that was a little bit more difficult because of the open spaces in a lot of situations. Now there's a lot of structures in place. So if you turn a corner, you can dodge some shots and continue to survive and try to make plays and juke and wait for your team and prolong some fights in those situations. But you have to know where you're going to move.
That's right.
Absolutely. So taking a look, let's take a look at the numbers here. Bring up that scoreboard and see where we rest here, coming up on that 20-minute mark, and as well as start taking a look at some items here. So the CS department, it's pretty close. Orange is ahead by about 20 CS there. That's not a very large, significant lead here. But let's compare those Rangers. Suki's at 25, and then Imsco's at 27. So the Ranger farm, pretty close right there. The mid laner farm, Godspeed's at 20. Nazgul, let's see here. As Nazgul is at 26. So the mid laners, there's definitely a big advantage that Nazgul has ahead of Godspeed in that matchup going on.
Look
All
at
the
Chill
meanwhile,
Phil.
Chill Phil is
like
getting cut apart.
Is so far there. He's just dead again.
I mean, Chill feels that early game.
Yeah,
That's what it was. That was the difference. Him not farming early game is hurting him now
Yeah, I agree.
because they need his damage.
Right.
And that team composition that they have with the steal initiation, it can play up for the Fang Mao, which we saw one of their early kills.
Yeah.
But without Chillfield there to also deal out some damage, it makes it difficult for Imsco to also make some plays.
When you play that style that Phil's been playing through every single one of these games, a very gank-oriented jungler, as opposed to a farm-oriented jungler, it's a double-edged sword. If you get those ganks, you can snowball and get a big lead, either for yourself or for whomever, which lane you are assisting with. But if you don't get those ganks, you don't get those kills, I think this is the situation you find yourself in.
Right.
You're under-leveled, you're under-farmed. So it's just it's a stylistic difference between the two players. It seems like Leo has been a little bit more farm-oriented. He has shown up and assisted, but he definitely seems to where his priority, at least in the first 20 minutes of the match thus far, is ensuring his levels, ensuring his farm, as opposed to rotating the lanes and assisting.
Yeah, and I think to your point, J. Leo picking that Feng Mao. Feng Mao is obviously a farm hero, but he's also a fighter. He can also, at level 2, like pick a fight with anyone he wants.
Yeah.
And Chillfill as well. I think the biggest mistake was Chillfill engaged Feng Mao at level 2. They did fight, but Feng Mao had green buff.
Yeah.
And so when he popped green buff, he was like, hold on, I'm already half dead.
Yeah.
And that just set the pace for Chillfill, just setting him so far behind. And I think at this point, like, he just needs to farm. He needs to do literally nothing but farm, get cards, get levels, and then they need to take fights as a group, not these individual skirmishes that they, for some reason, are gravitating toward right now.
I want to take a look specifically at Godspeed's card deck here. We saw Countess with Nazgul last game, and Nazgul kind of went a well-rounded build with damage, so on and so forth. But what Godspeed is doing, look at all that mana that he's getting out of the Lord's Ward, the Fountain Spikes. And we talked about how mana is just the means of sustain. You can cycle, because the way cooldowns have been reduced drastically across the board. When you have all that mana, that means that you can just be in those fights, cycle your cooldowns on a hero like Countess, who gets so much damage and so much value out of her entire set. That's actually really, really important. Building mana is much more impactful on Monolith than it ever was on Legacy.
Right.
That's right. We see the blue team. I mean, they're pushed all the way to that inhib. And, I mean, orange team is just here.
There was a steal wall. I'm not sure if it was defense. Oh, no, it was on the Insco, but he does get taken out. So they blow up the back line immediately, but can they rubber band and take this back 2 down now?
And
so Orange team seem to be in firm control of this fight. Nazgul gets I believe that was an Honor the Pure shield right there that just saved him. The tether on the Master Splinter, beautifully done. A couple more, but here comes Prime. Maybe there he goes. The Twin Blast, the run and gun, the popping off right there of Imsco. That's a 4-for-0 exchange. Orange team, man, they are
they're in full control.
They're in full control. They saw that last game. They wanted to win that last game because Orange was blue last match, I believe. They saw that last game and they're like, all right, we're gonna get this one. This one's ours to take after that last match.
That's right. And I think I really appreciate what blue team was going for sure. I think what they did was pretty ambitious. I just feel like it was just Chillfill getting far behind and trying to take fights, and at that point you're just
There they
down
are.
a player. You just don't have the strength, and I mean honestly, Crunch is pretty weak, you know, in terms of health. He has a very small health pool, and if you try to dive someone when you're not supposed to, you will be severely punished for it. So, I mean, blue team, they just have to turtle. They just have to farm. And they're taking fights. Yeah, they have to stabilize. They're taking fights. They just shouldn't. They don't need to be taking these fights. There's no reason to.
I think it's a matter that they're just. It's not that they're taking fights. It's that they're being forced.
Yeah.
The steal. I mean, the steal, rotating O-main on the Kwong, Jay Leo. They just get in there and they burst someone down. And Suki maybe having a hard time finding his footing. Because the play style of Grim on a Ranger, very, very different. You have to have a different mindset. You aren't a Twin Blast, you don't have that mobility. You aren't a Suki, you don't have that move along to create the distance, or the traps that you can zone and make people hesitate when they go in on you. So it's a different play style. Suki may be having a little bit difficulty adapting to that. We'll see as the game goes on here. Green buff is on, looks like on Leo. So that green buff, the thing I like most about that buff is how his role changes throughout the course of the game goes on.
Right.
You put it on your jungler at first so that you can take the camps and take farm, but as the game goes on, you put it on someone to enhance their survivability in team fights. Prime's caught out. Not sure if he has his ultimate or not, but either way, he's going to be going down at least one time here. Leo goes in there, pops the hamstring. There's the snare. Suki did take out O-main, though, so this actually is looking pretty decent for the blue team thus far. Make It Rain goes down. Solo Nazgul looking to try to get a kill, the secondary kill in the Prime, but it's not going to be there. The two-man shield slam, and here comes Leo. Is there an ultimate? The Imsco uses the knockback to create some distance, but it's not enough. The ultimate is going to take him out. Master Splinter's low, but Leo's going to pop that shield, and he's going to be able to get well. So he popped around that corner. He bobbed, he weaved, and he's going to be able to get away. That was beautifully done by Leo, and the orange team as a whole taking a good team fight right there.
So let me call out something that was a little understated there. What helped that fight, because it looked like it was going in Blue's favor there.
Yeah.
Right. The steal ult knocked up 2, so they couldn't do any moves. And he's dashed into them, knocked them back.
Yep.
Then he threw up his shield, and Suki moved up, and he couldn't finish.
Oh,
anyone.
the shields.
There was
the
two
shield
people
wall.
that were low, and he could not get any shots off. So that was all Steel really setting that up for Orange team there to take advantage of that fight.
Yeah, Pixel just showing his mastery on, honestly, supports and just even Steel. Just knowing exactly when to ult. You know, and again, it just falls back on that patience that we were talking about before. These players have played and they've grinded out these games, and they've just adapted so well. And they just know, you know, on Legacy, it's like, hey, let's just blow all of our ultimates. I'm pretty sure something will die. Here, it's not like that. If you blow an ultimate too early, it's like, well, I whiffed that ultimate. I don't have it now.
With that increased base movement speed,
that's right,
and travel mode don't look really long being a factor, you can, if you just haphazardly use your ultimates on certain heroes, i.e. like your Steel, your Howitzer, any one of those big team fight ultimates that you see,
right?
Then with the base movement speed much higher, you hadn't have set up for it. People are just like, okay, we're gonna fall back a little bit, reset, and go back in. So you have to be much smarter about those ultimates with that base speed being increased.
That's right. I don't know what's Solo Naz Godspeed. I'm sorry. They're taking a fight in mid, I think.
Looks like Leo.
Whoa, Jay Leo.
O-main goes in though. O-main tried to go in at the same time, maybe trying to isolate Godspeed. Oh, he's got to be careful. Solo Nazgul pops the Make It Rain. But see what I mean? There was no setup for it. There was no containment for it. They just walked right out of it. So I think that may have been used more so as a means to zone and give O-main safety. Yeah,
right. I think so. So they got one pick there.
Not bad.
I'm interested to see if they can continue to do that, and maybe Master Splinter starts hitting his groove with Richter.
He just starts landing
and then
those.
he starts landing those hooks and helping them secure individual kills. Looks like Suki might be in trouble.
Yeah, he's trying to get the heck out of there.
I think he might have already used his shield. I'm not sure. But he took a lot. He was almost zeroed out by Solo Nazgul on that Howitzer. I mean, that's just how far ahead all of them are right now.
So he's got it back. Looking at his build, pretty typical. It's the crit. Crit seems to be the favored build amongst the carry players.
Yeah.
Again, the way they build is a little bit differently, but overall the theme is damage crit, and then one of your last cards is that lifesteal card. Sometimes they go lifesteal, sometimes they don't. They think they've been experimenting with the lifesteal. I know Imsco sometimes gets that Hunger Maul as his crit bonus item. Sometimes he gets the Blade of Agora. Right. So it all depends on that. Raptor's taken. They're already taken here, so it's a matter of can they punish him. They will. The shield slam goes on to Prime, but it is Greystone, so even if they kill him, he's going to be back in the fight. They can't even get his ultimate off. Nazgul was able to take out Godspeed in the meanwhile in other parts of the field. He is able to pop it, but still, I mean, you got to kill him twice. Is there any backup for Pixel, or is Prime just going to be able to casually walk away from this? He needs some support to secure this kill.
To be honest,
Pixel want this that bad?
I don't don't even think it was about that.
That's a yes right there, KL.
You know, honestly, I don't even think it was about trying to get the kill. I think it was more about just zoning Prime out. Yeah, because Prime, honestly, Prime is such an amazing player, and he fights so well in team fights that I think if they could push him out, then, you know, what we see is Chill fell and Godspeed both fell. So just separating him from the team and being like, hey, just hang out. I mean, they dedicate. It was a steal. Yeah. It steals, and he has a ton of armor built up. Prime literally could just taken a right and been like, hey, team, I'm back. Right. But,
or Prime being taken.
So far ahead.
29 minutes. There's going to be a big power spike for the orange team.
Imsco stunned.
No
jump him, team.
No crunch on the field for blue team for 20 seconds, plus the Prime card activation. River Buff just picked up speed boost on a Fang Meow. That's really, really big. Do you think he's going to be able to stick on to targets even better than he was able to before? Fall back, clearing up their camps here. So they got a couple minutes with the Orb Prime here. I mean, what do you guys suspect they're going to try to achieve with this? Make a slow push into a siege, fight underneath a tower, invade the jungle? There's a couple things they can do here.
You know,
well, they're all backing, so they're all trying to get health.
Yeah.
So what the play here to me is to push for a siege, force a team fight, and try to expose someone with Pixel initiating the fight. So that's what they have to play into their advantage. So you go back to go get health. You have Pixel able to initiate almost at will, and determine where they're going to fight. And then, you know, set up a J Leo on top of that, and Solo Nazgul's ult can kind of zone them out to make sure they funnel into a place that they want to go. So
that's right.
Team fights are definitely in their favor with this team composition.
Yeah. And we see I mean, they're so far ahead that they can send that Kwong to left lane and just be like, hey, man, we're just going to go ahead and split this. We've got the damage. We're ahead. You just split. If they send someone to dedicate to stop you, then it's a 4v4. We'll win. If not, you're going to get an inhib.
Yeah.
Just applying pressure. I mean, that's what they need to be doing.
I think what Omain was doing there is he was setting the lane. And what we said set the lane a couple times. We'll sort of elaborate on what that means. What that means is you put your lane in a position to where it will start passively building up and start pushing on its own. So it's a way to apply split pressure. That's exactly what he did. He got that lane, so now orange team on that left lane, that's going to build up. And while they're putting pressure in mid, they also have to worry about left lane. And here comes that engagement. The zoning tool, they want to zone them out of the inhibitor to create the space for them to engage on it and take it down, and that's exactly what they did.
Oh, wow. Pixel straight up deleting Godspeed.
Yep, Godspeed got taken out there. The Countess has not been getting much value here. Just keeps getting isolated and picked off. There's the RCP-90 Ventilate right there, Master Splinter.
You think they're trying to push
dodging it? I think there's if they can get one more kill, they possibly could.
They could potentially end it here.
Still need to be a little careful.
Yeah, Nazgul there is no Make It Rain. Did Pixel dedicate the shield slam in that
last
last fight? They're putting up a wall. They're dissecting the team fight. They're going in there. This could be the ability to defend it. Chill Phil very low, gets isolated and take it out immediately. All five still alive. Core down 2, and there it is. GG. Orange team able to pull it out right there. That's the power of Orb Prime, man.
Yeah, there it is.
That's the power of Orb Prime. I love that last push. What Nazgul did. The way he was playing Howitzer, he wasn't looking for this big, oh, there's 3 people. I'm going to kill 3 people with my ultimate with the Make It Rain. He used it completely, a majority of the time, I would say almost all the time, as a zone tool as opposed to a kill tool. That's awesome that we're seeing that versatility in playstyles between heroes, or between players.
Almost exactly what I said they were going to do.
Yeah.
And that very last push, Nazgul zoned off into the right of that mid tower, and Pixel came back and smashed on the back, would have been left side on their side. So they used those 2 combinations to get as much space coverage as they could. So if you went over here, you're going to take damage. If you went over here, you're setting up for Pixel to ult you and then take some advantageous kills, which they got Godspeed on.
That was just a display of being able to manipulate your opponent in a great way, utilizing your team composition as a whole and each individual hero's skill set. I think that is what won them that game, is that sort of style of dissecting the team fights with the Howitzer zone, the shield wall, things like that, and just taking the objectives.
Yeah, and I think we have replays to highlight kind of those, I would say, missteps, if you will. And honestly, Orange team just...
Hey, Narbash. We're going to
jam on down.
And
this is
when they ganked in mid lane.
There's that. There's that. Ult I was talking about with Pixel. Now watch what he does with his force shield here.
I think that's. I think that was a little bit later.
I think it's
the one you're talking about there. That's when Godspeed dodges. That's not the first time he's done that. We saw him do that, in, not today, but this weekend I've seen him do that a handful of times. And that's
when
really
they
hard to do.
Suki by inhib super early on in the game. Just really, they're just asserting their dominance at that point. And I mean, picking off chill fill. Yep. And then this is when.
This is
the one you're talking about. There it is. Just
so
immediately landing.
In there. He's trying to get some kills, but he couldn't because they got the shield, the force shield down.
That's right. And
here's Pixel just zoning up
flexing on Prime, you know. And then this obviously the final push that resulted in the game ending. I mean, honestly, just both teams are playing super well. I don't necessarily think that there's a bad team. I think what blue team tried to go for was just a little. It was a little ambitious,
Definitely
you know.
Not. Yeah,
and honestly, I think it would have worked. I feel like if Chillfill had just farmed to hit that level 5, if he had just done that, he would have been level 5 before Jay Leo because Jay Leo was rotating.
Yeah.
So the moment that they first encountered each other, he could have comboed him dead. You know, an empowered Q from a left crunch is devastating.
That's a lot of damage.
When you
Big amount of damage.
When you have not built health, when it's very early on, like his base damages are insane. So
definitely is a hero that you want to get to 5 as quickly as possible. Yeah, for sure. So. You know, we called it out early. That was definitely probably the biggest hindrance on their team was not having Chill up to snuff with the rest of the other guys on the other opposing team for those team fights.
Right.
So we will be right back. We're going to switch out, take a small break here, and bring you guys some more footage here very shortly.
This Winterfest, the cold sweeps in. Heroes gather, there are fights to win. Spread good cheer as the snow gets thick, and escape the chains of old Saint Rick. He's always watching.
The Monolith update is not just a new map, it's actually a new gameplay experience for our players. And what we are attempting to do with this map is our best version of what we think the dream of Paragon is, realized in a new map with a new way forward for our players.
So there are a lot of major system changes in the Monolith patch. It's faster, and not just movement. We're talking lethality, cooldowns, the snappiness of abilities, even like the overall urgency of the game has gone up a lot. There's a lot more flow to the match. You always should be doing something.
This is what our vision for offlane is. This is what our vision for jungler, for mid is. And then if a player says that, you know what, I respect that, but I'm going to do my own thing, that's awesome. Like, we encourage that.
The map is less of like an arena and more like an ecosystem. Like, players need to understand how it all works together.
When it comes to verticality, the fact that we have a 3D axis, we really wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to really leverage that. If you're a prior player and if Paragon wasn't everything you hoped it would be, leave all of your expectations at the door and walk into it with fresh eyes. What we have right now with this Monolith update is the most dynamic, exciting, immersive, action-based MOBA experience. It has been redesigned from the bottom up. Your first game, it's going to be kind of overwhelming. I mean, it's totally different. It's a brand new experience. Play it 2 more times, play it 5 more times. The more you play it, I think the more you're going to like it. And part of this is our journey together, where we involve you in the process and helping us shape the game that you want to be playing.
This Winterfest, the cold sweeps in. Heroes gather, there are fights to win. Spread good cheer as the snow gets thick, and escape the chains of old Saint Rick. He's always watching.
Surprise, I'm not KL. Welcome back.
What? Mooney?
Welcome back to the Monolith launch stream. You know, we've had some great games so far. That last
amazing
game,
games.
formerly blue team, now orange team, showing like Suki, hey, that carry howitzer won't get us down. You know,
Yeah,
coming back
that's right.
very strong. I wanted to point something out from that game that I loved. That Suki did a little bit of minion wave manipulation. Really quick, Suki did some minion wave manipulation and pulled the minions off his almost dead tower in order to save it. Because now you can pull normal minions, not siege, but normal minions off the tower by attacking them, pulling that aggro, and taking them over to your wave. So
That's right.
fun fact, Suki, the real hero of that tower.
The real hero.
The thing I enjoyed the most about that last game is it was a display of a divide and conquer strategy between the steel and the howitzer.
Yep.
We've seen howitzer in the safe lane carry position. We've now seen him in the mid position. Two completely different play styles on him, but yet both of those instances, those howitzers won with completely different builds, completely different play styles. And that's what I love. I fall in love with. I'm falling in love with Paragon all over again because of that. Yes.
Right.
The next thing I want to see is Assassin Narbash.
But I mean,
I want to see Master Splinter on Assassin Narbash.
on Assassin Narbash.
Yes.
Thunk, dead.
The other
Make
thing
it
I've been
happen.
interested in is the diversity in the jungle, because the jungle as it exists in Legacy, you know, you have like that some wide open areas, but you generally have like these little corners, and the white camps are nestled in. The nice thing about Monolith is you kind of have the jungle set up in a way that you can formulate different paths, and they could be equally as efficient depending on what hero you're on. So like Zeke, if you want to take us through, just like kind of break down the jungle.
Sure. So the jungle has seen a little bit of changes since Legacy. So obviously we had that green buff. We've kind of talked a lot about it, but a lot about that. And we've seen it a lot in action. We also have minion camps have now been revamped and a little bit moved around. Shane, you had mentioned before that they, on Legacy they had a level up mechanic. That's no longer the case now. Every time they would level up, they add another minion, so making it a little more difficult. So it's very important to be clearing those minion camps as quickly and efficiently early as possible.
Yeah.
And then obviously in the jungle we also have the raptor camps that are new.
Yeah.
Those have been just super crucial these games. Orb Prime, and then obviously the river buffs. So
and I think really playing around the reinforcement of those camps, knowing when, hey, this is a camp that has 5 minions on it, I'm going to give it to my carry with gold buff, so he can get a large lead in lane versus like, you know what, I haven't been clearing super efficiently, or I have been clearing super efficiently, so it goes to the Amber Link. So it's kind of, it allows you to, work around how your jungler is clearing and how they want to clear. A gank heavy jungler might give more camps to the carry, while, a clear heavy jungler will just be supplying the entire team as a whole.
Yeah.
that's right.
Now, another
go ahead.
thing about how you talked about how you're finding ideal rotations inside the jungle. The paths that you want to take, I'm going to get this camp, I'm going to get this camp, it's going to be this level and this card point, so at this time I can do this. I think a big thing that comes to mind, the end goal of each rotation is where can I put myself in a position to where I've just hit a certain level, whether it's level 5, level 3, am I near a lane, can I secure a gank, and what lane am I near? You can have jungle rotations based upon, okay, I want to harass the offlaner because we're going to be putting pressure in the safe lane and wanting to create space. You can do that, or you can have a rotation that's more mid lane emphasis.
Right.
So there's a lot of different versatility that junglers have. We're up here in the draft here, and Imsco, is
that Sparrow?
is that the young bow and arrow?
My Lady Sparrow?
Okay, so this is something I've been very excited about, because we saw one yesterday where that exact team actually ran a Protect the Sparrow composition where
They did.
It actually ended up being kind of funny because Imsco and Pixel were on the same page. They were like planning for the Protect the Sparrow composition.
Yes, I remember this.
Jaleo happened to pick Chimera because he was earlier in the pick order, and he was like, "Oh, I didn't know we were doing Protect the Sparrow. I would have picked somebody else."
Yeah, Leo
But
was like, no one told me. Like,
but it actually ended up working out because Imsco got like a large lead, and we were able to really see the strength of protecting that kind of late game carry that is within Sparrow.
Hold the press is not like anyone uses newspaper anymore. Master Splinter on Kalari. That's a support Kalari.
That is a support Kalari.
That is a support Kalari.
We see the
voice.
Sevrog locked in. Gentlemen, I think we're going to have an interesting game.
Wait, interesting safe lane, maybe?
Maybe.
I want to see Master Splinter being a nuisance on that Kalari. Going into the opponent jungle, like sitting there in the shadow plane, waiting for I didn't see who the jungler was. Leo on the crunch, about to get the last on, and all of a sudden, Kalari gets it. Just takes it, deny that, or harass down Leo.
Yeah.
Maybe Leo got a little greedy. He's really, really low, but he just enough health to get that camp. that Kallari shows up and just the auto attack bonus from the stealth into the Shadow Dagger, one more auto attack on top of the jungle creep hitting him, gets a kill, denying Amberlink, scouting out wards, warding for herself. So it's a support role, but it's completely the way you support is completely different. It's not a in-lane support or a gank support. It's applying pressure to the jungler. And I think that's so cool. It's going to be really interesting to see what they do with this.
The roaming support concept is super attractive to me, just because there's so many things you can do. Like you saw that in the early couple of games, like first few games, you have like Chillfil being very aggressive, chasing J-Leo down. Now they have that opportunity to do it through that support Kallari. And J-Leo on that crunch, he is gonna take, like you guys were saying last game, he needs to come online at 5. He needs that level 5 to really get that empowered punch, get those like those stacks. Like honestly, that's gonna be necessary for him.
We said how the support Kallari, which as of right now we can consider unorthodox, maybe became normal. But look at what Pixel's playing. That's a Sevarog support.
Yes.
So 2 heroes that we would never see support on Legacy ever are here, and I really think that they're going to be able to accomplish a lot on these 2 heroes.
That's become the unsafe lane.
Yes.
The unsafe
That's exactly
lane.
right. Well, for the offlaner.
Watch out.
Yes.
Now I will
watch out.
I will say the orange team does not have a tanky frontliner. That in itself is a little worrisome, considering blue team does have Offlane on that Rampage and Pixel on that Sevarog, so some very tanky heroes. They don't really have much to deal with that. There's really no very bursty heroes that can execute or just deal with their health bars right now. I mean, Godspeed, if was farmed enough and lowered their mana, probably could, but I mean, unless Chillfil wants to dedicate a call to a Rampage, which you never want to do.
Right.
So we'll have to see how that plays out.
And Offlane on the off-lane Rampage, not a jungle Rampage. You're like, oh, Rampage jungle. Like those are inclusive with each other.
Right.
Not the case. It's going to be now off-lane. So again, the roles are continuing to be adaptable and versatile on Monolith.
And that's going to be extra dangerous for when J-Leo comes in for those ganks, because at the drop of a hat, Offlane, ultimate jump in rock onto Suki. And that's going to set up perfectly for J-Leo getting in there. Maybe he gets the knockup. Maybe that right crunch gets the knockup.
Right.
CC Suki, and that's a death at that point in my eyes.
Right.
So we're going to have to really see if they can use those there's a lot of synergy in their kits, and I really hope they're able to use those to take out the enemy carry and get Sparrow to that place where she needs to be, where she can really come online and start dealing lots of deeps.
One thing I'm just pointing this out because I think it's hilarious for the Protect the Sparrow comp is that they've chosen character models that are larger. J-Leo on the Crunch, the Sevarog, and the Rampage.
You're right.
So
they're going to be able to body block like bosses.
Exactly. If they just stand in front of the Sparrow, they are literally blocking shots for her.
No. When they said protect,
That's
I said protect the
insane.
Sparrow, I meant literally. Yeah, they are actually.
They are
physically shielding. Yeah,
that's right.
So basically, Offlane, Pixel, and Grande are the Secret Service.
Yes.
And
Sparrow is POTUS.
There you go, guys.
I'm excited to see this.
Yes.
So Master Splinter being a little bit of a nuisance there. Suki's by himself and pushed into a tower, but the reason why I think he feels comfortable with this, look at that ward placement. He has a ward right there, so both means of either they wrap around behind him or come through the nearest fog wall, he'll know about it beforehand and can back up. So that's so cool. If that ward wasn't there, I would say this is greedy by Suki, but that ward is giving him that vision that he needs to be able to do this safely.
Yep. Right.
And I think that what Offlane really wants to do here is try and be diligent about getting the camps and coming back to lane, clearing out the minions, and trying to get to 5. And then J-Leo, come to lane, let's kill Suki.
Exactly.
J-Leo, come to lane, let's kill Suki. Rinse and repeat over and over again until Offlane and J-Leo are those big beefy guys to stand in front of Sparrow while she farms into the late game.
Exactly. And honestly, it depends on what their build path may be, but looking at even just Orange Team, they're all physical damage characters. They all want to use their left clicks to attack you down.
Attacks.
Basic attack you down. So if they build armor, that's going to be huge, especially on such tank. I mean, Rampage, Sevarog by himself, let's be honest. He's one of the tankiest characters in the game.
Very tanky.
And if Offlane just builds it's going to be a little bit difficult to for them to cut through them. So hopefully we'll see. Maybe they build some basic pen,
We're seeing Nazgul once again on that Bellica in the mid lane, and I want to see if he continues to run that sort of hybrid. That was close. That hybrid build on Bellica with the mid lane Bellica there. If he's gonna get the Honor the Pure, which is that's a pure support card.
Right.
Exactly. bring that support, bring that utility, as well as the Void Drone, and also bring the threat of a damage. I love that he's doing that, because he's just, again, taking a hero who at first sight seems to have, oh, well, this hero is going to be played in this way, and completely just thinking outside of the box. Not only doing that, not only is he thinking outside of the box, but it's really good at the same time. Like, it's creative, but it's also really good. Sometimes you can create these wonky builds. You're like, this is fun, but it's not the best thing in the world.
It's not most optimal.
He's nailed both.
Right.
Right.
He's optimizing and innovating.
Yes.
That's right.
And I think that the big thing in that, by the way, in that safe lane, I thought it was hilarious. The Splinter landed like 6 daggers in a row, and then Main just is like, all right, I guess I'll just go back now.
I guess I'll
That's
go back.
fine. I'll just leave. But you see, I mean, you see Pixel here just doing some scouting with
He's definitely just scouting.
Yeah, with that Shadowplane buff. So we're seeing a pure, like, just purely for scouting purposes with that Shadowplane buff. And I'm curious to see what Pixel can do in the way of getting stacks, because that, like, completely ignoring a facet of a hero's kit, I don't think is a good idea. And I think that I'm questioning the way he's going to be able to get stacks without taking away farms from the more important members of the
That's a
team.
good point. I didn't think about that.
Point.
So the Sevarog operates a lot from his stacks and his ability to do that. And
I don't know, man. That's a level 2 pixel to a level 5 Fang Mouse. I don't know.
Oh, the subjugate. If that landed, he might have been able to get dead there. What's also very interesting about the Sevarog support is, since he's in that support role, he's going to be one of the least farmed people. But if this game gets into a hyper late game situation, you almost have an insurance policy where, okay, well, he hasn't had much farm throughout the course of the game, but we're at 45 minutes, and guess what? Our Sevarog actually has a semblance of farm now. Not only is he a support, now he's also an additional late game tank fighter getting in your face. So it's interesting that they help. That's if the game develops into a very, very elongated back and forth match, or maybe a little bit defensive on both sides. It's like, okay, cool. Well, our support is going to eventually get farm and actually become a big threat, while yours, maybe that's not the case. I really think that's really, really cool. That's something they can keep their eye on.
That's right.
I want to compliment Prime here. Immediately after escaping the gank from Pixel in mid lane, he ran all the way over to the other lane, ganked
Splinter might be in some
Insco,
trouble.
and got the kill.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were
Without
talking
hesitation.
about.
Without a single hesitation.
And this is what we kind of talked about with the Sparrow specifically. A Sparrow is, we'll say, a hyper carry late game. Sparrow will deal all the damage and all the deeps that you want, but she has no mobility at all. She has no means of escape. So
Leo, the double Void Drone here.
Jay Leo, I believe you. You're not level 5, but I know you can do this.
Does he have a fort crunch? He does, but here comes the rotation. Here comes the Chimera ult. He uses it, but now Chimera's getting turned on. This damage, Leo doesn't care who you are. All he wants to do is punch you, and that's what he's doing. They haven't found a kill. They're both really low. This is a 4v2. Is there any form of CC for them to catch up here? I don't think it's going to be the case. Suki, he's got the auto attack. The dagger!
Oh, that
my
was a max
lord,
range
the
dagger.
range, that was ridiculous. But still, the crunch forward, he's going to be able to get himself out of there. And now here comes Prime on the hunt. He is level 5, so he might be able to get an ultimate down. But I think the blue team, they're going to fall back to their... Oh no, the greed from Leo! Can they get him? He does! That was so greedy for him to do that camp that low.
Greedy.
And he got punished for it. Great heads-up play by Prime, level 5, secure the ultimate, and that's going to be Leo off the map for a bit.
And Prime with the slight delay in his movement.
Oh my lord, that was
in order to wait till Jalen started the camp.
Diving this is dangerous because that's a tier 2 with a tier 1 still up. He's able to get out of there. That right there, what happened is they set Prime and Chillphil sat behind the wall. They didn't know what was behind it. They waited for Master Splinter and Kalari Stealth to cross it, get the vision, then they went, oh, there's a Bellica right there, and went in. This support Kalari is getting so much value right now.
And that's that roaming support coming back in, because they can really use Master Splinter to create that unknown fear, the fear like of where's Kalari, whereas Pixel, they know where Pixel is. They're able to tell that he is either in lane or not in lane. When he's not in lane, they will immediately try to find Imsco. Because he is that Sparrow. And Imsco, meanwhile, is pushing up very far on the left lane, so may not be the wisest decision, but he's going to look to try and get this tower.
Yeah, this is one thing I want to talk about. You mentioned how Sparrow is a more late game carry. I think they've added diversity to the carry pool. Essentially, you have different roles. Twin Blast, much more of he comes online a little bit earlier, but in a situation, a 60 card point versus 60 card point, the way Sparrow scales and the way her kit is, that she actually is much stronger in that late game situation than Twin Blast. So now there's a variety of across the spectrum of carries that they sort of fall in. The later the game goes, the better that they are. So I think that's really, really cool. Again, it's just Monolith building more strategical depth and more ways to approach this game.
Ooh, Jay Leo stealth in the mid lane is crunch. I mean, one good uppercut and she might die. Nope, he's going to back off.
I mean, and speaking more on the macro sense, like the idea that there is more of a rock, paper, scissors kind of game in the lane where, you know, this mage is preferential against this mage versus this mage, or versus, even with the carries, like, I'm going to pick this carry for this ideal team composition, but this team composition is very strong against that, like, heavy early game pressure to cut down on that Sparrow, so kind of having that rock, paper, scissors actually be meaningful is awesome because it adds so much diversity and depth.
Oh, there's the look at that combo, the call into the long arm of the law, and that's why you need to protect the Sparrow, because if you aren't protecting her, that's going to happen every time, especially when you got the Chimera call into the long arm of the law, which when Chimera first came out several months ago, that's actually something that people were like running all the time. Was the Murdoch ultimate long arm of the law into the call from Chimera there. But talking to your point, it all in that sense, it all comes down to drafting well. The draft is going to dictate. Drafting well is so much more important now than it was before. Main popping the ultimate, popping that boulder. Phil might be going down here. He does. Soul Nazgul has to dedicate the ultimate. He's low. He's going to try to get away. Master Splinter, he is a support Kallari, so he's not level 5 yet. If that was another Kallari, maybe he could use that ultimate and secure a kill. Void drone down for the blue team, so their mana is being depleted. It already is depleted. Reflect is trying to get a kill. He gets one, but they might be able to clean up as well. So Nazgul's taken out, but they continue to push this forward. Here comes Imsko. He's saying, all right, it's time to farm is over. Comes in there, gets one. Can he get two? Suki's on full retreat. Does Imsko have that snipe to maybe make him take damage and get him in that penalty? Not going to be the case. I believe that was a 1 for 3 over the blue team, plus Sparrow got a kill. They're going to be happy with that.
Yeah. The one thing that I also am enjoying with these teams just fighting over the course of the games is that despite having these mini skirmishes and very frequent and often skirmishes that are reminiscent of an old legacy strategy, not to be named, the old legacy strategy. I mean, like, you think about it, like, rolling as a squad, it seems very attractive, but the idea is that a lot of these heroes that are roaming are keeping up in XP or
Doom
card
Squad
points.
is what
right? Yeah, Doom Squad.
The D Squad, a Doom Squad. Yeah, that's the word.
But I believe that, like, Splinter, despite being a little bit lower in CP, is staying relatively relevant by means of, you know, grabbing a jungle camp when he can, or grabbing a kill when he can, or being involved in these kills. And he is mainly the only one roaming the most. Him and Pixel are roaming the most, which is why their levels are a little bit lower. But the other carries who are rolling with him are making sure to get jungle camps, get the green camps.
The homicide sphere.
That's what it was.
That's what the homicide sphere.
I completely
that's right.
slipped my mind. But that's just so vitally important, is managing what resources you're getting. So am I going to put all of the CP onto the carry? If so, I have to keep my levels up, because levels are very meaningful for the damage of abilities and the strength of abilities.
That's right. I feel like they have to be. I mean, I'd love to see Imsko's farm, but they have to be funneling more farm into Imsko. I mean, you just want so much more in this. Oh, wow. That was a great knock. Whoa!
Oh, can they get the kill here? Godspeed has a stun. He's trying to peel himself, but
all right.
That was just a good rotation. That was just that was a textbook mid-gank right there is what that was. Those are bound to happen. Godspeed was just maybe a little bit pushed a little bit too far forward there and got taken out. So they're Godspeed off the map for 30 seconds. And again, Bellica really good at defending sieges, so if they want to push a tower, they might be able to. But it's 13 minutes in. I don't know if really these guys are well-equipped or are at the point where they want to just push a tower only off of one pick-off.
Right, and it's risky. Right? Like, we talked about towers being a little bit beefier earlier on and, like, being a little bit challenging to take down. Like, diving...
oh, can they keep Solo alive?
That
Prime
Honor the Pure. Did you see that?
Woo! Boys.
Wow, that's a good card. I like that card.
That's a good card.
Oh, now Main, he's going to be able to get away.
That's one way to do it.
Jumping from the high ground to the low ground. Main showing us how it's done.
Master Splinter actually used Death Sentence, the global ult from Kallari, and actually hit him while he was mid-air. So Kallari literally just hit him mid-air and then fell while he still had the angular momentum moving forward physics.
I imagine he looked on his back and said, oh, look, there's a Kallari, and then just kept flying.
Yeah.
Now, if Kallari ulted after he landed, Master Splinter might have actually been able to kill. Because then that was actually that was pretty dope. Rampage, but the ultimate, he still almost died with his ultimate. Up. So again, the lethality, it's very, very, very dangerous for him to do that.
You have to take the CC and the different varieties and ways people can catch you out seriously. Like it could just be an errant pixel E. Like he just throws out a subjugate and it lands on you, and then immediately you're stunned, CC'd, dead.
Right.
Like, and that's why it's so important to get the wards up. And like we kind of talked about this, but Orange team, like the Suki, Chillfill, Master Splinter, Prime, and Godspeed have been very good with their vision games.
Yes.
Right.
Vision game's been very good and very consistent. Like watching those fog walls and knowing like what is on the. You can even see it. That mid lane, right on the other side of that fog wall, they have that ward there to watch that mid lane, that mid river.
Right.
To control that river buff. All the way down the river, we can see the warding. And it goes to show you that having that dominance and vision allows you the leeway to try different strategies.
Oh, Imsko's getting collapsed on. I think he's got to be very careful. The tower just went down. He's by himself. There's no protection. He's gonna get taken out. Solanaz was there, but
I'm not sure what they're doing. You know, they're playing this Protect the Sparrow comp, and I get it, but they're just you don't just leave the Sparrow to farm and protect the Sparrow. You know, you want to at least have someone in that quadrant of the map. Hey, someone's rotating in. All right, Sparrow, I got you. I'll be there, you know?
Maybe the idea is with their heavy front, that big front line roaming around and trying to create space for the Sparrow, but in order to do that, you have to constantly be putting pressure on other parts of the map. So just a couple moments of them having to backspend or just not applying that pressure with that core melee, the Rampage, the Sevarog, and the Crunch, that grants them the opportunity to find Imsko and get the kill like that. So
that's right.
And not only that, but pick up a tower as well. So beautifully done.
To me, the onus in this game is on the blue team to actually net an advantage earlier on, so they can get Sparrow to that point where she will start coming online. And the orange team has been proactive in taking a lot of measures to get their team ahead early on and just stop that from happening.
Yeah.
So I think that blue team, what they really need to do here is not so much attempt to match Suki, because that's what they've been doing. Like Imsko has been in the alone a lot because they're attempting to do what orange team is doing for Suki, but they've done the legwork for him. They've done the legwork and said, Suki, you can be safe alone because the other members of our team are far enough ahead they can apply pressure.
Right. And we see Suki, or I'm sorry, Imsko there picking up the Blink Charm on Sparrow early as a more defensive option because he feels like he needs to do it. He doesn't feel safe right now.
Yeah, I feel like that's a mandatory pickup
yes,
on Sparrow.
Absolutely.
And I think we were talking yesterday, like second, third card is like the latest I think some of these guys are comfortable picking it up because on Sparrow they want to be able to Decker Wall drops, get out of it. CC is dropping and I can react to it, react and get out of it. I even saw like Nazgul yesterday on reaction like blink out of a gadget bomb that should have killed him, but that shows how powerful it is.
Imsko using that inner fire, the ultimate right there. The tether is there for Godspeed. I'm saying on comms right there, the blue team. I'm saying, wait, let Imsko get the kill. Let Imsko get the kill. And that's exactly what they did.
That's right. They have to funnel that into. I mean, honestly, we'd have to look at the farm to be to see exactly what they are. Let's take a look at Imsko 22 to Suki. So Imsko is actually ahead of Suki in terms of card power.
That's big.
He does have 3 deaths, but he does have 2 kills. Suki just has 1 death. So him being ahead is actually kind of impressive because he's had 2 more whole deaths that he's been off the map, and he's managing to retain a lead.
Right.
Yeah.
And you might be noticing something where the carries both are actually, it was kind of funny, they both identically took the same camps, but they are starting to farm the jungle, and that's because the team is allocating the resources there. And this is something you might not have seen on Legacy. So on Legacy, a lot of the times the jungler has the jungle, the mid laner has their lane, and you're constantly in your lane clearing waves, and it's kind of, management, leaving the lane's kind of terrifying. You're like, I don't want to lose my tower. But in Monolith, what it allows you to do, the towers are durable enough, and the minions are, will meet each other. And if you set the waves, it can actually manipulate the minions. You will give yourself enough time to go clear the jungle out, and the team will say, "Hey, Imsko, go take the camp. It's reinforced. That's going to keep you ahead and hopefully keep you in line with Suki. If not, get you to that late game quicker."
And also, there's this crossover of roles where sometimes the jungler and offlaner can almost interchange with each other depending on the lineup. Like Rampage and Crunch on the instance of the blue team, they're both good junglers and they're both good offlaners. So they could say something on comms like, "Hey, you can take I'll take the wave real quick. Don't worry." Like if the offlaner falls back and picks up a camp, they can protect it there. But in the mid lane here, there's isolated they're isolated there. So I don't know if Bellica's gonna be able to get away. Nazgul's very low. A couple more auto attacks. He finds himself Pixel. They do get him away. Barely able to get away the Bellica there. Very, very, very close. And look at God. That's Godspeed right there. You can tell he's not happy. He's not happy about that one right there. So he got taken out. And nonetheless, it was only a support, but they continue to go in. Now down he goes. So That was beautifully done. 1-for-1 exchange. That all was Offlane picking up that kill. Was really, really important to make sure that they didn't lose any objectives or anything like that.
That's right. So overall, and all in all, 1-for-1.
Yeah,
Not bad.
It's not bad, but it is slightly in favor of the orange team because Pixel had the jump on Godspeed.
Yeah.
He got behind him, ulted him, subjugated him, and should have gotten the kill. But because Pixel is on that Sevarog that requires stacks to scale in damage and health, and he's not getting those stacks, I think his power level comparatively to the Kalari is much lower to the team. So his utility will hopefully have to come online later in the game for Sparrow, and that's what I'm going to look for him to do, is really just push that utility. Maybe build some mana, maybe build some CDR, and maybe build those utility tools that he can use rather than go maybe that tanky bruiser route where you're building health and damage in the mix.
You mentioned CDR. We briefly touched about earlier on how CDR is much less prevalent.
Yeah, there's maybe one or two cards you can buy for CDR.
There's a couple of default cards. You have Chrono Spikes that grant it to you, but the big thing is that they're 5 cost. Hold that thought. Nothing about cooldown reduction. Soul Nazgul's going to get taken out underneath his tower by Chill Phil right there on that Chimera. That's the job you want to see. I think Leo actually missed his left. There's the boulder.
Yeah,
and he's looking at the 1, 2, 3, and there is the right crunch going to pick him off there. Kalari double jumping away. Master Splinter trying to do what he can. Again, 1-for-1. This was how last game was as well. It was these 1-for-1 small exchanges back and forth until one team was under the tower. This is the rampage we're used to right there.
Yes.
Level 5, time to dive. A little bit late, but Offlane did pop that ultimate. The boulder secures the kill, gets away cleanly.
This is exactly what I've wanted to see from Offlane, honestly, in all of these games. Because when we were playing yesterday, he had been a lot more aggressive in his gameplay and a lot more confident in going for these kills. And that is what is necessary for this blue team. They need Offlane, Pixel, and Jaleo to become this terror group where if you see any one of those guys, they will be able to CC you and keep you there long enough for the others to arrive, take you out, and either give the kill to Imsco or get the kill onto Offlane or Jaleo to just power them up even more and just be that front line for Sparrow. So props to Offlane, and I hope they continue doing that in the mid lane because that's where all the action's been, and I think that they need to continue doing these and pivot to not dying afterwards. It would be great if it was a 0-for-1. That's the dream, really.
Right. That's the dream. Right. Let's go ahead and take a look at the card builds here and see where we're at 22 minutes in the game. So
double deuce.
You know, obviously minion scores not too far behind each other.
Pretty close.
And looking at the card power of everyone, Emsco is somehow still leading the pack, but Prime is keeping up with him.
Yeah,
That's
actually,
kind of impressive.
The Fang Miao is more farmed than the Carry Murdoch.
That is...
I noticed how I had to say Carry Murdoch because Lord knows we might see support Murdoch one day. Might be a possibility. So that's actually pretty incredible there. He's really going to have to get some work. Prime's going to have to get work done with that farm. All the meanwhile, though, we see a fight going down here. Pixel actually, the big knockback right there. That was huge. Can they follow up on it? Chill Phil. Imsco tries to get the kill. He has a snipe. He missed the snipe with the last auto attack. That's going to be enough for them to take out Chill Phil's Chimera right there. Godspeed's underneath his tower, but this is a 5v3 right here because we take a look at the mini-map. Now he's rotating in there. Is he going to be able to maybe find a route, find a subjugate? That was pretty close.
He probably had like 7 health. Nazgul.
I'm going to go ahead and say 6.
He probably had 5 health, 1 health.
In the medical field, we call that the pucker factor.
Nice, the pucker factor.
That's what we call that. That's what Soul Nazgul just experienced.
I mean, their ears must have been burning, or they must have heard me because that was exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah.
Getting in there, using the CC and the utility of Sevarog to set everybody else up. And getting that kill onto Imsco was important. I'm glad they're consistently able to do that. I just hope in these late game team fights, Imsco doesn't get his blink charm forced out because we've seen that as the downfall. If you were able to force that blink charm out, Sparrow is left fairly defenseless.
Right.
So, and if Master Splinter is able to get on Sparrow, just constantly throwing those slows out, I'm sure he'll be able to whittle her down enough so Suki maybe could laser, and maybe get the Chill Phil laser Cull combo. So
yeah,
we're going to have to see
honestly,
if that happens.
if Master Splinter uses his dagger to bait out the blink, that leaves Chill Phil open to just dive and cull. So look out for that combo.
Oh yeah, the combo, dude.
It's the cold cut combo with extra ham.
Oh my.
The cold cut combo.
Cold cut combo.
All right, got it. I'm waiting to see. Actually, I'm not waiting to see anything.
They're diving the tower though. They got to be careful. They got to get the kill. Kalar's going to ult in as well. So Chill Phil's taking it. Kalar's going to double jump away. But Leo Grande saying, if you want to take out my boy Nazgul, you're not going to get away freely. Master Splinter does go down. Crunch is all about that punch life, man. He's all about that. Not the hunch punch life. That's for after the game. He's going to be going in there, though. There's the recrunch board. Oh, the timing right there.
Man,
beautifully done.
well.
So, again, another 1-for-1 exchange.
That's right. And Imsco actually managed to pick off
in every single one of these. Imsco's getting the kill, though. So
yeah,
that's what's
you're right. That's true.
That's what's super important about this. They had that Shadow Ward down almost prepared for a Kalari to ult in. It was on the ground, and Imsco, in ult form, just calmly finishes off the Kalari.
That's right.
So, and that's going to be key in these fights. It's like having these fights in the open is actually more terrifying for the orange team. Because, Shane, you were speaking about earlier about carries kind of have these different aesthetics or feels to them, how you play them.
Very much
Pharaoh
so.
is definitely playing out in the open and really using the cleave of her ultimate to shred entire teams and just slaying human beings out here. Instead of like the Murdoch, like I'm going to laser to get a couple kills and then come in at the team fight and just be like hitting you with a couple shots, taking you out.
And that's another thing enabled by Monolith is how you have the jungle, which is just a whole bunch of nooks and crannies where you can line of sight, roam around, kind of run in a circle sort of thing. That's not ideal for that ultimate. You want to be like during a push in the wide open lanes, and there are sectors of the jungle that are wide open as well. So taking the fight there is going to be ideal for you on the Sparrow team. What I've loved to see in the draft is like, I think Decker and Sparrow go so well together because Decker gets him contained and Sparrow just goes in there. Doesn't even have to cross that threshold of the containment fence and sits there, gets the ult. Maybe we'll see that later on in the day, but that is a big factor to take into consideration while playing with a Sparrow. And the blue team, certainly that has to be in their back of the mind. If we can take a fight in the wide open area, let's take that and initiate as soon as we can.
Definitely. And that Sevarog ultimate is going to be key for Peel. And I look for Pixel and Imsco to be attached at the hip this game because that Sevarog ultimate is going to be important for peeling off of Sparrow because you can interrupt abilities, you can stop ultimates. You know, Fang Mao is going to be dashing in. You just got to be very patient. And I am looking for Pixel to be that
that wall.
Yeah,
if you will.
Actually, just between Sparrow and the rest of the team. He needs to be that because otherwise I don't know how much damage. Yeah, I mean, like you see Chillfill, he got a couple autos on and a Q on, but Chillfill can be able to regen that up. So Pixel definitely not looking for the damage, more looking for the utility.
He just goes in there on Pixel. So again, this support Sevarog is so tanky that they force to use ultimates. He's going to be able to maybe possibly get back to just moving around. They're fighting the Void and that stun was huge right there. Imsco comes in. That's what I'm talking about. The wide open space is so much value. The Sparrow just cleaving them down with the inner fire ultimate. And now they're gonna Leo does get picked off here, so they're looking to turn this around. It's 3 for 1, maybe because does he have the rock? Can he do it? He's looking.
It's almost on cooldown.
It is on cooldown, but no, he misses it. Prime. Barry able to get away right there. Jump forward, subjugate. He dodges it with the Reaper Dash though, and they continue to chase him. I feel like at this point, let him get away and try to find an objective. But man, these guys are thirsty for it.
No, they want Prime. You have to take him down.
They're looking for him. Here comes Omain. If he landed that would have been huge.
That was amazing.
That was a Hail Mary right there.
Like, where are you going?
The Escape Artist Prime is going to be able to go away. Nonetheless, Prime got away, but that still was 1 for 3. Yeah. And Imsco, I want to say, got at least one, maybe even 2 kills right there.
Yeah, Imsco was just...
And that's that positioning right there from Imsco, the knowledge to go up and around and stay on that high ground until he knew for sure he was safe and the team was engaging.
That's right.
That's the patience we needed to see from Imsco all day, and I'm glad he's finally coming into it on Sparrow, the hero of all that requires it the most.
Yeah.
Right.
And just like chasing down Pixel, getting that clutch double root onto the Master Splinter when he came. Master Splinter land rooted.
Yep.
Both of them, and just
this support Sevarog is really impressive.
Yeah, I was initially I was worried because obviously like the lack of economy, Sevarog doesn't really have the damage he needs, but the utility has been coming in clutch, and I'm very happy that's working out.
And he's tanky. Right. You saw they're like, oh, it's the support. I'm gonna pop call, and Pixel was like, it just shrugged it off and moved on.
Can we actually see what he's building? Because I saw some cards earlier, and I'm very curious as to actually.
He's building some damage.
What specific path he's gone? Because I know he does. He's tickling Phil a little bit.
Yeah, so he's got the Adamant Edge. Okay. I believe that next card right there is a Blink Charm. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
What are those 2 general cards right there? There's 6 points next to Blink Charm. Soul Lord's Ward with health and
mana regen. Interesting.
And then a Tune Barrier. So that's your ability armor, and then your tempered.
We did it.
So there's your basic armor. So that's why he's so tanky. That's a tanky support Sevarog. Now he's building damage.
I also want to look at Imsco's build. Let's look at that Imsco because he's at 40 card points.
Wow.
Whereas the enemy team is what, max 30, 32 looks like?
So he's got his crit bonus.
Okay.
He has 12% from the first Rift item.
Right.
Obviously the ward, standard. There's 12, so that's 16. That's 16% crit. And he's at 20% crit right now.
Only 20% crit. Interesting.
But if you look at the power bonuses on the Rift Magic Scepters, he's getting a large amount of power from that latter half of his deck right now.
That's right.
So when we get to the late game and he does pivot to either potentially buy some lifesteal or some more crit, each one of those cleave shots, he's just going to be like melting teams if he's able to keep up that growth, that power growth he currently has.
If they just leave him to do what he's going to do, you know. They have to dive him. They have to kill him in these team fights. And to your point before, if Pixel's just sitting there on top of the Sparrow when Kalari Ulton is on top of you, Chillful dives you, and even Prime dives you, he's just going to knock them all away with his colossal blow. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that.
Did he just blink forward?
I think he might have. I think that was a misclick.
I think that was a misclick too. He's like, I'm on you, Pixel. Whoa! Master Splinter, that Kalari support though.
Kalari
securing the kill onto Nazgul. So they're looking for him though.
Oh, he stopped because there's a ward right over there.
All right, dagger him.
No,
all right,
no. Well, he would have interrupted the back, but then he probably would have died. He doesn't have much mana.
Isn't it worth it?
I feel like that would have been worth it.
All the meanwhile, is it worth it? Let me
work
it
back in the field.
And Chillful getting taken out by the Bash brothers over there.
Yes, that's a good way of describing them.
Brothers.
Yeah, Rampage and Crunch are definitely a force to reckon with because you're gonna get that rock and Crunch. You know, if he's quick enough with his timing, because you got that animation canceling, like he can auto Q auto, like getting that in. If he's able to get that knock up, like that's a ton of CC, similar to the Decker Rampage combo with the 2 stuns.
Right.
So you got to be very careful about that because even if you are bruising, you feel a little bit more resilient to the damage. The longer you're there, the lethality is gonna kick in.
That's right.
Black buff being picked up, subjugate on point. So I have to imagine him initiating on Feng Mao is either I'm going to harass you or there's just a little bit of harassment saying, I wanted that black buff. I don't appreciate that. Here's the subjugate.
That wasn't very nice. Stand there.
Think about what you've done.
Yeah, think about what you've done.
All right, you can walk away now.
I feel like I have an inkling that Pixel is maxing subjugate. Maybe maybe for this CD, maybe for Pokemon.
He did max it before Siphon
because he is doing a lot of damage with that E.
I
saw him hit Chillful with that or Prime with that, and it actually did a considerable amount of damage. It was surprising to me. Because he is like at level, is that 10 versus the 9 of Chillful?
Prime,
well then now Chillful is caught up.
Prime is, anytime I see someone caught up by Velika, I'm like, how much mana?
All right, subjugate.
Oh my lord, that was so good. He's going to be able to reaping dash forward.
Oh, all
Murdoch
right.
trap. They do get the kill.
Over to Imsco.
Omain has the ultimate up, so he's tanking the tower. They're going to go in, clear up this tower, and then maybe look for more. They're saying, screw the tower. That's Omain. Chase me. Don't worry about your tower. He's actually being more of a distraction than anything else because that tier 2 falling is going to. There goes your jump pad. There goes your mobility. Wow. There goes your ability to get back on the map. Crunch forward. Grande. Oh, I was hoping. I hope he's going to recharge back in there.
I was hoping he was going to empower because he was lit up like he was going to.
That's my favorite thing is watching to see which crunch happens, but like I want to see the charge crunch. I want to see somebody get charge crunched right into a tower.
Yes,
that is the dream right now, and I'm waiting for J-Leo to make my dreams come true. But look at this, and Imsco getting another Raptor now, so it's gonna increase his lead a little bit more. And I think Blue Team's just doing all the right things just to protect the Sparrow comp. They're playing very well and making proper decisions in order to keep him alive and push the economy in that direction.
Oh, Pixel! Can you hit him in time? He does. He's tanky. Good stun leave right there.
He's tanky.
There's a good consolidation. There's a good consolidation.
Yeah.
Are they going to go in on this? Omain's caught out. He's got to be careful. The jump forward Chimera. They have he juked the long arm of the law.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh man, that was very, very close. Omain definitely literally dodged a bullet right there. Both literally and
more like a laser. Oh, wait, what?
Imsco just killed Kalari midair.
Midair?
Yes.
That was amazing.
That was.
That's
like the
sure
third time
Imsco
we've seen him do that.
Trick shots.
Yeah.
Like at home in his room, he's just practicing trick shots, and he's like, "Did anybody see that?" But nobody's there.
That's right.
But like now everybody's watching, so he gets to his swag is on full display.
Props to him.
I'd say Imsco is like super humble.
Oh,
as a person,
he
just sits there and he's like, thank you. Like, very, very humble guy.
Is that what
really
happened?
Cool guy.
So he shot her midair and he was like, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. He's like, I like the card experience. Thanks for the juice.
Thanks.
I want to look to see what Blue Team does now because we're in that stage of the game where it becomes very easy to become complacent.
Yeah.
And just start sitting around farming. Just kind of waiting it out, and you don't want to let the team come back.
Yeah,
even
like,
though
hey, we're ahead. We can do whatever we want.
Exactly.
It's cool. Yeah,
you want to make sure you're exerting pressure in some fashion if you are ahead, because it's your game to lose if you're ahead, right?
Yep,
So
absolutely.
you want to make sure you're exerting pressure on the jungle, pushing your lanes out, making sure everything's ready to go in case you do win a team fight and you want to pivot to those objectives.
That's right. And even though like the blue team has been doing a great job in terms of team fights and rotations, the one thing they are kind of lacking on is that minion wave management. I mean, just even looking at where the minion waves are meeting right now, it's behind their tier 1 tower. It's not ideal, you know. You want the minion waves to crash close to them and exert that pressure to force someone to rotate out and clear that wave. But right now, blue team is like, hey, we want a team fight. Up, let's go clear our own lanes.
Yeah,
all right, cool. Keep it up. Like,
that's one way that orange team can sort of delay the game and allow them to creep back up and farm. That's very, very intended. The boulder missed, so that did hit. It would have been huge. Recrunch, there it is, and he hit him. Is there the blink, the dagger? There's the blink forward into the uppercut. Beautifully done right there. Leo with the plays, but he doesn't secure the kill. The ultimate from Famiel actually misses, and Phil gets deleted. And this is what we're talking about. They wanted the wide open areas for Imsco to get that value.
Imsco turned left.
He's looking for. There he goes. He turns on a dial.
Yeah, he heard me.
And
I believe that he
got
heard
him
me.
right there. Imsco, the Peruvian powerhouse, the Punisher, comes in there and shows him what's up. Master Splitter. Oh, boulder! That was nothing but net right there from O-Main. So make it a hat trick. 3 kills going over to the blue team, and you better. I believe they're going to go to Orb Prime here. Leo's already there. They're heading that way.
Sick.
This is going to be a Prime card activation. I'm fairly confident for the blue
Imsco's
team.
walking over. You know it is.
Yeah.
Look at him right
But
there.
look,
He's
look
like,
at their
"Let's go."
waves. Look at their waves,
they're doing
though.
a good job. They pushed it up. They did what they were supposed to do, set the waves before they forced the team fight. And my favorite thing about that fight is they committed. The commitment, even though, you know, Omei missed the boulder, they didn't get on the Suki. You know, Master Splinter even tried to sneakily block the boulder in stealth, but they proceeded to push in on them with the confidence that their team was coming to follow up.
And O-Main redeemed himself. He missed the boulder on Suki, but afterwards he landed that one on Master.
He was like, I'll give you that one now, but
yeah,
I got
I'll give you that
later.
one.
That's right.
So Prime card activation, this is going to be very tense next couple of minutes with that big power spike that they're going to have. They're all members of the orange team are back on the field, so they are going to be able to defend as a unit any sort of push that come their way. It's going to be inevitable. But when they siege down these towers, that just the massive amount of power that the Orb Prime grants you, even if this was an even game, that means blue team has a marginal power advantage here. But the fact that they're ahead and they have Orb Prime, this could be them setting up the win condition to take this game. It all depends on, can blue execute, which they've been executing all well, but can they consistently remain to come out of these team fights ahead? And can orange keep their structures up and make sure they don't just get absolutely swept up here. So these next couple minutes are going to be very, very tense for both of these teams.
That's right. But blue wants to fight. That's why Imsco has that green buff. He didn't take that green buff as a just let me get this for card power. He wants that shield. He wants to be defensive. They want to fight right now.
And I think the initiation here is just as soon as they get to that inhibitor, as soon as they clear this minion wave out, Omain ult and goes.
Yeah.
Time is behind him.
Good stun. He's trying
going
to clear up the
Sparrow.
wave.
They're going to try and get
Oh
Sparrow.
no, Godspeed. Did he get a little bit too far forward? Look at the flank. They immediately get knocked off. That was beautifully done right there. That was so good. The inhibitor goes down, and so does Prime on the Fang Meow. This looking like this is it right there. The 4 protect 1, the protect the Sparrow, the babysit Sparrow, a strategy we simply have not seen in Paragon thus far. Looks like it is going to yield a great deal of success, as now these guys aren't even focused on the core, they're just wanting those kills, and there it goes down.
Oh, wow.
GG over to the blue team.
Dude,
Sparrow
Pixel.
boys.
Like, and to be completely honest with you, it was so great for them to move in that direction and start forcing fights, and then, like I said, Pixel just sticking to Imsco.
Yeah.
Like white on bread. I'm sorry, I was thinking of a metaphor, and that is the most generic one.
There's also rice. Rice is pretty white as well. White on rice.
White on rice.
White on
also.
rice, yes.
But Imsco, like getting those kills, everybody allocating the kills to him, Pixel staying on top of him and being patient. That's the most important thing. You didn't see him throwing out errant subjugates. All of his subjugates were with the goal of attacking a certain carry or a bruiser or peeling and zoning. And while Omain was just throwing rocks, like that was the threat, is that the rocks are there and it's threatening.
That's right.
And
so before we get into the replays, guys, I just want to point out I found these note cards in the hallway. I don't know.
You've been taking notes all day.
This one's yours.
This looks like hieroglyphics to me. Like,
is this one yours?
So
what is this? Egyptian?
No, so like I wrote down here. I said if Pixel runs Sevarog, like what he needs to do is
Is this code?
build
What?
Is this
CD.
No,
no, wait,
no,
no,
wait,
this is
this
mine.
one-
That
this
one's
one is-
mine. Shane, give me that.
Wait.
No,
Get
no,
out of here. Don't steal my
this
cards.
one's mine.
Don't steal my.
and-
That's rude. Don't steal.
Wait,
cards.
What does Zakags mean?
No,
That's
whose notes
okay.
are these?
These.
Who wrote these?
I mean,
Did
I wrote
Kale
them.
write these?
What does
Hold
Zakags
on.
mean?
This is mine. This has got to be mine, right? Like I don't know.
This
These-
is ridiculous.
This is
What does
some. I don't.
Maforger mean?
I don't know what this means.
I don't
That
know.
is- do you guys like?
Kale,
What does that mean?
Kale, you need to clean up your handwriting. I don't know what this says.
What
does
is
say?
this?
What does this say, Kale?
Is this the right order?
don't- What is that?
Is that an A or is that a 7 over your fingers?
I think he
covering
meant
up
to
the-
spell
Oh, it's an
freak
M
on
Oh,
this
for
yeah,
Michael.
This one, I don't know what he's trying to do. Maybe
I
it's
think
maybe
so.
it's this way.
Is
Yeah,
it that way?
I think
It's some way. It's gotta be.
I mean,
don't know.
I can't honestly. I can't read these notes. I can't make heads or tails of these notes.
What do these? What do these stand
I
for?
have no idea. I
Um,
mean, maybe we should ask Kale sometime. I don't know.
don't-
He's just weird, I guess. You know.
Yeah, well, you know what?
You know,
Let's
we're
just-
here and
Well,
carry.
I
You
guess
know, we're
we'll
here
just have
getting we're here getting carried and carry. I could really use an ugly sweater or something
know,
like that.
I mean,
you know what
yeah,
I mean?
I understand.
Yeah.
Carry
Well,
and carry.
you know what it is. But yeah, I think we got some replays. I kind of want to talk about these replays, boys.
Oh, hey,
yeah,
Narbash. I love
these
Narbash.
games. Oh, the jump in.
There it is.
Alt laser.
Boom.
Boom.
And that was
boom.
the first death on Imsco.
That's the full cut combo with extra hand. That's what we're gonna
that's
call that
right.
from now on.
But and that's the thing is, as soon as that happened, Imsco and the whole team pivoting to realize what they had to do for the rest of the game.
That's correct.
And and then Omain immediately following up with the jump rocks, level 5. You're done. I'm here. I'm Rampage. Deal with it.
That's right.
And then this is the fight where Imsco's positioning was just impeccable. Staying up top, waiting, pivoting around, and then just blinking in on the fight when he needed to.
And it was right in that moment. He just walked straight up. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Oh, that was the mid-air Imsco.
Yes, that's what
he
we didn't get it on the
"Thanks."
stream, but we saw it on the other monitor here.
That's right.
And
He
that's
said,
what we saw.
"Thank you."
Imsco shooting Kalari out of the air. That's such an Imsco thing
And
to
this
do.
was basically the final team fight. And if you watch Pixel, they do jump Imsco right there, and then boom, colossal blow. Get off my carry. They can turn, and they could just wipe this team out. Just Pixel.
Yeah.
Sevarog, support Sevarog.
Exactly.
I'm
Dope.
gonna start playing that.
Like he
Dope.
did, he did the thing. Like he built
did the
this,
thing.
I mean, he built the mana. He built the regen. You saw that. He built the health. He had some utility in his kit, and he pushed on that utility.
Yeah.
Right.
He took that note of I need to focus on my E. I need to focus on the utility of my ultimate and remove people from my carry.
Yeah.
Just displace human beings.
That's right. That's interesting too, because like to your point before, Mooney, a lot of people. Oh, that's our code. A lot of people really want when you play
That's what
Sevarog.
Zakac stood for.
That's what it stood for. When you play Sevarog,
Got
you
it.
have this mindset of like I need to get stacks, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like, and that's what a lot of Sevarog players fall into. Is just I need stacks, man. I have 50. I need another 20.
I need my
whatever.
snacks.
And
Need
with
my
Pixel
snacks.
was like, I don't even care about stacks, dude. I'm just gonna keep them off you, Imsco. You just kill everyone.
Yep.
Just do it. So really well played.
Yeah, and
really well played.
and it shows you that you can, despite like Sevarog having this, he'd be strong with
Like he has
levels,
his
you wanna
progression
farm.
involved in him. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a variety of ways to play these heroes. Like there's
right.
not one. It's not a one track. It's not binary. You can dynamically change the heroes based on what team compositions you want to work with.
I even like the early game Kalari, the support Kalari.
And even though they lost, they still got so much value out of that Kalari.
Oh, dude,
I mean, don't get me wrong.
Sorry.
Like,
Blink uppercut, my boy.
Leo
Let's
pulled it
go.
out. Leo pulled that out. That was so well done. He knew he had the empower uppercut, that's the empowered left French, I believe.
That's correct.
And he blinked in there, used it wonderfully. That was beautifully done right there, man.
And the
So
controlled
wonderful.
aggression from Imsco, waiting patiently for the time to blink in with the ultimate. Imsco in the past, I know, is like there's been times when it's been questionable, blinked in some dangerous situations.
Yeah.
But right there, he's been controlling his aggression and really clutching out these team fights for his team. His positioning's been superior, and I don't want to downplay that because he did have a great front line to work with.
Yeah.
But he had also played the game very well. So you shout out to the blue team for just playing an impeccable match.
I think especially too with him having those 3 deaths early, like regardless of him dying and being off the map for pretty much like a minute and a half total, he still was highest net worth, was in the lead, highest card power, and just shredded literally everyone. So really well played by him for sure.
The one thing I am curious about is whether any of the teams have thought about like how they want if they wanted to try like that swap like that Shane was talking about, if they maybe want to do that mid game, like you're offlaning and I'm jungling, maybe you're stronger in the jungle early and I'm stronger in the offlane early, and then maybe we pivot roles.
Ooh,
Right.
You know, you
that could be
drew
interesting.
attention to that because Sevarog ended up coming into the jungle and rolling a lot with them, trying to pick up some of that errant hero XP isn't
Right,
good.
yeah.
But we haven't really seen the offlane and the jungle really interact past that. Oh, maybe we'll do XP camp together. Maybe we'll do
Was
a
that
camp together.
Narbash?
Did you hear
Sorry, I
Narbash?
thought I heard
a little?
Narbash. Sorry.
Close.
No, Kale's at his desk, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
excellent. I think I also think with this next draft we're going into our last game of the day.
Yes.
So
last game
Yes.
before we close. I
I'm
know
excited,
it's been an
man.
exciting day,
Less than
but
24 hours.
I'm ready to end with a bang.
I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like this is gonna be the game. I feel like there's gonna be some crazy stuff. They're gonna bust out the
The strats.
strats,
The
the
assassin
carry,
Narbash.
the
The assassin
assassin
Narbash.
Narbash.
And the
If
support
that
Murdoch.
happens,
What
if that happens,
basis
Shane.
do you have to just claim assassin?
Do you not watch my
Narbash?
stream? Twitch.tv/ITG Shane Lynch?
Oh my god.
Do you not watch my
I
stream?
mean, maybe I'll have to start. I don't. Is there? I mean, do you have any? What are you pulling me to? How are you pulling me to your stream? What
It's that face, man. Look at
Oh,
that
the face. Oh, of course. I
Look at
don't know how I missed that.
That's right. Just listen to talk.
So beautiful.
Actions
So
speak louder than
beautiful.
words.
Actions speak louder than
You're
words.
right.
So this next draft, I wonder if we're gonna see these guys go with all comfort picks. They're like, all right, it's the last one.
Dude.
It's super try hard time.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
You
And these
know?
guys they're the best players, so they're all about that try hard life.
Yeah.
They're trying to send us off onto Monolith. Like
Yeah.
they are introducing us, and this is like that last bang to come out with before we hit it together with another
Yeah.
bang tomorrow. Like when that
Dude.
map drops, I cannot wait to see just the pure diversity, because we only play like six, seven games today, but like tomorrow, like that's the countless amount of games that are going to be played by like you guys like on live. That's going to be amazing to see.
I'm pretty much not gonna work tomorrow. I'm pretty much just gonna play all day.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jeremy, my lead. I'm just gonna play all day long.
You think that, but you're going to be working. He's going to be playing the Offlane.
That's right, Offlane.
The Offlane.
That was my joke.
Yep. Nice try.
He's gonna be going Hoff.
Going
It's gonna be great.
Offlane.
Go Offlane.
So taking a look at these drafts here.
Okay.
Suki's on Twin Blast, Godspeed on Gideon, which
Yep.
we saw him on Gideon last time. So good.
So
These
good.
are the
Another
grudge
support
picks.
steal.
These are the grudge picks. I see
Yeah,
'em.
another support
Oh,
steal,
dude.
except this
Hold
time it's
on.
Master Splinter, not Pixel, and Prime on Greystone.
I'm not. These team lineups are a little scary. There's nothing to stop Gideon.
so
Like,
far,
there
Hey,
is-
if both Gideons can't be stopped, do any Gideons need to
the
be
jungle
stopped?
Sev.
Oh my, that's a good point.
Right?
Just go double black hole. Just hope that it all works out in the end.
the
but-
Venn diagram of black holes.
That's right.
Is what happens every
Oh
now
man,
and then.
Chillville's gotta pick. I mean,
They need some sort of
they
stun to
need
deal
something.
with Nazgul.
Oh,
There it is.
There it is.
Beautiful.
Chillville on
I
that
love it.
comfort pick, the
That's-
rampage. I'm okay with it.
And I like to think of this as a mini grudge match, because you have like Splinter on Steel, Pixel was on Steel earlier, Nazgul and Godspeed running the Gideons, and then you have Imsco on the Murdoch, and then Suki on the Twin Blast, kind of the role reversal from that game,
Yeah,
game
That's
3.
right.
So
I'm actually really excited to see the Twin Blast versus Murdoch.
Like from the other side, too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. One shoots really fast, one hits like a truck. So it'll be interesting to see the dynamic. It's pretty much, if Suki can land everything and gets a lead, I'm sure he could 1v1 the Murdoch. But
I want to
We'll
see a
see.
1v1
Oh, no,
between
that's-
Imsco and
that's-
Suki.
that's
Like
like
both
just-
60
I
card
feel like
points.
we've earned
1v1.
that. We've
Just
earned
meet
that.
in
Nice.
mid.
someone contact him downstairs.
Yes, tell them
And
we need to make that happen.
Wait till 50 minutes and then 1v1.
Tell
And they
tell
both
Suki
kill
to
each
yell
other with the
1v1
last
mid.
shot. They
1v.
both shoot at the same time and they both die at the same time.
Yeah, it's just one.
And then both cores explode.
Yeah.
But they have to start facing away from each other and then walk away, turn and shoot, right?
Yes.
Old school style.
Old school.
I'm about that life, man.
Dual style.
Dual style.
And I think, looking down the lineups, like we got Prime on Greystone, and we have not spoken like enough about this. Prime has been running a train all week on our Greystone, and it has been insane.
Yes, he has been, Mooney.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming he's going to be in that off lane there. That's Nazgul just contemplating life in the corner. Right
no,
there.
he's sitting in the corner. He's thinking about what he's done. He's getting in the zone. He's focused. Now he's just dancing.
Oh,
he's
as
dancing.
Greystone. As Greystone. I'm sorry. Running a train as Greystone.
There you
All right,
go.
Yes, it is.
So-
I worded.
So-
I worded.
There's the I'm sorry.
Oh, dance.
I love
dance off.
Naz.
Dance off. They're doing it.
I love Naz. Naz is a great guy. We've played together. He's carried me. But I got to give this lane to Godspeed because Godspeed has
The Clutch Lord.
look at this.
You know,
skin.
Shane. Well,
Look at
yes,
this.
the pirate game.
He be casting like a pirate.
But let's
now.
be honest, Godspeed is just such a phenomenal mid laner. I honestly don't know how this is gonna go, especially with them both being Gideon.
Nazgul is a true terror in the laning phase, and Godspeed's got that like team fight clutch with the
Naz
two
should look
Gideons.
behind him
Oh.
because no, the whiff. Naz is saying thanks for the cool breeze, Master Splinter. That was quite refreshing. He misses the charge, and Nazgul dodged a potential first blood right
Very
there.
close. Very
That's actually
close.
my worst nightmare of Steel, is that I'm going to come up behind somebody, they're not going to know I'm there, and they're going to dodge me on accident, and I'm just going to look like the biggest goon on the planet. And I mean, that's the thing though, is because like mobility and like the movement speed and these abilities that come out, learning these timings, like we talked about earlier with the Murdoch lasers, like Imsko and Suki known to be very, very accurate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very accurate.
Yes.
And earlier on they were missing, but now after learning the new speeds and adapting to this gameplay on Monolith, they're able to land those lasers and set up these awesome combos that really display good team play.
So talking about versatility with Monolith and heroes, I've talked about it many, many times. We've seen Sevarog in the offlane. We've seen Sevarog in support, and now for the first time, we're seeing Sevarog in the jungle. So that's Naz almost was able to get a solo kill there.
But
The turnaround though,
please.
Chill Phil.
Not
The
like
minion.
this.
Oh no, the minion actually
Not
body
like
blocked
this.
an auto attack. Can he get a kill? There's no river buff.
he's
Here comes.
coming,
Look at
he's
the Murdoch trap, zoning him out. Chill Phil, thinking twice. Beautifully done. That
All
trap,
right.
zoning him out, and Naz gets away.
And that's a perfect example of Nazgul had the advantage there. He pushed up, but he managed to keep his wits about him and not panic when he got the rampage rock. And immediately pivoted and said, "I'm going to go towards my team. My team is going to meet me halfway. They're going to rotate. I'm communicating to them, hey, I'm on my way. Rampage is behind me." So they're able to move over and help him out. So great job by Nazgul reacting and running to his team, and good backup. So
That's right.
well played, Bomber Team, because that's what you got to do. You can't lose these kills early, because Twin Blast, the dude can take off. Like we saw it
Yeah.
earlier. Like the dude can take off, so you got to be careful with that. That you don't get hit by those mid game like pop shots. Like
Rapid fire.
Pop, pop, pop.
Mid-game rapid fire. Pretty good.
I'm interested to see how this offlane soul lane.
Hold on. What's happening
Helio
here? What's
coming
going
in here.
down?
The shield wall goes down, but it's not going to be much avail.
Suki.
Suki's trying to get away. A couple more auto attacks. Anything not going to be the case.
Oh, that was slick.
And
Master
that was
Swimmer
very
actually
well
pulled
done.
him
Now
back right
Suki's
in.
actually
wait,
turning
wait.
around here, going right back into it. That is the blue buff, I believe, on Sever. At
Suki
least he had
chased
it
him.
for a
Suki
period
chased
of
him.
time.
All right.
So these guys exchange blows. No one going down though, just testing the waters. And those are troubled waters indeed. As both of them almost securing a kill, but good play on both sides right there.
Yeah, Omain going for that tether, not able to find it onto Suki. I think maybe turning on the Splinter was probably their best bet there,
Yeah.
but definitely want to get that carry kill to get him out of lane and stunt his growth.
That's right. We'll see. Looks like the right lane. Good old Pixel and Imsko pushing down that blue lane.
And Muriel Murdoch, like I like that combination just because of the ability of both of them to kind of displace enemies or allies. So Pixel with the boots, or Imsko with the move along.
Yep.
So they're able to kind of self-heal in addition to having. So it's not so much to protect the Sparrow so much as it's just enable the Murdoch.
Right.
So I'm excited to see how they can take that, because Prime is actually proven to be a terror in the offlane. He's been doing
Very
some
much
really
so.
good. He's been doing a really good job getting the level advantage and actually converting them into kills on the safe lane.
That's right.
Which has been very impressive. So we're gonna have to see he's able to do that this game, and I think that's probably gonna be the lane to watch to see how Prime does against those two.
The dream here is for Omain on Kwong to ult in to like 3 or 4 people right as Pixel's Reversal of Fortune lands on him. So he
That would
ults in,
be,
big
pretty
damage,
slick.
knocks him up, and do it from like the high ground, so they have no clue what happened. They just boop, all
And
of a
then
sudden.
black hole.
Yeah, and then a black hole on top of that. That's going to be the dream. But these guys are so good that they're going to spread themselves out accordingly, position themselves accordingly to where if that does happen, it's not going to be like a full 5-man or anything like that. But it all depends on if they make gutsy calls like doing Raptors early or doing Raptors without an advantage. Same with War Prime, things like that. The potential is there. But we'll have to see how this goes down. Prime getting the just going in there and trying to pick it up. But he's like, all right.
Little brave there.
Not even level 5.
He was just like, all right, guys, I'm gonna take gold. Never mind, they're back.
They're back. I'm not gonna do it. I mean, that's good. It's good to contest gold buff, but
Yeah, and it's making them like, hey guys, if you aren't on your heels with the gold buff, then I'm gonna be taking it. So, just forces them to be thinking about that in lane and forcing decisions, forcing your opponent. As long if you are dictating the flow of a match, the amount of control and room that gives you is incredible. Even if it's just those small plays like that, where Prime's just simply going, hey, at any point in time, I could rotate over here and take this if you guys aren't diligent. So that maybe might force a ward there and might force them to have to back away from CS and make sure they pick up the gold buff so it isn't denied. Just little plays like that are just all over the place on Monolith.
during team fights, I am hoping, or at least maybe in the mid game when they start doing a lot of those roaming ganks, or like on chill Phil, when Phil starts trying to like go for those ganks in various of the other lanes, and then enlist the help of those laners. I want to really look to see who holds the LT, because if Chillphil jumps in and goes for a rock, and Splinter also goes in, who's going to stop the Gideon?
Oh, Solo wanted to get the kill on the Godspeed, but Godspeed's just going to casually walk away and say, "Sup, bro." Over here on the other side of the field, it's just Murdoch continuing to farm. This is pretty much how safe lanes expect to go. Chillphil takes a bolt or a rock right there. The tether's there. The ultimate's going in. The subjugate is there on Godspeed, and they are going to be able to pick up the kill. If that tether didn't land, that would have been Godspeed getting away right there. So despite the fact that Nazgul whiffed on his ultimate, his team came in, cleaned up for him, and got that kill onto the mid laner, onto the Gideon. So very well done right there. All the meanwhile, we see Prime was chasing down Solo Nazgul, but now he might be in some trouble. But no, he's going to storm the gates, jump up to the high ground, and get away. So still 1 for 0. And that's been the stories of these games, man. Just little exchanges, and it's not like these games. The leads that have been obtained by these teams the past 2 or 3 games haven't been off of like, oh, because we're 10 kills ahead. It's the little things. It's that we've been more efficient with our farming. We've been more efficient with getting the gold buff. We've gotten the Raptor camps more than you. They've been more objective-based leads, economic-based leads, as opposed to just team fight-based leads. And I think that's really, really cool. There's different ways to create a win condition.
That's right.
Yeah, and I think watching the how the mid lane is panning out, because it is that Gideon versus Gideon, seeing which of them is able to gain the edge and what kind of card build they go, because diversity in card build is extremely important in that matchup.
Very much so.
As well as against that sort of team, because blue team, as I was saying before, have 2 options to stop the ultimate, either the rock or the steel ultimate if Nazgul leaves himself susceptible to that. While the orange team is kind of stuck on the water unless they are ulting on the ground and Jaleo is able to get the knockback. So we're gonna have to see how team fights resolve, because I think I do favor blue team in team fights. So I'm glad that it is the right move by orange to push for an advantage in the lanes, because in team fights it looks to me as if they would fight a little bit better. The conditions for blue team to win a team fight are much broader than
they have a little more room for error.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, they actually aggro the Raptor camps to 6-man. He jumps up there with the rampage. He does get Imsco, finishes him off there. So they popped a lot of ultimates for that. They ultimately do get the kill onto the support steal. So it's not the most impactful kill, but it's still farm for your carry nonetheless. So there's the black hole. Was he able to catch him out? He was. He actually got 3 people in there. There's the boulder on the pixel. So you're going to take our support. We're going to get in there, and we're going to take your support. So Steel's going to be back in 6 seconds. Now main is going to get taken out. So I feel like orange team got a little bit greedy right there. They got the kill, and instead of falling back and being happy with it, they looked for more, and they got punished hard.
Yeah, it's the chase. And Nazgul may be in a world of pain right now.
He dodged it with the portal.
I believe in you, Nazgul.
He's going to jump right there. He got him. He got him.
That was...
Leo going in there. Leo with the subjugate. And he just got a...
That was a ton of damage.
I'm going to take one out of your book. He just got swagged on.
Yeah.
He just got dabbed on.
He did get a... That was what's interesting is that I think Prime did get a little bit too greedy, not remembering, of course, that tier 2 towers are going to deal a lot more damage. That tier 1 is still up.
I think it's double. It's something like double damage.
So him landing that subjugate and then that damage hit him as well. I don't think he was expecting that, but at the same time, I don't know if the blue team can afford to give up those kills to like Jaleo and other especially Jaleo, because Jaleo is actually a jungler Semirog, so he is getting those stacks. Like you could see him in stacks right here. So unlike Pixel, he will be hurting, and I think we maybe haven't seen that real big Semirog damage earlier in the day as much. So it'll be curious to see if Jaleo is able to come online and show Prime why that was a mistake.
And Semirog is more of his early game presence is very, very strong, but if he's able to farm up and get some items, his late game is very, very threatening.
Yes.
Compared to maybe your more mid-game oriented junglers like your Crunch or your Grux or things like that. So not only is Leo getting that kill is important for just in the short term, but also in the long term. A 60-point Semirog is terrifying to handle. He's got the stacks, the big shoulders, the pauldrons on top of just hitting you with the hammer, rooting you.
That's the scariest part to me.
Yes. There used to be a Suki there, but Suki's been sent back to the void. Chillfill's going to try to get some reprisal. Not going to happen though. So
Tether Rift combo has been doing so much work.
yeah.
The Tether to confirm the Rift and then most likely guarantee a few autos.
Yep.
Because you're able to get
Chill
the burden on.
He the ultimate's
him
popped,
back.
so he's
He's
got
like,
that
hey,
region.
where you going?
Can he
All right,
cross
well,
the
bye.
wall? And
We
they're
out.
just like, all right, you
We
go that
out,
way,
fam.
I'll go that way. I'll see you later.
Jailer's just like, I don't have time for this. I
I have a gold buff to get.
Gold buff. Need you.
So, and I mean, like going over to that lane, grabbing that gold buff from their safe lane, denying that was a very smart decision by Jaleo. Just like using the most of his time, like being the most efficient with his time. So great job by Jaleo to do that. And we see the triple raptor, so we're gonna see if anybody attempts that. It is 12 minutes, very early, but we'll have to see if
That would be
they go for
oh man, triple raptors.
to try and get back into the game, go for maybe a strong push because they're not necessarily out of it, but a blue team is definitely needing to try and mount somewhat of an advantage, so when they do get those team fights, they're not so far behind.
He's got 4 stacks right there.
Yeah.
From Siphon.
Look at
That's
that.
why. That's one of the. That was like an indirect buff almost to Sevarog the way the camps. Oh my lord, so scary. I think he should have got the Santa skin, not Richter, but that's just my personal thing, or the Krampus skin. We'll talk about that later. So.
I'll fight you.
13 minutes in, I know you will. Let's take a look at the numbers real quick and see how these guys are farming thus far. So we'll bring up that screen here and see what the CS is. 201 to 198, so CS is very, very neck and neck. Imsko's at 18, Suki at 16, so a 2-card level lead that's pretty much negligible at this point in time. So these guys are pretty close, 3 kills to 4. So this last game of the day is shaping up to be a very, very even one. Pixel might have been caught out, but he's gonna be able to speed boost his way out of there. Chillfill, my instinctually, I just said Chillfill has the red buff. Oh, there's the shield slam.
Wow.
So they're committing a lot for this kill here.
So I don't know if I would commit that much for Pixel, but I do understand the need for them to get the orange team off the map. So they can push objectives.
That's fair.
And that's really the goal here. And
what?
a little bit of miscommunication there. I guess the team said let's push the wave, and Prime was like no.
Wait, you said push the lane or go in?
Imsko's got to be careful. They're going in there. He's trying to dance around the tower. They're not hitting the tower. They're trying to take down Imsko. If they don't take him out, they could find themselves in a bad situation. Move along is there. The ultimate is about to expire from Chillfill. Oh, Greystone with the snare. This could be great for the blue team. They're just under this tower. He does get taken out right there. So 2 more kills going over to the blue team right there. And they're going to be able to pick up this this tower as well. So great job by them. Good fight. Imsko lived much longer. If Imsko was alive for maybe just 5 more seconds, and Chillfill's ultimate, Rampage, expired, and he didn't have that region anymore, they possibly could have gotten a kill or 2 before he went down.
Because Jaylee got the knockback on Prime when he initially tried to come in the second time. I'm sorry, initially tried to come in the second. When he engaged the second time on the tower, Jaylee got a knockback on him, which almost spelled disaster for them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because he got them, he almost broke the tether. But luckily, you know, Rampage picked up the tether with his ultimate form. They were able to get the dive. Right. But that's the kind of thing. Like removing heroes from the map is the most beneficial thing for the blue team at this point, because they need to get those objectives, get those structures, and really force those fights.
That's right.
Omain is saying, you're going in.
Oh, they're dedicating a lot.
The boulder as well. Here comes the reversal of fortune, though. Is it enough? Is there another shield? The shield is there as well. Ventilate being used. He's still alive. The long arm of the law doesn't land. Master Splinter Baylor able to get away right there, but here comes Solo Nazgul. He gets the snare. He gets the boulder down onto Suki. But Master Splinter is going to get taken out, so that could have been much worse for blue.
Did you see
that could have been much worse. He went in there, he got the tether, and immediately turned and dropped the Cosmic Rift.
Just slow them. It was like, listen, you guys can finish off the steal. I'm going to turn and meteor this other guy.
Well, yeah, to me, he was just more like, can you wait over here? I'll get to you later. I'm going to kill this guy first.
Yeah, right.
I'll get to you later.
Man, stealth buff on Jaleo. I wonder what they want to do with this here.
This could be big here.
All right, Jaleo, this is your moment.
They're looking for the mid lane. You see Nazgul's
like,
going in there, but Leo's not committing to it. Maybe looking around, checking his corners, checking his 6.
Sure that the backup is on the
hold
way.
on, but Godspeed also has a stealth buff, so they can basically see each other.
Yeah,
and that's why you see Jaleo just doing the respect hops, like, hey, what's up? I see you, we see me. All right, let's go do our things. We'll catch up later.
Yeah, and that's the sort of thing. It's kind of funny if you get both the move speed buffs, like, you know, may still move around, but the 2 invis buffs, you're just like, all right, we both know what's going on here.
We both know what's going on. We'll try again later.
I'm curious to see what blue team does now, because, you know, they went for that kill and it did not work out. So do they get scared now and stop going for those aggressive kills? Because that may be a mistake.
Right.
Because Jaleo just farming, setting up Imsko. And that's
Wait,
going to
wait
be...
for, there we go.
Yeah,
There's
look at
the
that.
stack.
Just picking up
Okay,
these
all right.
stacks.
Hold, being
steal.
patient. He's done this time.
Is he
Master
gonna-
Splinter done this, and he's behind that fog wall. So
If he shield
I
slam-
don't. There is not a ward there. So I'm
There's
pretty sure
not.
they don't know that
They
he's
don't
there.
see him.
So this could be. This is,
Nazgul is suspicious.
he's gonna. Is there?
I think the ward just might have gone down. No, maybe not. I don't know.
He's just checking his corners. Here comes Master Splinter, but no, not going to commit to
No.
it.
Yeah.
He's just going to be like, all right, time to go do something else.
I was about to get hyped.
Omain smelled Master Splinter.
Yeah.
He was waiting right outside that fog wall, and I think Splinter after a while realized, like, I probably shouldn't be here. There's more likely more than one person here because he's not pushing up.
He smelled the pizza and was like, nah.
Yes, he smelled the pizza.
Yeah.
Isn't that part of Steel's lore? He actually was a
No, it's a
part-time
teenage
pizza
mutant
delivery
ninja
driver.
turtle. Anyway.
That's what it was.
Well, all right, I tried. Master Splinter being caught out in a weird spot.
Oh, that's right by the jump pad. He actually knocks him all the way down
The
from
scene
the
of
high ground.
Titanic just popped into my head there.
He was the king of the world for a short period of time.
Yeah.
That boulder's out in an Nazgul. The black hole was committed, but it didn't
He's
connect.
trying
It
to
didn't
get
get
a
the
good-
snare.
Oh.
There's the big black hole from Godspeed. This is huge. On top of the great, the shield
Godspeed.
slam.
Yeah, there
He
it
pulls him
is.
right back in, but the Muriel
There it is.
shield is
There's
there,
the
but
team
it keeps
fight.
Omain alive. That's what we were looking for. The team fight capabilities of the blue team being shown in full display. Suki gets the kill onto Leo Grande. And that's 2 kills for the boys in blue. And they are looking to continue to apply the pressure. They also pick up a kill in the left lane because the lanes were set and the creep are doing what the creep enjoy doing. And mid lane pressure as well. Are they going to go for a tier 2, fall back to the Raptors? I'm wondering what is the call right here for the blue team. They still have an advantage. They got 20 seconds. I think they might fall back to Raptors or try to get something going. Either way, they still have some time to capitalize.
That was dope by Prime. His ultimate is really what allowed Gideon's ult to yank everyone to it.
Yep.
You know, that initial slow coming out from Prime's
slow and the
ultimate.
pull, yeah.
Yep, and then the pull was just like, all right, you can just come right over here. You just take all this damage.
And, breaking down that team fight, I think the thing that really won it for the blue team was the fact that Nazgul was not, he still hasn't gone back yet. It was not at full mana capacity for that fight. He got a couple harassed Qs in, but he'd been in lane for a while. And I think if we take a look at builds, Nazgul has, in the past couple days, not really been building too much mana or mana regen.
Mm-hmm.
And and he'd been rushing kind of like those, some of the most more defensive cards, and as well as some of the offensive cards, keeping sort of a balance, but regen wasn't really something he had gone into. So he's got that mana from that mind flow. Like, he loves that mind flow. So hopefully that's going to kick in for him so he can socket that in. But right before that fight, I might have said that you finish out that mind flow before you start those mid-game fights, because your mana pool is, like, as you guys were speaking of earlier, like I heard you talking, mana pools are very important to keep track of.
Very important.
Because it's using skills willy-nilly is what gets you into trouble.
That's right.
And
especially
we've actually been seeing that mind flow on both Godspeed and Nazgul. A majority of the time, they're picking that up.
Yeah,
and
I really like that card.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, Mooney. I believe it's the only 3-cost card of the game that gives you any cooldown reduction at all. The other ones, I believe, are 5 and up.
The Chronos fight, yeah.
So a lot of value on that card. It gives you the mana, and what the Mind Flow does, in case you guys weren't able to see it there, whenever you're over 50% mana, you have 10% cooldown reduction. So it gives you mana, keeping you over that 50% frequently, and getting value from the cooldown reduction.
That's
so
right.
for 3 points, you get a lot out of that on any of your casters, Gideon, Gadget, so on and so forth.
And Nazgul generally will pick that up every single game I've seen him so far on a lot of his,
mid-laners.
Yeah, and that's been important. That's been super important for him to harass his mid laners. But we see Godspeed kind of showing up in these team fights, like we talked about, like clutch speeds, right? Like he is making in these team fights, getting these ultis down for his team, and setting up for Splinter to come in and lock them in place. And Prime going in early, so Prime really showing the strength of the
Terrifying. He's getting close.
He's been
at
at 40 for a
second
bit,
level.
so I'm sure 60 stacks.
60's not too far out.
Not too far out here, and that's when they really get intimidating there, man.
Yeah,
It's,
and then that we need to hit the next tier where it's just spikes everywhere. He can just
Master-
poke you and kill you, do a million. Do you actually know the Sevarog's passive is when he's at full stacks and he pokes you, you just instantly die. So
Yeah. There's Colin has a
that's what Colin Fogel said.
He's
Oh my God.
talked about some balance issues with him, but they're sorting it out. They're sorting out. There he goes, continue to farm up right there. So Master Splinter and Prime have just been roaming around looking for kills in the jungle, looking for ganks, looking for anything, because that's what you want to be looking for in that sort of situation there. They've now dissected. Now Prime might be in a little bit of trouble. Subjugate's not going to land. Prime says, "You want to go in on me? Nay, I'm the one who's going to go in on you." and pushing him back all the way to the to that tower right there.
Prime
He's
is
still
not
by
scared.
himself. His team is yet to rotate, and that's why right there, because Nazgul was caught out, so no getting on the field, and here comes Chill Phil. He's looking to maneuver around. He's going behind him. He's going to alt, look for a boulder, look for a big play.
Prime's
Prime
going
goes in
in.
at the same time.
He
The
wants
pincer
to
maneuver.
slow.
Reversal of fortune knocks him up. Is it enough? Prime's really low, but the shields are. They need the shields to keep him up. Oh, that was a beautiful charge! Right into the wall right there, and Suki gets the kill. Beautifully done. They're looking to clean up on Pixel. The rock's not going to land. That would have been a decisive kill right there. Ventilate with an extra rage. Got him! Suki with the aim. The RCP-90 coming through right there. And Imsko's still alive. He gets a kill. He's cleaning up. He's being that Punisher. Prime has no ultimate. So if he kills him, he's going to go down. Oh, he actually hits Suki. He kills Suki with the long arm of the law.
He wasn't even going for
Imsko
Prime.
close in there, and that's why I call him the Punisher. Shows up and gets a triple.
It was a ruse.
It was a ruse. He was going for Suki the whole time.
Wow. Absolutely
That is
ridiculous
insane.
play.
So blue team, at such a dominant fashion, pulls up on this tier 2, tells them we have the superior team fight. Splinter pushing them into the corner, locking them all up. All the time, everybody's forgotten about Imsko.
Yeah.
Right.
And Imsko shows up to this fight, and
That's what he does.
Yeah, he shows up to the fight, and patience is the patience.
That's
willing.
Imsko.
He's willing to understand that his team needs to do some work for him to come in and clean up, and they did their work. They stayed alive. Pixel staying alive in that fight, very good, very well done. But shout out to Suki for being accurate with that ventilator. That was
dope.
He got a lot of those shots into Jilly.
Yeah. Again, speaking of Imsko, it almost seems like his team goes in, and Imsko just kind of waits. He waits maybe like 3 seconds, and then goes in, because when you look at through the team fights, they're never like, "Where's Imsko? We're gonna kill Imsko." It's always like, "Wait, we're all dying? Wait, Imsko's right in front of us."
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, we're dead.
Don't forget that team fight where Imsko just got those 3 kills was essentially a 4v5 because they caught out Nazgul and killed him before he was able to do anything.
That's right.
So I think the big deciding factor is they dived a tower. They didn't focus down the tower. Instead, they were looking for kills. So the tower was sitting there throwing out pot shots the entire time. And that may have been the deciding factor, other than Imsko just casually showing up and going, "Don't worry, guys, I got this."
Yeah.
But that's something Imsko has always done. I've been casting him since I've been casting Paragon, and that's why I've coined him the Punisher, because he always shows up after the fact. Like, you're like, "Oh wow, they're losing a team fight," and then Imsko just shows up and just either turns it even or outright wins the fight. It's something he does all the time. I don't know how he does it, but it's always incredible to behold.
He's just such a fantastic mechanical player.
Yeah.
And it always goes to show in every decision he makes, it's always just like he's a step ahead. He's fully aware. Honestly, he is a master.
It's a humble
at what
man
he
down
does.
at the end of the block there.
Yeah.
And Pixel, honestly, doing work during that team fight as well, keeping those shields, and you have to think about it. He kept them in the fight long enough for them all to eat those tower shots.
Yeah.
Right.
All of them were eating tower shots of that fight. And so, Shane, like you said, whether we know if it made that big of an impact or not, it definitely had some impact. And
Absolutely.
Pixel staying alive, getting those shields up, and Mural really coming with the Honor of the Pure, you come in with all those shields on top of each other, and you mitigate so much of that team fight damage that's initially just funneled into one area.
Yeah.
So, well done by the duo, like the safe lane, just playing the team fight how they should have. We're going to have to see if Orange can either continue kind of that earlier dominancy, or if Blue is just going to push this team fight like well into the mid game, mid into the late game.
That's right. They want to fight. You can tell that they want to fight, and that's why they keep forcing these engagements. But it just seems like Orange is kind of, they're aware. They're like, all right, we want to fight. We'll fight you, but like, let's fight on our terms.
Yep.
And really, Blue Team is allowing that to happen. You know? They didn't necessarily need to dive the tower. Just dive the tower, take the tower, then kill them, or just let them walk away and you have tower advantage. Leave. There's no point and no reason really to dive, give away your life. I mean, Prime is just a fearless guy. He just doesn't even care. He's like, hey, I'm going to go in and slow everyone. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
But, we'll have to see this. There's a team fight looking like, wait, is that chill fill?
They might be posturing right there. That is a stealth chill fill right there.
I'm sorry, there's nothing more terrifying than a stealth chill fill.
So, he also has the green buff as well. He just got all the orbs, man.
One thing I want to point out is that Suki has been very good about getting diligently back to lane to farm, and I'm kind of curious about where the card point values are right now. If we can take a look at the scoreboard as well as build paths, because we're at that point in the game where people are starting to fill out their build paths. Like I would look to see like a blink charm or something on Splinter or Phil to force those engages even harder. So we can see we see Nazgul starting to build out some pens, some of that damage. And Imsco is sitting at what, 35, and Suki sitting at 37. So
Very close.
you see that diligent farming though. He's up on 20 farm on him.
Yeah.
So Suki being very diligent about getting back to lane and farming. I think we might want to take a look at Prime's build because a bunch of you might find this Greystone build very interesting.
Honor the Pure.
Honor the Pure.
Honor the Pure is such a good card that it's like, are you order? Yes, pick it up, please. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're what role you are. Just get that card.
And we go into the
Such a
Rust
strong
Breaker,
card.
kind of something lends itself to maybe a carry, more of a carry, like I'm building towards
damage-based.
damage, a damage-based Greystone,
Absolutely.
Right.
into the Guardian's Ward, Windcarver Blade to get that attack speed, and then, you know, finishing off with the Mapstone.
Stone. All right.
So a little bit more damage heavy on this, with the Guardian's Ward really being the bigger defensive item there. Honor the Pure, the utility for, of course, his carry. But all around, just very interesting. That Prime has that ability to just go in on carries and delete them, but has been playing in more of a utility fashion.
Wait, why is the Muriel chasing?
Because Muriel, that's carry
She's the
Muriel
front
right there.
line.
No, I'm just kidding.
Take them down,
because
Muriel.
look at
Get
this.
her. Give
They're trying to
yourself
go
the
forward.
boost.
Leo actually used the charge against the double subjugate. The black hole is there, pulling him in there. He also popped the chain magic on top of it, so they're taking extra damage. And Sugi goes in. Turn around black hole from Godspeed, but the Muriel was there. There's no follow-up, and he actually is going to get taken down to the black hole, and he's going to get taken out. So Godspeed was trying to protect his carry, but unfortunately, Master Splinter, he too, elsewhere on Monolith, goes down. So 3 kills over to the boys in orange. Just like that. You saw Leo actually use the charge forward because if he didn't use that charge, he wouldn't have been able to get there in time to land that 2-man subjugate. Big plays out of Leo Grande right there.
I am, however, disappointed that they did not set their waves or try and push them up before, going into the jungle and forcing that engage. Because that was a planned engage. I mean, we saw Pixel aggressing on them. So if you're planning that engage, I think the better thing to do here. Oh, this is very brave of Julio. But the better thing to do there.
Just ulted him, I'm pretty sure.
He did. Look at his health bar. It's going away so quick.
I mean, Prime and Filler here. Is he going to try to
believe
get
in you.
dead?
Oh, wait.
The ultimate? No. Are they going to go in here? Phil's in there. Grande's low. Pixel throws him the shield. Keeps him alive for now. They're This is essentially a 2v5. Prime has no secondary life. He already went down. He's juking. He's driving. He's bobbing. He's weaving. He's trying to jive to stay alive. And looks like he is actually going to be able to get away surprisingly there.
How did they go in a 2v5 situation and both walked out? Who does that?
The Raptors were the blue team's 3rd, 4th, and 5th member.
That's a good point.
Orange still got.
They still got all 3 of them.
Raptors.
They did still get all
still
3.
got all 3.
Prime did get in there and try and steal it, but Orange did get all 3 Raptors. And I take back what I said. Even though they did not push out the wave, they did pivot to go take Raptors. So they did make an economical decision in the end. It was just more of a delayed one. And now that they have time, they have to go back, push out those waves. And I really hope they begin setting it to pivot to ending the game and taking on those objectives.
Yeah,
because that's what they really have to look to do. Because you get to those team fights where everybody is closer to that 60 card point. The team fight team becomes a lot scarier.
Yes, absolutely.
All it takes is a good combo of that like we saw in that first team fight of Godspeed coming over on top of that slowed Greystone ultimate, Steel ultimate. That is, and then Ventilate just to clean up everybody across the top.
That's right.
So we're gonna have to see if they are able to really push this advantage and get those objectives. Because objectives are key at this point. No matter how much of a lead you have to remember that lead has to be used with the purpose of getting a tower, an inhibitor, a core.
That's right. That's the fundamentals of MOBAs. You can get these kills, you can do it, but if you don't get objectives with it, if you don't capitalize on those opportunities, then it's pretty much a zero-sum game at that point. Yeah. So they're going to have to try to capitalize on that. They're definitely feeling comfortable. Don't get me wrong. I think right now they're kind of just comfortable in their seats. They're laid back. They're like, all right, we're getting these kills. We got the Raptors. We just took 3 kills. We just got 3 card points for IMSCO on that triple Raptor camp. So they definitely are feeling comfortable right now. And whoever is calling the shots right there, more than likely Leo, knowing Leo, very, very outspoken, as I mentioned. They're figuring out their next move. Yep. What is their next move? Are they going to be proactive or reactive? Are they going to wait for blue to do something and then capitalize on it? It all depends on what their overall thoughts are here as we transition. We're at 30 minutes, so I mean, we're going to start seeing certain heroes get those really like 5th and 6th cards. Prime's under the tower. It is Greystone, though. Leo's stunned up. Is there any sort of follow-up? I mean, it is a tier 2, so you got to respect the tier 2. Prime still, look, I bet he's waiting for a good opportunity to jump in and die. He's waiting for a good opportunity to jump in and die, and that's what he's going to do. The Suicide Squad is there, but Solo Nazgul goes up, and he black holes as well with a boulder for 2 He nails it right there. That was beautifully done.
Oh, my God.
The blue team are looking good right here. Imps goes by himself. He takes out Suki, though. Imsco took out Suki. Or I'm sorry, Suki took out Imsco.
yeah.
That's right. Rather. So that is a decisive victory for the blue team. After they just lost an engagement right there. And they may be able to, I mean, with 60-second death timers right here, the wave already pushed, they're already there. This may be the first inhibitor falling.
This may be the first inhibitor.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you there, Splinter had an amazing ultimate during that fight, but I think what really set up that that engagement has been all of the wave setting that the blue team's been doing. Like sending those minions into the wave, always having their minion waves pushed up, manipulating it, has been key. Because they wouldn't been able to make that dive or even aggress on the team if their minion waves were like much farther back, because they would have no business being there to push the objective afterwards. That's right. Because they would have just gotten kills and then maybe gone to the jungle, relegated some CP to their Amber Link, but that would have been it.
Yeah.
But now they are able to get an objective off of a really good play and off of a good ultimate.
So the left inhibitor falling, any inhibitor falling, is awesome. That grants you a great advantage, grants you that win condition. But when that left inhibitor falls, when you're on the orange side, that's actually probably the loose one, the worst one to lose, because that is the one that is as far distant from the orb prime as it can get. So that means if you do need to send someone back to deal with the wave pushing in because your left inhibitor is falling, it's much more distance to cover from that left inhibitor being pushed in all the way to the orb prime as opposed to mid or right. So, I mean, it'll take you an extra 5 to 10 seconds, which on Monolith is an eternity. So with that being said, that left inhibitor falling, I feel like the blue team could just keep that left wave pushed out, and try to find an opportunity to either get a pick off around the orb prime or pick off orb prime itself.
I think you even do something maybe risky, like just send Phil to go split that lane, and take all of your 4 strong team fighters and have them just force middle, force a fight, force the other lanes,
right?
So that when you do end up having a team fight, Phil is able to either rotate over by using the Rampage mobility to get over to the team fight, or just simply push the lane itself.
Yeah.
Because Rampage in these team fights, his purpose is to stun that Gideon ultimate out. But the way the team fights have been going, Steel has been coming in a little bit earlier and just stopping that from even being a potential threat.
Right.
Like Nazgul is getting these ultimates off, but it's at the point when his team may already be dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're gonna have to see if that happens. You know, Prime getting some counter jungling done, getting clearing that Amber Link out before it does deposit. So denying some of that team CP. So this is what I want to see from the blue team: denying that CP in the jungle, harassing them, getting in their face, and pushing that advantage.
Doesn't get there on the Prime.
So fearless. Wait,
not necessarily the best target because Leo's getting chewed apart right now by Prime. Actually, I think the black buff is on Prime, so his auto attack damage was doing a significant amount. Reversal of Fortune's going in. Can they get anything out of this? They knocked up 3 people, but this may just be a bad situation because the black hole's going down. It's caught Omain. He uses the extra shield. He pops the ultimate to try to get some damage, but they just go right in at the same time. Steel just goes in there and slams down onto Imsco. Imsco's going to blink away. He is okay. He's underneath the tower, but Chill Phil, the boulder, it does not land, but he's going to go right back in there. The people's elbow. He gets knocked back, but unfortunately was a little bit too late. Knocking Leo back underneath the tower. Is there any follow-up? The Benelay is there, and they go down all 5. They get the handful. Blue team 5-0, a clean sweep, and I think right here they are just saying go left, end the game, they're going face, and they should be able to take this last game of the day. The blue team of Godspeed, Master Splinter, Prime Suki, and Chill Phil. Very, very well played, and this last game was another tug of war, another back and forth match.
It was close to the end, because if you look at like that final team fight, they did exactly what they needed to do. They kept Phil in that lane, pushing up the wave, and they had the rest of the team with Prime aggress into the jungle.
Right.
Get that kill onto Nazgul, and then rotate over the lane where Phil is waiting with the rock.
Yeah.
Just to welcome the orange team to the delight of the core.
Yeah.
So that was our a good game to end on, because it felt like both teams made great decisions, but in the end the execution from that AoE team fight was necessary. Like Splinter landing those ultimates, Godspeed hitting those black holes, and the patience to know when to run in as Greystone and die, and actually harass them. So Prime played fantastically, did a great job, and really just was oppressive throughout the whole game. We have another Winterfest code down there for your folks. You kind of get your codes.
Don't worry, this one's in order.
Yeah, this one is in order. We did not order this one. That wasn't us.
That was KL.
That was KL. So we throughout the day, I think we've had some good matches. We've been able to see a lot of the lethality from Monolith, and I can't wait to see some of the plays from that game because I think the team fights were super indicative of how the game would result.
These replays here. So this is, I believe, the first real engagement of the match. This is that massive black hole right here.
And this is like right at the Raptors. So
Pixel gets blown up.
yeah, so they ended up being able to punish them in that chokehold, like that choke area.
Is this the one where
This is where he just gets blown up.
He gets exploded by the tower.
Let's see if it...
And
pop. Goodbye.
And Jaleo just relishing in the kill he just got for a second.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, and I mean, and you can see here, look, like going to try and catch up Pixel, like committing all of that for that kill allowed them to the comfort to say there is no mirror ulting coming later.
Beautiful fight.
Yeah.
And this was an Orange team actually playing very well, and Gotsby getting caught out landing that ultimate because Orange team pushed up ahead, got the rest of the defeated the rest of the team, and then were able to just shield the team onto the pier, keep them alive. But fantastic last game, guys.
Absolutely.
That was.
Absolutely.
Oh, here's another one. This is the.
This is the game-winning fight here.
Oh no, this is the one on right where this is the IMSCO triple.
Oh,
yeah.
was it?
This IMSCO's just sitting there. I'm fine. I'm chilling.
Wait, ventilate.
I'm auto attacking.
Yeah, here we go. Ventilate.
Yeah.
Here
There
comes
it is on the. Takes him out.
boom.
Like
IMSCO gets
IMSCO
bouldered.
rocked. Okay.
So they actually do start focusing IMSCO.
Yeah, so
he
they get
cleans
caught
up.
in that corner.
He's cleaning up right here, and this is where we're like, oh, he's going for prime, and then he just fakes us all out, and he just takes him out. That was so beautifully done.
Yeah.
The coins flying through the air.
Well, that's the thing too. I think Prime turned and was like, "You missed me," and then it's just like, "Enemy has been slain," and it's like one of those like,
I wasn't even aiming
for
for
you. Like, all right, all right, IMSCO, I'll come back for you.
It's a great set of games. And I think we're going to throw it to a break.
Yeah.
When we come back, we can close out the show. It was great casting with you guys.
Super fun. Super
Pleasure as always.
Always
man.
an honor.
Always fun.
Always an
Pleasure as always.
Yeah.
honor. And so
Yeah.
thanks for watching, everybody. And we will be back.
This Winterfest, the cold sweeps in. Heroes gather, there are fights to win. Spread good cheer as the snow gets thick, and escape the chains of old Saint Rick. He's always watching.
So the Monolith update is not just a new map, it's actually a new gameplay experience for our players. And what we are attempting to do with this map is our best version of what we think the dream of Paragon is, realized in a new map with a new way forward for our players.
So there are a lot of major system changes in the Monolith patch. It's faster, and not just movement. We're talking lethality, cooldowns, the snappiness of abilities, even like the overall urgency of the game has gone up a lot. There's a lot more flow to the match. You always should be doing something.
This is what our vision for offlane is. This is what our vision for jungler, for mid is. And then if a player says that, you know what, I respect that, but I'm going to do my own thing, that's awesome. Like, we encourage that.
The map is less of like an arena and more like an ecosystem. Like, players need to understand how it all works together.
When it comes to verticality, the fact that we have a 3D axis, we really wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to really leverage that. If you're a prior player and Paragon wasn't everything you hoped it would be, leave all of your expectations at the door and walk into it with fresh eyes. What we have right now with this Monolith update is the most dynamic, exciting, immersive, action-based MOBA experience. It has been redesigned from the bottom up. Your first game, it's going to be kind of overwhelming. I mean, it's totally different. It's a brand new experience. Play it 2 more times, play it 5 more times. The more you play, I think the more you're going to like it. And part of this is our journey together, where we involve you in the process and helping us shape the game that you want to be playing.
This Winterfest, the cold sweeps in. Heroes gather, there are fights to win. Spread good cheer as the snow gets thick, and escape the chains of old Saint Rick. He's always watching.
Welcome back. We're here to close the show.
Close the show.
I really hope you guys have enjoyed the show.
What a day.
I am reflecting, Mooney, 1 year ago today, we announced the Paragon trailer at PSX, and we had this vision of bringing a MOBA to you guys that are playing now that is immersive, that makes you feel like you are the hero that you're playing, and that has a visual aesthetic that is unlike anything on the market. And I feel like with the release of Monolith, we are one step closer to making that the game that you guys feel like is worthy of Epic Games. Right?
Yeah,
so
I just to be honest with you, like, it's crazy that we've come so far, because you think about it, like, a lot of people, you saw that announced trailer, and I remember, like, we had the gameplay trailer like shortly after, so people would be like, usually with cinematic trailers, you're like, oh, well, let's see some gameplay. Like, I'll wait to see some gameplay, and then you see the gameplay, and then the hope is that you see the gameplay, you're like, wow, like, I'm in this world, I'm fully immersed,
right,
and I'm really able to experience all of the action and the feedback, in addition to the depth that I look for from a MOBA. And I feel like today, like, we have really, like, it feels like we have accomplished that after these matches today. Like, such good matches, repeatedly, back and forth, the potential for comebacks, and just high levels of play and execution being displayed and highlighted by the map. Like, the map itself allowing the players to be highlighted.
And we have to really express our gratitude for having such a passionate community that has provided the feedback that we have gotten so far, that has filled out the, I don't know how many surveys we sent out with thousands, tens of thousands of responses, the forum feedback, the Reddit community, the Discord popping off, all types of community interaction that we've had so far that have led us to this moment. And we are, again, less than 24 hours away. The update for the Monolith release will come out sometime tomorrow morning. We're shooting for 8 a.m. tomorrow morning Eastern. It could be between 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. And if there's any issues, we'll make sure to notify people on Twitter or Facebook and all of our social channels. But we're aiming for 8 a.m. So if you are anxious, I know some folks took the day off from work for tomorrow. That is when the update will come out. And the big thing that I want to kind of remind people of is that we resume the every 3 weeks for hero releases on January 10th with the release of the new hero Sereth, who was mentioned shortly in the Twin Blast overview video. I think a lot of people are going to be excited for that hero when releases.
Oh yeah, no, I'm beyond excited.
Yeah,
you guys don't even know.
Yes.
I know. You
so
know.
Again, this update changes just about everything about the game. We're changing heroes. Over 100 cards have been changed. As you guys have seen, the movement speed is much faster. Game lethality is much higher. And players are really going to find their niche within the map because of the compact map design, the objectives on the map, filling out roles. All of that becomes much more important, and you have to really strategize and work together as a team, as we saw these two great sets of players working together to really highlight what makes Monolith so special. I have 2 bits that I want to leave you guys with. First off, I always do the lore.
Yeah,
Every time we do a stream, I do a lore. So this one is light because we're still fleshing things out. But the moons of Agora, Agora the planet, are very important as they relate to heroes and as they relate to Monolith. So take from that what you will. That's a little tidbit.
Like
There's more.
moons is in me. Like
No,
I'm
no, not-
important.
no, no, no,
Like
not
I'm
that.
important to the,
The
heroes
moons,
of Gora.
like the planetary
The
moons.
moons.
You're
me.
no.
Okay, so the planet. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Got you.
Sorry, I just got a little confused.
Okay. So that's the lore bit, and then again, we can't stress enough. Play at least 3 games, and this is kind of alluding to something, but play some games. Play as many games as you can of Monolith before providing your feedback. But we stress you will want to play games over the next week or so.
Yeah.
You'll want to play some games. There's a twinkle in my eye that you can't see if we zoomed in on the camera. And you saw
I
it.
would
There's
play
a
some
hint
games
of something.
I
You'll
might
wanna
play some games.
You need to play some
you
games.
should probably
There's
play
a
some
reason
games,
that
right?
you want to play some games. Last but not least, before we go, card crafting.
What? I've been asking to hear about card crafting.
Card crafting coming next week.
Next week?
Yeah.
Next week.
Yeah, next week.
Card crafting, man.
Card crafting coming out
Reputation, man.
next week.
Cash it in.
35 drops tomorrow. Card crafting next week. We hope you guys enjoyed the show. And until we see you the next time, we're out of here.
Good night, Agora.